Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the December 12 Board of Supervisors meeting to order and also an emergency meeting. Roll call.
Supervisor Foy? Here. Supervisor Long?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Parks?
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to share that to the members of the board and also the members of the audience, in light of the recent events that we've experienced here in Ventura County and Santa Barbara County and throughout Southern California. There's been unimaginable losses, and in fact, we lost one life. So, ladies and gentlemen, amidst these losses that we continue to have, we've much to be grateful for. So I'd like to share that this time, ladies and gentlemen, that before we pledge to our flag of allegiance, that we take a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item is, we're almost with you, Lawrence.
Nope.
We'll be right with you.
I can wait, sir.
It's the minutes for November 14th and December 4th. So
I'll make the motion.
Okay, please vote. And then also we have the agenda, well, let's see what happens here first. So we,
He did.
vote, please vote. Okay, that's approved, thank you. Item number 5 is agenda review, consider and approve by majority vote. Any changes for the agenda at this time?
Yes, thank you, Chair Zaragoza. A number of changes. First of all, we want to move item number 92, which is the emergency declaration, to right after agenda review. Then item 23, Harbor Department, approval of the Third Amendment to the Engineering Services Contract for the Replacement Harbor Administration Building. A comment letter from Sandra McLaughlin has been submitted. Item 24, Harbor Department, approval of the Sixth Amendment to the amended and restated lease for Anacapa Marine Services, Channel Islands Harbor, lease parcel number N1 with Anacapa Boatyard. A comment letter from Sandra McLaughlin has been submitted. Item 30, HCA approval of Behavioral Health Services Agreement, request removal from the agenda. That's item 30. Item 31, Healthcare VCMC approval of amendments to the Professional Services and Operations Agreement with the county's affiliated clinics. Revising the quality measures, a board letter and exhibits 1 through 13 have been submitted. Item 51, Sheriff's Office, authorization for reorganization of the Sheriff's Office, deleting 2 allocations and reclassifying 8 allocations. A revised board letter and a revised resolution have been submitted. Request that we hear item 56 after item number 7. That's the Treasurer's report. Item 56 after item number 7. Item 66, Public Works Agency, Waterworks District, public hearing regarding proposed increase to water rates and service charges. District number 1, a PowerPoint presentation and protest letters have been submitted. Item 68, CEO's Office, approval of the 2018 Ventura County Administrative Policy Manual, a revised Chapter 2 through 9 and a revised Chapter 5 through 2 have been submitted. Item 70, Public Works, Waterworks District, public hearing regarding proposed increases to water rates and service charges. Waterworks District number 38, a revised PowerPoint and protest letters have been submitted. And on we go. Item 71, Public Works, Waterworks District, public hearing regarding proposed increases to water rates and service charges. District 19, a revised PowerPoint and protest letters have been submitted. 72, Public Works, Waterworks District, public hearing regarding rates. District number 17, a revised PowerPoint and letters have been submitted. Item 75, Supervisor Parks, approval of the conceptual plan and direct County Executive Office staff to return with a lease agreement with Turning Point Foundation. A comment letter from Karen Wade and a PowerPoint have been submitted. Item 78, Board of Supervisors, recommendation of Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Bennett that the board of Supervisors send a comment letter to the California Department of Toxic Substances Control on their draft program environmental impact report for the cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab site. A board letter, attachment to letter to DTSC, and comment letters have been submitted. In addition, agenda page 18 was revised to reflect the item was no longer removed from the agenda. Item 83, CEO's Office, adoption of a resolution authorizing leave with pay for employees absent from work due to the fires occurring in December 2017. The board letter and exhibits 1 through 4 have been submitted. Items 84 and 86 request to hear those items together. That's adoption of a resolution authorizing and approving the execution and delivery of revolving credit agreement with Wells Fargo Bank. Let's see, a resolution exhibits A through D have been submitted. For each item, respectfully request to hear item 84 and 86 together. Addendum agenda, regular agenda, item 91, Human Services Agency. Approval of and authorization for the Auditor Controller to process an increase in appropriations for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing program activities for residents of the County of Ventura displaced by wildfires within the county in the amount of $500,000. And approval of an increased eligibility threshold for HPRP program assistance. And item 92, County Executive Office, receive and file a report regarding declared local emergency, local health emergency, and state of emergency arising from the Thomas Fire and other wildfires and are threatening Ventura County. Adoption of a resolution extending your board's December 5th, 2017 proclamation of a local emergency and ratifying and extending the county health officer's proclamation of a local health emergency on December 8, 2017. Direct the purchasing agent to engage independent contractors to perform services as necessary related to local emergency in amounts not to exceed $500,000 per contractor. Approve limited license release and indemnity agreement between OmniNet Ventura and OmniNet Silver Lake and the County of Ventura for purposes of parking Red Cross trailers on OmniNet's property. And waive your board's policy prohibiting inclusion of attorney's fees provisions in contracts for the license agreements. Lastly, we would request around noon if we could have a break for a closed session item around noon. Other than that, no changes.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
I just would like to be able to, when we get to the consent calendar, make some comments about item 46. I don't need to officially pull it, but just before we approve the consent calendar.
When we get to consult, I want to pull 19 and 39 and comment on 14 and 15.
Okay. 19, 30, and 14, 15. 14 and 15.
14 and 15, just real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, what was the middle part? Yeah, right. If I could only sing it with a holiday song, it would be better.
You got that, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, please vote. Thank you. Okay, and that's approved. Okay, our next item is item 92. This is Sheriff's Report, declared a local emergency. Sheriff? And Mark, where's our fire chief? Okay.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, Mark Lorenzen, County Fire Chief. Just a
Good morning, Chief.
brief update on the fire and where we stand right now, and I'll give you a few of my thoughts and then turn it over to the sheriff. As of this morning, the fire size is 234,000 acres. It's the 5th largest in California history. Your local fire department now has about 7,000 members. And it's also, not only is it the largest fire in the history of Ventura County, but also the most destructive. In the city of Ventura alone, there were, I'm looking very quickly here, 507 structures destroyed. That includes single-family, multi-occupancy, and commercial structures. And then 19 other outbuildings that were destroyed. And then in the unincorporated area of the county, this is basically all the areas outside of the city of Ventura. 190 single-family residences were destroyed, 9 commercial, that is, for example, the Ojai Valley School, and then 162 other structures. That's outbuildings, barns, Connex boxes, sheds, things like that. So certainly a devastating fire. But the one thing I would like to focus on is a week ago, Monday, about 6:30, obviously we had just tremendous winds that were blowing, unlike winds that we typically see here. And we had staffed up, and as well as sheriff, and we were at a very high alert. And then we had the fire start in Santa Paula. The fire moved so quickly, it was truly incredible. But what I really wanted to focus on was the collaborative efforts that we had with sheriff's OES. They were all right there standing side by side at the command post. We were able to just do an incredible job in looking forward as to where the fire would be, and the process of evacuations. What you have here in this county is truly remarkable. When you look at how well these agencies work together, you generally don't see that throughout the state. So we are very, very fortunate. And as I was chatting with my fire ground commanders at the end of the day, and they were really struggling with the fact of, we had such a significant structure loss, I told them, I said, you guys, you're focusing on the wrong outcome. And it's that fact that we had, with the exception of the one fatality through evacuation, we had no loss of life, which is just remarkable when you look at the potential that was there, especially in the city of Ventura and in our canyons between Santa Paula and Ventura. And then you look at also the number of structures that were truly threatened, and I know Supervisor Bennett and Mike Powers can both speak to that because they were up there actively engaged in the firefight. It's just remarkable that the numbers of structures aren't in the thousands right now. So you have an amazing group of people in law enforcement, in emergency services, and in the county family in support roles. It is remarkable, and we should be faced with a much bigger disaster than what we have right now, and it's because of that collaboration and the fact that you have incredibly competent staff that are well-trained and have prepared for this, that we are sitting where we are today. So thank you for your support, and it's obviously the recovery is going to be a big, very long process, and all of us will be actively engaged. With that, I'll turn it over to our sheriff.
Thank you, Chief.
Jeff Dean, Sheriff of Ventura County. I'm still waiting for Chief Lorenzen to actually have his blood pressure go up. I've been joking with him since last Monday night that at some point he's got to lose his cool about something, but he truly is a rock. And, it kills me to say anything. Those that know me say anything nice about firefighters. But they've been rock stars. A couple guys from the fire service, Chad Cook and Brendan Ripley. Every day, that's where I've learned. That's where I go to find out what's really going on, because these guys are amazing. And Chad Cook was the one that was out there with us Santa Paula first night, and Supervisor Long was there when said, hey, you got to evacuate Upper Ojai Valley. And I actually questioned him for a minute because I thought that's a little extreme, and thank heavens we didn't, and including Ventura. And Chief Lorenzen talked about the teamwork, and I picked up the phone and I called Chief Corney. I see Councilmember Warren, City Manager Mark Watkins out there, and they were at a city council meeting, and within 5 minutes he was standing next to us in Santa Paula and activating their EOC and getting those groups moving. Since last week, we've made over 40 VC alert notifications to over 85,000 people to evacuate their homes or be prepared to evacuate. And one of the great things about that is we've been working so hard for several years to get people to sign up for that, because if they wouldn't have signed up for it, the pre-work wouldn't have been done. We wouldn't have been able to notify them. We also did 2 wide area network cell notifications. That's kind of a redundant system, a backup to put out a wider word to people. In addition to that, we've knocked on thousands and thousands of doors with the help of our sheriff's deputies, Ventura Police Department, Oxnard Police Department, Simi Valley Police Department, and in the city of Ventura, the National Guard, who have been stalwarts out there helping us. I know our animal services people alone have rescued 150 horses. I spent many trips out at the stables at the fairgrounds, and I can tell you the number is in the multi-hundreds of our volunteers, the scores of volunteers that came forward. The Red Cross and their evac centers. I'm not quite sure how to describe the first sign at the fairgrounds at an evac center with no lights, filled with smoke, when our hospital dealing with the mental ill had to be evacuated and everybody was in one room. But the mental health professionals that were there that night, the Red Cross people, were unbelievable in keeping everybody safe. And by the next day, we had our county healthcare people out there. We had doctors and nurses inside there, the public works people, everybody. It's just an amazing family, and it's been such an honor and a privilege to work with all the people. I do want to say publicly, while most of the fire has left Ventura County, it's still burning hot and strong up a 150 Casitas Pass. There's still some issues around there in Esgrade and certainly up in Highway 33. It's still burning actively. So while we look towards recovery, we don't want to become complacent. We need all of our citizens to still be aware. Spot fires can come up. We had a spot fire come up between Fillmore and Santa Paula yesterday, and the winds were down. Luckily, they had multiple helicopters out there. I drove out there and I passed 10 trucks from the Oregon Department of Forestry up there. And what was great, not only what they got done protecting the homes, but they were also protecting the orchards. Because if you talk to our farmers and ranchers in this great ag county, that if you burn my house down, it's really sad. But I can rebuild that in a year. If I lose my orchards, that's 10 years. So it was great to see the firefighters out there taking care of that also. We've had 3 great community meetings. Mr. Powers is working with the city of Ventura. We've got this amazing recovery effort already starting. I'll encourage everyone, you got to be a little patient. The county services and the city services, they're kicking butt out there, but it's not going to happen overnight. So the citizens, our elected officials, everybody needs to be patient with the staff. They're working so hard and they're doing an amazing job. We've had 4 community meetings. We'll have another one in Fillmore tomorrow night, just to educate the public and keep them aware of what's going on. I thank all of you I think all of you that came out to get educated, but stayed the heck out of the way, to be honest with you. So, you're our elected officials, you're our governing boards, and it's important that you know so you can inform the public. But I'm grateful that you didn't interfere and get in the way of what was going on, in spite of one of our supervisors probably staying in the neighborhood too long to stop houses from burning down. But do as I say, not as I do kind of thing.
Supervisor Bennett.
So, I'm not giving him up. Mr. Powers and I did see him the following morning. He did look like Santa that had just gone through a tree, and he did rescue a woman that was stuck in the house next to him and hosed down her house. So,
That's right.
Kudos to you, but don't ever do that again, please. Anyway, so I'd be happy to answer any questions and appreciate your support.
Your emergency department with Kevin, and great stuff you guys had going, and it was great to see everybody on when I was down there on it, doing it, whatever they needed to do, and it was great coordination. And it is, Supervisor Long and I was talking about how special it is to be part of this county where you guys all do whatever it takes to get it done, don't care who gets the credit. So it's an honor to work with you guys.
What's great about that EOC, if you look around there, there's probably only 3 sheriff's people down there. It's all the county family. We had people from all over. They set up, we never done this before, set up phone lines so people could call in. We had 4 people answering phones all night long from all different departments in the county. So
Sheriff,
it was really great. Appreciate those comments.
I want to thank you. We have a speaker that'd like to speak, but I'm sure that I'd like to share with you. Thank you for the partnership working with the firefighters. I think it's extremely important. It's rare that we see that from different counties that the sheriff and also the fire chief work together. And your OES people have done a great job. Kevin McCowan has done an excellent job, and the folks that work there, and the many, many partners that we have here in Ventura County. I think it's important that we share that. working again with the city of Santa Paula, the city of Ojai, city of Ventura, that was really impacted tremendously. I really commend you for the work that you're doing. I know that the fire chief from Ventura was there also, and also the public safety officials, and also the whole city council from Ventura and Ojai and Santa Paula, and it's just outstanding. And I'm not sure how many people watch CNN and so forth, but this has been world news, what's happening to us here in Ventura County. It always happens some other place, not here, but we've had a lot of people that lost their homes and so forth, and I just want to thank you and also Chief, the fire chief, and the rest of the first responders for the excellent job you've done for our community.
Thank you.
And I have it.
Before you do.
Can I have a question? If there's an opportunity to have Kevin McGowan come up and notify everyone about how to sign up, what are the websites? We have a lot of people still calling the hotline. There's the fire is still going, and I just want to reiterate one more time how we're communicating to our community.
Chair, board members, Kevin McGowan, Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, thank you for this opportunity. People can go to readyventuracounty.org, and we have all the up-to-date information, including active evacuation zones and critical information, including the hotline phone number, which is still active. And then everyone's encouraged to sign up for our VC Alert program, which is our mass notification system. They can visit vcalert.org. That's vcalert.org, and sign up directly there. Or they can go to the Ready Ventura County site, and there's a link there to sign up. And lastly, our Ventura County Recovers.org website is up and running.
Oh,
and
good.
I'll let Matt address the details of that. But we have two fronts running, the response side at Ready Ventura County and the recovery side at VenturaCountyRecovers.org.
And that's working now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett, do you want to share something?
We all have a lot of comments that we want to make about this. I just want to stop and emphasize one thing to the public. This was the fastest moving fire that we've ever had in Ventura County. And there are so many people that we need to thank and everything, but there are 4 people who had to make really critical decisions right off the bat. And that's our sheriff, our fire chief, the city police chief, and the city fire chief, because we had to have if we had the fastest fire ever, we also had to have the fastest evacuation. And I actually think physically we probably could not have evacuated faster than we did. It was probably as fast as it could have happened. And somebody made the right decisions, and it's those 4 gentlemen had to do that. And then, of course, all of their staff had to implement it, and everybody had to do that. So there are a number of things I'd like to say, but that one I just want to get emphasized right off the bat. Everybody in the city of Ventura is really lucky that we're going to see our insurance adjusters and not our funeral directors, because that's the difference in terms of the decision that they made. And I just want to say thank you very much. It was critical. Thanks.
Supervisor Parks.
I wonder, I have something, if the folks in the booth can put a slide up, not that one. But I just, I agree. The most important thing is that we have so many people thankful that they are alive from what they've experienced. You may not be able to read this, but I want to read this post that I saw. It says, "We left our van at our home, not knowing that when we returned, we would be returning to a severely damaged home. After we salvaged a few items, I went to put them in the van when I discovered the firefighters had packed my van with all of our framed family photos, quilts, baby books, and a 3-foot jewelry stand my father-in-law made out of pine. My heart burst with gratitude. Thank you, firefighters." And just, we have so many reasons to say thank you to the firefighters, putting their lives up for protecting our lives and our property. And I just want to say thank you. And so many heartwarming, inspirational stories in the midst of it all, people helping each other, as Supervisor Bennett did with his neighbors. I just, I know, including a staff member and many in our county family that have lost their homes. But that spirit, the desire to keep going, is just incredibly inspirational. And I just want to thank all of those who helped and just really give out our hearts to those who lost their homes and the things that were inside. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor.
Actually, I was going to make this in the board comments, but because all of you are here and I know you have to go, I just want to first of all thank the Santa Paula Fire Chief and Police Chief for being first on the scene and calling everybody. It's one thing to say I can handle it, and it's another to know when I need help. And so to bring in our Ventura County Fire and our Ventura County Police was great. Our public utilities stepped it up. Southern California Gas and Southern California Edison, our Caltrans, we have Verizon, we have our behavioral health, our medical, we have our public works clearing it. I mean, everyone is in motion, and it was all to help and help each other now. It wasn't a question, why do I have to? I already worked 40 hours. It's still going. There's a team meeting every day to talk about what events are going on and how do we need help. Talks about our ag, talks about our houses, air quality, getting masks to farm workers. There are so many things that are going on behind the scenes, but even behind that are our families that are letting us do this and helping us. So I want to just take a moment to say thank you to all of you for supporting, whether it's volunteering or making a donation or making a donation later on. Our community is extremely engaged, and I'm very proud to be part of you. So just thank you very much. It really does go a long way, all your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Michael?
Thank you, board members. Just a couple of quick comments. We'll focus on recovery in a moment, but just to comment on the fire. What I witnessed was that was able to see it up close. It was a firestorm, and just breathtaking, and its power and fury and the wind that was going that night. So we can't say enough how brave our firefighters were, county, city firefighters from all across our state and our country. So just amazing. And then the notification piece, I know it's been touched on, but I've talked to so many people who really feel like they escaped. The fire was bearing down on them, and if they hadn't gotten that notice, you just don't even want to finish that sentence. So again, just thank you to our first responders and our safety folks. There's also the whole county family who came together to help. Probation officers, DA investigators were out there. Our hospital, our inpatient unit, our psychiatric unit took many of the patients from the Vista Del Mar hospital that tragically burned down. And then Human Services and Red Cross at the shelter. I was there the first night just to see what they brought together. It was amazing. Looking out for our community when people needed it the most, and then the generosity of the community. I mean, when you have a situation where the community brings so many things that at some point the shelter is saying, we can't take anymore. It really shows the beautiful, generous spirit of our community. And now last week, as this was going on, we know we needed it to jump on the recovery effort right away. And we've been doing that in partnership with our safety leadership as well as our city partners. And you can see here what we've been advised by our Sheriff OES, Cal OES, is to have a structure like this. So we do have a recovery director, and they recommend a high-level person to do that. And I'm very pleased that Matt Carroll, our Assistant CEO, will take on that role. Public information, of course, will be critical, consistent, accurate information, timely to the public. And then the 5 areas, which I'll ask Matt to come down and touch on, if you would, Matt. You can see debris removal, which is going to be one of the most challenging but important, because to the recovery piece, the rebuilding and the renewal, the debris removal is a key part of that, and we hear that from other counties up and down the state. That starts the positive energy moving forward. And then you see the other areas of housing, health, watershed, and finance. And then up on the top right there, you see coordinating closely with our city partners, because we don't think our community doesn't care if it's city or county. It's our local government, and we want to be there for them, and we're working seamlessly with them. And I see again Mark Watkins here. Really appreciate the partnership. So with that, Matt, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to talk about a couple aspects of this, and the first is public communication. And as Kevin talked about, the VC alert, the recovery site is VenturaCountyRecovers.org. It was up over the weekend. It's being populated more and more daily as we speak. You have the ability, as of today, residents have the ability to register in any one of these areas for additional information. They also have the ability to submit us their address and contact information in case their site was damaged, such as we get a lot of damage. We have initial damage assessment with addresses, but we don't necessarily have the contact information for those individuals. So as their piece of information comes up, or that we need to get out information to those of owners of damaged property, we're going to proactively reach out to them and let them know. So that ability to register is available today. We'll put out news releases and press releases and social media releases announcing that fact this morning. And a Spanish language version is in the works and will be up later today or tomorrow. So we're pressing all fronts on that, and we'll just populate it from left to right as we begin to proliferate information in those areas. As far as debris removal, that's being headed up by Jeff Pratt with his cohort or with his partner Chris Stevens, and RMA Environmental Health has already met with state recovery officials and resources last Friday. They had a meeting with State Department of Toxic Substances. Ron Quigley from the State Department of OES, he is a deputy director for recovery, has been assigned to us, him and his team, and they are on site and will be here indefinitely, based in the in the EOC right now. As I said, RMA staff met with State Department of Toxic Substances, and they will take the lead on the removal of hazardous waste. Nothing can happen other than individuals on site right now, and we're trying to equip them with some safety, preliminary safety devices. Those individuals are on site, understandably going through and picking out their mementos or valuables, but then the next step is Department of Toxic Substance will be on site and take the lead for the removal of household hazardous waste. That's things like paint cans, oil, anything. A TV is a pretty innate object until it burns, and then it's hazardous waste. So DTS will be on site, and once they sign off a site, then the general debris removal can occur. And the hope is to have those folks down here on the Department of Toxic Substances by the holiday, and hopefully sooner. Sooner as opposed to later, as Bill Stratton said.
Could I interrupt you just right there? We're still getting a number of people contacting us, and they're trying to organize that cleanup of their property, and they don't realize that they can't just go in there and start cleaning it. You know, they can't start knocking down the chimney and all of that kind of stuff. That's correct, right?
Correct.
All right, just want to make sure the public hears that again here today. Thank you.
Matt, let me share something with you. I got a note too regarding the translation from English to Spanish and other languages. I understand that we still have some concerns, but I understand that especially for the MyCobb individuals, that Rigo Vargas from the Health Department is working on that diligently to work professionally to translate a lot of the English to Spanish. So I want people to understand that we're also doing that, you know. So
Okay.
I know you mentioned it in your last statement, but I just wanted to reiterate that we are working on that.
Thanks, Supervisor. As far as the next step, which is the removal of the general debris, we have an initial damage assessment. OES has that. They forward it to Cal OES, and now they're reviewing it to see if we qualify for a program you've all heard of called Cal Recycle. And we believe we qualify for that. We just need to make sure they have all the information. Once that happens, the state can come in and begin general removal, and there's a lot of benefits to that. There's some insurance recovery if it's available from the resident, but if not, they will remove it anyway. That's our understanding. And they don't just remove the debris of the structure, they remove the entire foundation and some topsoil, so they have a safe site to begin with. Those folks will not come on site until DTSC has signed off a site as clean. And as of today, OES is reviewing our damage assessment. We hope to receive confirmation shortly that they will qualify for Cal Recycle. And then they will come down, set up a project office, start a large public awareness and outreach campaign, and we'll preempt that or begin that ahead of time once we know we qualify for it, so that folks know that if they wish, and we're going to try to get as many of them to take the states up or take us up on that offer as possible, that we will take care through DTSC or through Cal Recycle the removal of general debris. And that'll probably happen sometime after the holidays. We don't have a specific date on that since we haven't got absolute confirmation that we've received qualification for that.
Matt, can I ask you a question on that? So do we have anything we need to do? I know Waste Management, and I know the toll, and I'm sure they're aware of what you're doing. And do we have any load truck trip things we have to, because this is going to take a lot. Do we have anything we need to deal with, or is that something?
I know
Chris-
Chris Stevens has been in touch with Waste Management already, or him and his staff, and
Yeah.
they've made provisions for that, and if Chris wants to come down and fill you in on that. I will say that DTSC and Cal Recycle, they have specific protocols for the removal of their waste and the cleanup, so it doesn't impact neighbors with dust or hazardous debris, and it doesn't fly off the back of the trucks when it gets taken through the city. So they have very definitive protocols for the
It's
removal
also
of that
Harrison
material.
involved in that too, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
Harrison, it's just trying to figure, I don't know which landfill's going to take it or what things they take, or just.
Whether tolling or, yeah, okay.
Maybe Chris could, yeah.
Yeah, good morning. We received a request from Simi Valley Landfill, excuse me, I think last Tuesday, a week ago, and we have granted, both our Environmental Health Division and our Planning Division have granted them the authority to exceed the allowances that are within their current conditional use permit. We reached out to Toland yesterday. They were in the midst of the fire. We reached out to them yesterday, and they are going to be sending us the request, and we will be processing that as well. So during emergencies, both of those conditional use permits contemplated emergencies and had language to set out a simplified process for us to grant some waivers to their limits. So those are all in process or complete.
Thank you.
And the last thing I want to talk about is the Local Assistance Center. That is, as your board is aware, that's going to be open. It's actually soft opening today. Staff is occupying it, getting the materials ready. They started as recently as yesterday afternoon. That'll be open formally, and the announcements will go out today that it will be open tomorrow. Staff, as I said, has already been on site. In the meantime, City Hall has served that purpose. I know they saw 50 or so residents there yesterday. They'll probably see some more today until that Local Assistance Center is up. And in that Local Assistance Center, and that is provided your board today signs the delegation for the Public Works Director to approve that lease, that rental agreement. And on that site will be utilities, state agencies, departments, state departments such as the DMV and county and city agencies and departmental representatives, as well as representatives of our local legislative delegation, and if they can be of assistance. So it's going to be a full one-stop shop for local assistance, and we're pulling out all the stops to get that open in very
And how do
short
we,
order.
how do we contact, do we contact you, or what the phone number? website?
Well, it will have the information. They can contact me. We have a contact information on Ventura County Recovers as well, and we hope to have very shortly an appointment setting capability on Ventura County Recovers so that they can predefine their appointment or pre-schedule their appointment at the Recovery Center. But walk-ins are welcome as well. So,
Great. And we have, do you want to? Supervisor Long?
At the Santa Paula Town Hall last night, I had many questions about people in the unincorporated areas that had lost their homes. And one is to make sure that they can have a trailer or a fifth wheel at their property, because they know that this is going to take a very long time into rebuilding their homes. And I'd want to pass that information on to you because they were concerned of permitting issues.
right.
Chris, did you want to make a
We have some
comment?
provisions in our ordinances as well, currently in those during emergencies, so Chris can touch on those.
I was just going to share with you, our zoning ordinance and building codes contemplated again potential disasters, and there are provisions in there to allow temporary use of those kinds of facilities on properties. We still need to get the properties cleaned up first before we'll get them on there, but we're preparing as we speak FAQs and process descriptions that we will be getting out to the community to let people know how that process is going to work. So we think we're confident that if the sites allow, we'll be able to accommodate that.
And because there's so many homes that we have lost, it is going to take time for the DTS to come in and then to clean the removal. So are we setting any expectations as to how long this process might take? I don't know if they're sending one person per house down to take care of it, or what that is.
We understand they'll be sending a number of teams. We are already getting ourselves staffed up. They have to have a local staff person with their team when they're going out. We think we're staffed up to accommodate them. And we are hopeful that they could be down here as soon as next week to begin that process. How long that takes and in what order and the manner that they do that, we still haven't had those discussions with them. So we don't have an expectation of time at this point, but we hope maybe by next week we will.
So then what we need to do as a board and a community is to make sure that they know where to go, which is VenturaCountyRecovers.org, and register to get on that list so that they'll be updated with the most information that they have, correct?
Absolutely. That's
Good.
an important step for them.
And I
you.
appreciate you saying it's going to take time. I've heard that they're not even close to being finished in Sonoma County and Napa County. Those resources are there. I know you're trying to get them here, but I think people have to be patient because of all what's gone on in the state so far.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes, I just want to point out how we had such and still have an incredible unified command in fighting the fire. And in that same sense, we need a really good unified command in helping people get back into their homes, to get a home. And both of those things take a lot of resources, and it includes a lot of folks at the state. And I just want to encourage everything we can do. I know everybody wants to help, but to bring in those state agencies so people have that ability. And I just also want to thank the creativity of our area agency on aging for opening up our home share program that has people who have rooms available in their home, and that they will be matched and vetted. It's just, that's just one example of how we can get people from their motel now into somewhat stable housing. But that has to be a key. And I'm not seeing, we say housing, but Human Services Agency is a big part of that too, I know. So I just want to put that in there. Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, a couple things, and you did mention the home share program that AAA is running, and that they're already getting some requests and information on that. We also have before your board today an item for rental assistance program to expand on the very successful homeless prevention rapid rehousing program, and we're recommending it for folks lower and middle income, particularly because housing challenges, and they're only going to be increasing now with people who've lost their homes. So there's that item. There's also possible federal resources which we're going to be looking at for rental assistance as well. On the healthcare piece, public health is out there, guidance on air issues. Also, healthcare services, mobile units are out there at the shelters. And behavioral health, very importantly, this is very traumatic. This is very traumatic, and so they're just really out there working and helping people. And I want to just mention, too, it was touched on, but animal services is just really remarkable, where they're taking in these animals, not just at their shelters, but also at the fairground shelter as well.
He said they had 2,000 animals in 6 days.
Right.
And also, go ahead.
Thank you. So also the watershed piece, it seems like it's early to think about it, but it's not. If and when it does rain, we need to be ready for that. These hillsides are denuded, and Jeff Pratt and his team are on this. And I just want to let you know that this is something that kind of planning is happening right now. We need to prepare for that. And, of course, we're going to be tracking all of the finance pieces to make sure that we maximize reimbursement for all the good work that's going on here.
Also, Matt, board members, I want to share that my office is going to be meeting with the United Farm Workers and also with FEMA to assist our farm workers, too, with their issues. We're going to be meeting at my office with United Farm Workers and FEMA also. Any additional comments?
One thing was the property assessment. Could you speak on that? I saw that they were at our Santa Paula Town Hall meeting.
Yes, the assessor, do we have an assessor representative here?
Assessor
I know
and Judge
Dan
Hens
and his
is here.
team have been at every town hall we've had.
Yes.
And made it a point to be out there, so.
I just
Well,
figured
Dan's
that's-
making his way down. I do want to say that you talked about unified command supervisor, and Mike and Mark Watkins have made it very clear to us all in the trenches that this is a unified command as far as a recovery effort. And we meet with, we've met with the city nearly every day, their staff. They are co-located with us in the OAS. In fact, they're in there having meetings today with their department heads. We'll share joint press releases. That's co-owned, that VenturaCountyRecovers.org. We don't want anybody confused between county and city to the greatest extent possible.
The city of
This will be a
Ventura, yeah.
one-stop communication venue as well.
Okay. Dan?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dan Goodwin, assessor. Would you go ahead and ask your question? I wasn't quite sure what you'd like me to talk about.
I just wanted to, how would people approach
Okay.
your office to talk about their property because it burned down?
Right. Well, we've already initiated our plan to develop all issues. First of all, we're going to be proactive. We're not going to require a claim form on every property. although the best thing is for each property owner that's received or suffered damage to file a claim to make sure we don't miss. But we're going to use all the resources of fire and sheriff's reports on identified properties. Of course, at this time, I can't send any staff out to do any inspections. It's much too early for that. We're also working with the CEO on a fresh aerial photo operation to create a confirmable, and we can use technology because it's really, photos are now data, so it'll be a data comparison issue with a previous flight to identify damaged properties. So I think we're going to be complete, but I still encourage people to fill out the forms we have now. That's available through the website. It's also at the town halls. We distribute them at the centers where people are staying during the emergency. We've had information dropped off where they can file. But one of the big examples is, so if they had if they had their records delivered by mail to their home in the past, and now that home is gone, where do they want us to send property tax information, right? So it's very helpful if they will provide us that. You know, some have told me that they'll rely on the post office to forward it, but that's going to be for a while. So ultimately, it's going to be much better if they'll
Let's stay in contact with your office is the important thing.
We've already received probably hundreds of phone calls and people at the front counter. Yeah, it's moving fast. Of course, the town halls were big. And there's...
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. The other question I had was on the Red Cross. I know they've been there hand in hand with us since we opened up the shelters. I wanted to say thank you very much, and I know that we're going to be transitioning certain things, hopefully when the fire gets contained, but that will still be continuing until when do we think?
And I know Kimberly's done a good job on that, too.
I don't want to speak for the Red Cross. We have a representative here or somebody who's at the shelters.
We have a representative.
Hey, Jim?
I just wanted to make sure, because we do have the fires only 20%. We're talking about recovery right now, and that's still going on. So thank you. And also...
Thanks, Chair, the board. Yeah, honored to be kind of the CEO of our Red Cross, and I just want to thank all of our volunteers who have been doing great work in partnership with all of our partner agencies. In terms of the timing, we continue to operate our shelter down at the fairgrounds. We're going to continue to keep that open as we work with our government partners, try to help people transition. So we're on point to continue to do that, and as we work with Kevin and our other agencies, we'll work with those individual families. The thing we're turning on right now is our casework. As you heard, this is a very emotional time for many of our residents, so we have caseworkers that will work individually with families, understand their unique needs, and start helping them navigate the recovery process. We're going to have a presence in all of our local community centers, and for some of those communities that are remote, we will also get out there and have a presence in those communities. But that's all coordinated through HSA and the Office of Emergency Services, because we want to make sure we're working together and we're presenting kind of one solution to our residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, as David said, this structure that we have here at the county is a similar structure that the cities are going to have, so we're going to integrate our teams so we can work very seamlessly together. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have one speaker. I'm
Just
sorry,
make a real quick,
Bennett.
quick comment. I just got to say, Mike, I appreciate you jumping on this and you guys working this out. Matt, it's a big job. Mike picked the right guy to do it, though. I appreciate that. But it's going to be a long, arduous type recovery.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thanks.
Three things. There's so many things that we're all trying to get said here, and I'll save my most important one for the end. I really appreciate the Red Cross and the work that went down. You go down to the fairgrounds, and it was a nightmare, and just real professional people there and stuff. So I really appreciate the Red Cross. Something I don't see here today, but I really appreciate the United Way. They've got $1.5 million.
They're here.
There they are. Great.
They're going to share some.
Really appreciate the United Way for the longer term recovery. The Red Cross there for the emergency. The longer term recovery is a lot of people are going to be wanting to both donate and wanting help from the United Way, and so I really appreciate that also. There are all kinds of after incident things that we all have to deal with. Elected officials have to think about, et cetera. We're starting to create a list. I just want to give you an example. I've had a lot of people approach me saying they don't want power poles put back in their neighborhood. They want to underground their utilities. And so you have to get a piece of information to them, and that is, can you actually get the power back on as quickly if you underground? And talk to Rudy at Southern California Edison, and the answer is no. So and it's logical that you couldn't do that. But so that's the kind of information that we'll need to be able to get out. But I would encourage people, if you have after incident kind of things, in other words, when the real crisis is over, for us to start to consider. I know one of the things I want to consider is a social media site that does nothing but debunk all the rumors that are out there on social media.
That's important.
It caused a lot of confusion and stuff. So there's a whole list. But the final thing I want to say is I just would like, I know everybody's been listening for a long time, but I'd like everybody that's listening to try to think of everybody you can that has more house than they need right now, and to make that house available through the home share program. We have a lot of people, I'll tell you, homeowners who have insurance are in one situation. Renters on the hillside who've been burned out, almost none of them have insurance. And some of them are low income. They were living in a guest home or something like that. I can count family after family that we're already trying to find. But if you know people, or if you have more home than you need, one of the best experiences you can have in your life is to share it and to make it available. And I just, particularly here during the holiday season, it's so appropriate for us to think about doing that. So I'd like to ask everybody, let's flood home share with too many homes rather than not enough homes for this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Matt, thank you for the update, and thank you, Michael, for the good work that you've done. I have a speaker, and is Wilinda, Mutkowska. I don't want to pronounce your name.
That's okay.
And 3 minutes, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Zaragoza, board members, and Mr. Powers. My name is Ewelina Mutkowska, and today I'm representing myself as a property owner located at 1424 Via Arroyo on the Lando area in the city of Ventura. First of all, I would like to thank you for all your support, including today's agenda item 83, to help the fire-impacted county employees. Our house at 1424 Via Arroyo was partially damaged by the Thomas fire. Our upstairs bedroom, master bedroom, and all its content burned after my family, my husband, my 5-year-old daughter, me, and my in-laws visiting from Europe for holidays evacuated safely on Monday, just shortly before 11 p.m. We are grateful for timely and well-organized evacuation and keeping our family and neighbors safe. We are also very grateful to firemen for saving portion of our house. The recovery probably will take at least up to a year, the rebuild and recovery. However, our now damaged house is located right against a steep hill, which is a part of our property that was also impacted by the fire. My fear is that as soon as it starts raining, this hill will be at the high risk of a landslide that can cause further damage to the remaining portion of our house, and we may lose it all. Our fire insurance will not pay for any damages caused by the landslide. In my preliminary discussion with insurance broker, to get a landslide insurance at this point will be a very expensive undertaking and maybe not affordable for us. What I feel I need to do right now is to get access to my property with a contractor to evaluate fire damage to my hill, assess erosion control needs, get an estimate, come up with some funding, and plan on how to proceed with installation of those needed control measures. As you may be aware, the access to fire-impacted properties above Foothill Drive and east of Day Road, that includes Ondulando area, is still not granted. Last night at the City Council meeting, it was explained how lifting evacuation order is a complex process, and it may take at least one more week. Issues mostly discussed had to do with the debris removal. So today, I'm here to urge you to prioritize access to properties located against the fire-impacted hills. let me and others take actions to protect our properties from further damage, possibly prevent losing everything, and complete loss that will not be covered by the fire insurance during the next storm event. Thank you for your time and your consideration and all your support.
And thank you so much. You know, staff has listened to you, and Supervisor Bennett has.
We have your card, and so my staff will get in touch with
Great.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Melina is also just an incredible staff person in our Watershed Protection District.
That's
Thank
right.
you so much for your work. So sorry about your home.
Okay, well, thank you so much, you know, for sharing today. Our next item that we have is
City council members, I don't know if Mark.
hold on, let's take a motion on this.
We have Christy Weir, city council, and Mark Watson, city manager.
I was just shared. Does the city of Ventura like to share anything? It want to come up? You know, I think we have a council member here, and also our city manager, Lavere.
Thank you,
ahead.
Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, City Manager Mark Watkins, got Deputy Mayor Matt Lavere, Councilmember Christy Weir, and we're really just here to offer our thanks, our gratitude and appreciation for all that's been done this past week. Maybe because I happened to choose a chair right in front of Nancy Schramm, I'm reminded that it was only 9 days ago on a Sunday afternoon that we're all together celebrating the opening of a library. And it was amazing to see hundreds of people come together to celebrate a library, and it was truly an interagency effort that put that together. Barely 24 hours later, we're working together on an entirely different project. So we are humbled by the amount of help, the outpouring of help that has been there to us. Everything from having our city council meeting in these very chambers last night, Buena High School opening up their facilities for us to host community meetings, the thousands of firefighters, volunteer organizations, non-governmental organizations that have rallied to help this city is just amazing. It will continue. We are asking for patience, as I know you are. I just got a text now. There's a hot spot that flared up behind City Hall. We've got hand crews up in the hills behind us again. So it is a continuing, evolving situation. It continues to be dangerous, which is why we are being very methodical in getting people back into their homes and making sure that we do so as quickly as possible, but as safely as possible at the same time. The recovery will be long. We know that is the case. But I'm absolutely convinced we've got the right resources working on it. Those resources from the county, from state agencies and others, we've got the right people working on this. We've got the right resources doing it and doing it right. And we've got some fantastic help from Northern California also. Those folks are ahead of us by a few months, and they have reached out and told us what we can expect in the first week, 2 weeks, and a month. And they've helped us, I think, be ahead of the game. And so, like I said, it is a challenge. There's been huge impacts. There's not one of us here, including standing by me, who have been displaced also, and on our staff, and I know on your staff and those of you on the dais. So there's nobody in this community that hasn't been personally impacted in some way. And I know that everybody's going to pull together to do their absolute best for this recovery going forward. But we wanted to thank the county especially. You were there that first night. I was out driving around with my fire chief before all those resources were rolling into town. All of our engines, of course, were there, but I saw Oxnard engines. They had almost every one of their engines in the city of Ventura, and it was county engines. It was our local partners that were the first there before this could get to us, and that's what made all the difference for us. So just our appreciation and thanks for all that's been done. I'll let our council members share very quickly also. Thank you.
Councilmember Lavere, Where?
We were very happy to have the city manager of Santa Rosa actually make a trip down here to give us advice. And his key advice to us was make sure your county and your city are communicating and working effectively together. That didn't happen up there. Santa Rosa suffered because they didn't have a good relationship. So what I'm here to say is thank you. We have a good relationship, and going forward, day by day, it's getting even better. What we have sensed is from the top levels from Mr. Powers' office all the way through public safety, all the way through environmental planning, everything. We have a partner. And the city is going to need that partnership. The county is going to need that partnership. Our citizens don't know what the city does. They don't know necessarily what the county does or what the state does. All they care about is that they get help. And so we're here to help you. You're here to help us. We're collaborating. I was thrilled at the participation at our town hall. The fact that we have a recovery center that is going to be staffed by all different agencies, including the city and the county, so that when people come for help, they just get help. And the fact that we are cooperating very well with the state and that we have solutions. People want facts, they want deadlines. We can't give them deadlines, but we can help them find our solutions.
And we'll be
we are
working with
here to help
working with
everybody.
FEMA also, the state and FEMA, which I think is
Yes,
extremely important.
yes.
The feds. Yeah.
So we are ahead of the what other communities have experienced in terms of disasters. Our people are experiencing our goodwill among government agencies, and we really appreciate your help with all of that and look forward to the next couple of years in terms of our recovery. And we will be patient, and we're hoping that the community will be patient as we work as quickly as we can to get solutions directly into their hands. Thank you.
Councilmember?
Yeah, I just wanted to be here to personally thank all of you, the entire board, Mr. Powers, Sheriff Dean, really the entire county leadership team, because none of this is going to be possible unless we partner, and we partner well. This is a fire and a tragedy that affected all of our communities. We're all in this together. And we had a really, really informative town hall meeting on Saturday. And a lot of that was because Mr. Powers, Supervisor Bennett, you provided the county resources to come and share a lot of the information that residents of Ventura needed to hear. And that's really what made it such a great town hall meeting. And going forward, I'm just very optimistic and very positive about where this is going to go. And I know we're going to partner well. And it's a long process, but I'm really excited that we're doing it together. I think it's going to be a great partnership, so thank you.
And Mr. City Manager and council members, you said the key, partnership, partnership, partnership. We're there to help you, and I know that your city really suffered tremendously, so we're here to help, and also the city of Santa Paula and Ojai.
Thank you.
For the benefit of the
Supervisor.
public, would you like to announce who is on the city council ad hoc committee that's sort of doing
Sure.
this?
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Last night, Mayor Andrews appointed myself, Councilmember Weir, and Councilmember Heitman to be the ad hoc committee looking at the recovery process.
Great. So for the benefit of the public, that ad hoc committee then can meet much more often than the city council, and yet they're going to meet, I think, daily for a while. So they have constant communication with city elected officials and stuff as they go forward. So congratulations to that, and thank you. And that same group of three reached out and to me and met with me on Saturday morning, and I just appreciate your proactive leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Parks?
I know when we had fires going through Thousand Oaks, and I think it was before Mr. Watkins was with us, one of the first things we were hearing from people who got burned out was, can you expedite? What can you do? People want good contractors and all that, but I know the city's going to do what they can, and the county will too, to make it a streamlined as possible process so that it isn't going to take many years to be able to recover and have their homes back again. So I appreciate what you can do in that.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Supervisor.
Okay, this is a receive and file. Approval. Receive and approve. Okay. Please vote. Okay, thank you. The next item is an emergency item, Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Chairs.
Some really horrible things, and we're partnership with people, but now we're going to have something that's really, really going to help us out. Lawrence Lee, where are you? At Moment of Inspiration. Liven us up, Lawrence.
Thank you, Chairman Zaragoza. Mike, I'll call you Mike because I love you, man. Board members, first of all, let me say that
Only my friend.
I'm overwhelmed by the fact that you have asked us again to be before you. Considering all that we've gone through the past week, it's truly amazing, when you see devastation like that, and we're coming to the close of 2017, but yet to see the inspiration of so many individuals come forward and say, you know what, we're going to rebuild and we're going to be okay. But then also, we've heard about the first responders and fire departments, police departments pulling together. And one of my catchphrases is, it's a common one, but teamwork makes the dream work. And it makes things come into fruition where we can actually see the results. So I want to also commend the board here for your leadership and your support, not only to myself and other county employees, but to the citizens of Ventura County. Because here's the thing, I've been working for the county 39 years, and I am so proud to be a county employee and to be sponsored by you people. There's things that you guys deal with that I just can't imagine sometimes. And even this thing, I'm overwhelmed because of the fact that you guys really care. And so that makes this job that I'm doing right now so much easier because we're here to usher in the Christmas spirit, the spirit of love, the spirit of togetherness, the spirit of hope that 2018 is going to be different from 2017. And I thank you guys for allowing us this opportunity. Behind me are, I consider, some of the most dedicated employees in the fact that they have foregone their lunches for the last couple of months just so that we can get together and rehearse. And, I'm expecting them, well, Lawrence is going to take us out to lunch, Lawrence is going to bring us. But I hadn't do any of that. They've come out with their encouragement, with their cheerfulness. And the beautiful thing about it, not only do we have present employees, but we have former employees. And we even stole someone's father off the street, and he decided to join us.
Oh, good. Welcome.
And so we can't get rid of him, But before I go on, and I think someone took my quote. Anyway, let's see if I can remember it by heart. One of the quotes by a writer by the name of Walter Anderson, he said, "In this life, bad things happen. But what comes out of the bad things is it defines our character as people. We can sit in perpetual sadness about the losses that we have, or we can rise above and seek after those things which are most important in life, and that's life itself." And I just believe that, it's as tragic as everything has been. From sitting here and listening to all the previous speakers, I have confidence that everything's going to be all right, because life is the most important thing that was preserved throughout this event. And I just want to encourage you to keep on doing what you do, and we'll keep doing what we do. And together we'll make this dream work. At this time, I'm going to ask the members of the Government Center Christmas Choir to come forward. And I want to, while they're preparing, one of the things that I found unique is that we've been doing this for 13 years. And we've been blessed to go to the Veterans Home down here at the end of Telephone. We've gone to convalescent homes. We've gone to various events. We'll be going to the juvenile facilities on Thursday night. And one of the interesting things is people just keep asking us back. I mean, we can sing off key, we can miss notes, but I think it's the spirit that everyone brings that just makes me so proud that of the opportunities, and we are available. I'll give you my number and stuff like that. But yeah, we do bar mitzvahs and hold that. But one of the things that I would ask that you all do, and I see some have already done it, to show solidarity, I'm going to ask that you don your antlers.
No.
Come on, we're all in this together. Come on now, do you really think that, come on
now. Okay, Lawrence, I complied.
Now I see where Mr. Lund gets it. And also, we started this last year with Mr. Powers, where we asked one of the board members to come down and join us with singing. So Olivia Lopez, could you come announce who that person is? Drum roll. You go for it. Go for it.
Well, how shall I put this? We have a
new kid on the block?
Okay.
She has to stand on her chair and sing her alma mater to her initiation, right?
Yes, please.
Supervisor Long. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't.
This one, okay.
It gives us great pleasure, since you never came to any of our rehearsals. You never participated in any of the outings that we've gone. But at the same token, we thank you, and we gratefully ask that you would don the official hat.
Wow. Wow, I am honored. I hope everyone's ears aren't hurt.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry, they're not going to turn that mic on.
Please don't.
Supervisor
For
Long.
all of you, please don't turn that on.
Supervisor Long, would you assume the position with the rest of our group? Okay. The song that we're going to present to you as a teaser of our 12 o'clock musical today, sing-along, is Jingle Bells. Now, many of us know that, and so we want you to join in. We're going to start off, just so that you know, Dashing Through the Snow. Not the chorus, Jingle Bells, but Dashing Through the Snow, okay? All right, musicians, ready?
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Ha ha ha! Over bobtail green, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight! Ah, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh! Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bride was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lame, misfortune was his lot. He got into a drifting bend, and then he got a spot. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Elvis. Okay. We'll be performing our sing-along at 12 o'clock noon in the Lower Plaza. I know you're busy, but if you can sneak down, come join us. It consists of traditional and contemporary Christmas songs, but all of them are the bomb. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Yes, by all means.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Also,
These people.
You want to share some now? Get next to the mic.
Okay. Also, on behalf
Get on
of,
the mic, hon. Okay.
on behalf of Supervisor Long being so kind and being a good sport about this, we also wanted to make a little presentation of some little goodies for you for the long hours that you have been putting in.
Right here.
Is she going to share with them?
Share alike here.
Wait, you said share?
So that's from the holiday singers here. Hope you enjoyed them. And
Thank you so much.
you very
Appreciate it.
much.
Thank
You want
you.
your hat back?
Yes, please.
Yes. Here's your hat.
Thank you. And I met you.
Thank you. Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. I think We needed that, Thank you so much, We're going to pass those things. Our next item is item number 7, consent items 11 to 60, and we have, this is okay. And we also have.
I know you're focused.
Thank you so much.
So, sir,
And
would
we
you
have
like,
some.
would you like to take these in order? Supervisor Foy pulled number 1939.
Supervisor for 19.
You have a comment card on 27. I believe he also wanted to make comments on 14 and 15, and Supervisor Bennett on number 46. So would you like
19, 14, and 15. Yeah.
Can I also make a comment on number 17?
Number 17.
And 17.
Supervisor Foy.
So do you want to do 17 first?
17 first?
Yes. I would just like to welcome Hearst Brooks and Espinoza for our state legislation. We had many meetings, and I'm very excited that they'll be representing us on the state level. So thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Foy.
So 19? 19.
19.
I said 18.
You want 18?
Oh, yeah, I wanted 18, 39. I'm going to make a comment on 14 and 15.
18 and 39.
18, 14, and 15.
Yeah. Just quickly on 14 and 15. I mean, I understand this, the travel and all that's great. It's just, we usually put financial things in there about cost and all that. We have noticed in these two, they really didn't have that in there. And we found out at the retirement board, they kind of did that before, and then all of a sudden you put the cost in. Some of those costs to Europe were cost us like $24,000 for flights and first class. And so I just think sometimes that kind of stuff should probably be in there. I have no question of what they're doing. It's just that piece of it. And then on number 18, what I was concerned with, that we're all of a sudden going from, we had this nice display of all this art out here, and people were doing this for years, and now we're going to spend $5,000 for somebody to pay them to do the same thing they've been doing. So I guess I just struggle with the idea that we're doing. I thought we were doing this thing, giving them the opportunity to have all this display and all this area, and the artists were really doing a good job of doing that. So I just, if we're gonna, if we put this on consent, I would have rather have it off. I'd rather vote on that separately, if I could. And then what else was I?
That was what item again? 14?
That was 18.
18. Okay, a quick.
And maybe you have something on it, Mike. Yeah.
Mike, go ahead.
Well, I would just say that arts is a big part of our community. It's part of our economic vitality plan, and we feel like it's a reasonable investment in a program that's growing. We want to see it grow, and it also, it's a matching program. So it's not just here's the money. It's if the community continues to support this, your county will will partner and support the community as we promote arts, which is important for our culture and our economy here.
And I'd like to add to that, too, that we have a lot of compliments. We have lots of individuals come over and admire it, work with us, and we have even students.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. I've just wondered why all of a sudden we went from it was being done all this time, and then why we're just paying for it now. That's what I was curious about.
But I think
unless there's something, reason I'm missing it, or we need to do.
The important thing is it's a matching type of.
There's matching.
That's important.
Steve,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I would also say that they're getting an executive director, which is going to be very important to lead. This has been led by volunteers, which is great, but at some point they don't have the time and energy to actually do it justice, and so it requires more time and professional leadership, and that's what this will enable them to do. So.
Oh, okay. So it's more than just paying somebody to do this. What we're doing is.
Yeah, I just would add something. It's interesting. When I first came here, Margaret approached me to say, hey, we'd like to hang some art. And I said, oh, we'll check with GSA. And GSA said, absolutely no way,
Right.
You
know those GSA people.
Yeah, right.
The other GSA.
And then, as we investigated why and all of that, they were worried about damage to the walls and that kind of stuff, and they found a way to do that. So this thing has evolved from just hanging a few pictures to now it is, one time it's, you're seeing, quilts hanging one time. So, I mean, it's become much more professional. So it's evolved to a much broader range of art that is being displayed. And so it's not as manageable any longer at this level. And then the question is, so, is that something that we should be supporting? And I guess, after being over in Europe, that I really saw that concept, which is the government buildings are the public's building, and you want the public's building to really not just be four walls and concrete and
Yeah, no, I
sterile kind of
100%
things.
agree with you on that one. Yeah,
So-
no, and that's
so
good.
why
I
I
appreciate
support it.
where you guys are coming on that, because I didn't realize the executive director, because I agree. I mean, I think it's really cool that they've been doing all this, some really unique stuff. I mean, people get to display their art. I was just curious why we were all of a sudden going there, but now I understand we're going to, you want to take it to the next level, and that's fine. $5,000 and what they're doing, and I have no problem with that.
And the other thing is, I'd just like to join you in the issue about the travel, because I know with Facera and people traveling, I'm not willing to approve travel first class. And I know I talked to Mr. Powers about that, so could you give us a quick?
I'd just say it is not first class, and your board's policy does not allow that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no, we're really good here. I just think we should look at that stuff, so, yeah. And the other one I had, and I don't know if Jeff is still, here he is, Jeff, 39. Oh, Devine. I know you guys do great work and all this stuff, but you want to spend $120,000 to tell everybody you do great work? What is this, is I guess I'm really asking for?
Thank you, Supervisor Foy. For the record, Tabine Kosia with the Public Works Agency. And item 39 is a contract for public awareness and public outreach services. The Public Works Agency is a very diverse and comprehensive service organization, engineering services, watershed protection, water and sanitation, transportation, including roads. And so it's a matter of how we message to our constituents, our residents, of how the services impact them. For example, the Water and Sanitation Department recently restructured its water rates. That's something that started about a year ago. And so this contract, Consortium Media last year helped with the public awareness campaign for the residents who were impacted by the full cost recovery water rate restructure.
Yeah, okay.
The Donlan Road project is another example that would impact flow from the 118 around Donlan Road area. The media campaign and public awareness outreach provided information and helped dissuade any negative impact on the community because of the public outreach campaign.
Okay, I see that. It looked like more of a promotional thing, but it really, if we're doing these projects, these things are happening, factual, getting people information.
Correct.
Sounds reasonable, so, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, appreciate you doing that.
Stay up here, Mr. Pratt.
And Jeff.
Are you finished? You finished with your, okay, great. Sir. My comment is about item 46, and that's the levy that is going in the Casita Springs area. And as that levee's going in, it's going in next, relatively close to the bike trail there. So we have a trail right there. But I just want to use this opportunity to make sure that I alert you publicly in your department that as we go to expand the levee system going down, because we have to rebuild that Ventura levee there on Highway 33, I would like to make sure that we evaluate the possibility of putting a trail on top of that levee. It just seems like it makes so much, the value that we're seeing the public get out of the bike path, out of the trail behind City Hall and those places is so enormous that if it's a reasonable cost to add that on top of the levee. So as this levee's finished and we start to work on the next one, I'll make sure that I make that public request out there that we get a good evaluation. We don't pass the point of no return in terms of design without at least being conscious of that as we go forward.
Noted, and I'll point out that Glenn Shepard, is Watershed Protection District Director, is in here, and he's noting that at this moment, and we'll be taking it up with GSA as soon as possible.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jeff. What other item?
Then you have 27, a public comment, sir?
20, okay, we have also a request to speak, and by the way, for information for the rest of the item other than public comments, we're going to have 2 minutes, except for public comments, it's going to be 3 minutes. So Robbie Hidalgo, item 27.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair Zaragoza, honorable board members, Mr. Powers. My name is Robbie Hidalgo. I'm the Vice President of the Simi Valley Community Garden. I'm here to comment on item 27, just very briefly to echo and sustain comments made to the advisory board for behavioral health back in November. Just for a little context, the community garden located in Simi Valley provides a variety of services that are somewhat novel relative to other community gardens. We have outreach to juvenile justice system. We're doing adult probation. Today, in fact, we're hosting a free farmers market, which we believe is the first one in the history of Ventura County. We'll be distributing about 35,000 pounds of food. 25 agencies will be taking some of that food into the burn areas. So we're supporting the entire county, basically, from our community garden. The point being that we're kind of shattering the norms of what community gardens do. We pay close attention to what's going on with behavioral health because a large swath of their population in East County are also a population of ours. And one of the things we want to take the time to ask you to do is if you could kindly make note, as you look at the annual update and the 3-year plan moving forward, that not all of these services are available to East County. Statistically speaking, if you look January to June 2017, we've had 12 suicides in Simi Valley. That leads the county. Yet we don't have many of the PEI and CSS services called for in the MHSA funding plan. So in the future, as we move ahead, we're hoping that you'll take time to do due diligence to make sure that as the annual update comes up and as the 3-year plan is forged, that we look at East County, we feel a little bit like an island. Sometimes we're very dependent on the amazing things that behavioral health does. We're very impressed with them. We love them and support them. We just need a little bit of that outreach coming to East County in order to help us with the issues that we confront that are trying to deal with at a grassroots basis. Thank you,
Rob.
much.
Thank you for sharing. Do we have anything else?
Okay. The only thing left you have, sir, is a letter from Mr. Boren requesting number 41 be continued to a different date. It's at the board's pleasure as you vote on all of the consent.
So we have an item number 41 to be continued, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's a request.
It's a request. Not necessarily have to. It's at the board's pleasure.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to recommend action.
Okay, with the first, we need a second, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we have first and the
So
second.
This is to approve items 11 through 29.
11 through 29.
And 31 through 60, as your board already removed item number 30.
And we removed item 30.
Correct.
Okay, please vote. I just failed to mention one thing. I think for the consent, we had Judge Hintz wanted to share a couple of words.
Right, item 56.
Item 56. Judge, before we go to public comments, item 56. Your Honor.
Hello, I am Stephen Hintz, Ventura County's Treasurer Tax Collector. Technically, this is the receive and file report of investments for the month of October, which is a completely unremarkable report and not worth spending any more time at all on. What I really came in today was to inform you that after a 14-month period of investigation, Standard & Poor's Global Ratings has granted Ventura County's Treasury portfolio the highest rating that awards to any local government investment pool that it rates, AAAF S1+. And those of you who follow this say, well, that's the rating you've always had, ho-hum, get out of the way. But the fact is, this is the biggest thing that has happened to your pool in 7 years. They announced all new guidelines. Their clear intent was to downrate pools left and right because of the new guidelines. They made they made an in-person due diligence visit, and there were a dozen teleconferences back and forth trying to get this thing squared away and understanding what was what. In the end product, I gave Madam Clerk a copy for each of you, and I have about 1,000 of them in case you'd like to send them out with your Christmas cards, which I think I might, if I can find my Christmas cards. And so there you go. That's a report. This is good for your credit rating. It's good for the credit rating of all of the school districts that are required by law to deposit their money in this pool when they go out to do their trans at the end of the fiscal year. This plays well that they're going to deposit their money in a AAAF S1 Plus pool. And so
And
it's a very good deal.
And Your Honor, I think that's really important that all those agencies and all of us are going to save a lot of money when we borrow money. In fact, at the financial committee that we had, we saved, what was it, about $60,000 in one item, Michael, and many, many other items, and that we're going to be saving money
It makes
because
a
of the good
difference.
rating.
It isn't something that you can always quantify in terms of hard dollars, but it
it's
makes a
big.
difference. And every time the county borrows money and every time the school districts borrow money, this pool gets a full page in the IPO.
That's
And they ask for that for a reason. It's not just because they don't have enough papers to fill it up. So
And you got to say that it doesn't happen, it happens because of the hard work of you and your staff, and so don't let
I've
that
got
ever
great
go.
people who are working with you here.
Right, and, you know, I feel for you, my friend. Losing your house is a tough deal, buddy.
Well, I get to buy all new clothes.
That's the only clothes you have now, unfortunately. No, I'm
And
just kidding.
Mrs. Hintz got a clipboard, and many of you know her. She has a clipboard and a pad of yellow paper and a contractor and an architect, and she's ready to go stand on the property. So it
bet,
is
yeah.
good news that the state is going to step in and do the work. You know, I'm blessed, but there are so many people in our neighborhood who are not blessed.
Yeah.
They're the ones
And we-
who need your attention.
And we know you lost your house, too, so.
Yeah, and I heard you realized when somebody says I have a fireproof safe, it's not always fireproof.
Well, yeah, my safe blew up. Well, okay, that may partly be because of what was in it, but yeah. I'm sure the fire at my house was spectacular.
Thank you.
But I think, but by just making that comment, I think a lot of people say, well, I got a fire safe, and so you'd have to buy a really, really expensive fire safe to go through a burn.
Yeah,
Some
I
of
mean,
these really.
we thought we'd been looted because we went up there and the safe was not exactly where it had been placed and the door was standing open. And it took a few minutes to realize that the hinges had been burned off. And that's why the door was open. I mean, this was a spectacular fire. So in any event, I want to get out of your way. You have a lot of things to do.
Yeah.
Thank you for the good
Thoughts are with you,
report.
though,
You're
good
going
luck.
to entertain a motion to receive and file.
Yes, we
report.
already did. Thank you very much.
Okay, we need.
We did.
It's been done, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public comments, and I'd like to share with you that I'd like to get 3 minutes. You don't have to use all the 3 minutes, but, you know, we have quite a few cards, but I'm going to call the first person, and that's Eric Harrison from United Way.
Thank you, Chairman Zaragoza, Mr. Powers, and all the supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Long, for leading us in holiday cheer. When we think of all this devastation that's happened to our community, it's good to know that we have actual hope. In just 1 week, United Way of Ventura County has raised over $1.5 million. It's one of the largest mobile giving campaigns that we've ever had, and actually is being looked at as a national model for mobile text giving. And I'm very pleased, as of this morning, that number is $250,000 via text. So it's something to really be proud about. And that was a result, and sort of just happened, that I was in D.C. when the fire broke out. Sheriff Jeff Dean, we spoke on the phone right away on his cell phone, and we were able to mobilize the caring power of the community like we've never had before. And I just have a couple of our board members of the United Way of Ventura County are standing with me right now, and we'll start with Maria Ventura.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us this time before you, County Board Supervisors. My name is Maria Ventura. I'm the Public Affairs Manager representing SoCal Gas, and I'm a proud board member of the United Way of Ventura County and also the Red Cross. When I learned of the fire, my heart sank like many others, and I knew and understood this was going to be incredibly devastating. And when United Way, with other partners, took the lead on developing this fund for the Thomas Fire, I without a doubt did not hesitate to forward this information internally. And I'm pleased to share with you all that SoCalGas and our parent company has donated $100,000 to this campaign. And above and beyond that, we have crews, we've had hundreds of people here, including myself, since Monday when it started, on hand to assist. I'd like to also hand it over to my...
Thank you, Maria.
Good morning. My name is Richard Trogman, Chief Operating Officer for Kaiser Permanente Woodland Hills Medical Center and our Ventura County market. It's an honor to be here this morning. First off, on behalf of my organization, we want to thank the first responders and the firefighters, to echo your comments earlier, for the tremendous job they did during this process. It allowed us to stay open in most cases and provide the high-quality care that our members expect of us, particularly in this time of need. But the job is not done by a long shot. Although we have provided numerous support programs through our KP family, we are prepared to extend our assistance to the general community of Ventura County, and we will be announcing a very significant contribution to the Thomas Fire Relief Fund very shortly. So on behalf of Kaiser Permanente, we want to thank everybody and take this opportunity to urge our other community partners to step up and join us in building this long road to recovery.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Mark?
Good morning. Mark Varela, your Probation Agency Director and County Representative on the United Way Board, along with Rigoberto Vargas with Public Health, just making sure that you know that the county is very supportive and present with United Way, and we'll continue our partnership and proud to be your representative.
And Eric, thank you again. You know, that's significant, the amount of dollars. In fact, I went to your office with Santa to the Sea and handed a $5,000 check to you. Thank you again to United Way for the excellent work that you do. I was very proud to serve with United Way for 7 years, but thank you again for sharing today.
And then also, thank you. I know it's still open for donations, and that's on the Ventura County.
And just to let you know, that is, you text UWVC to the number 41444. And you will be added to that $250,000. And what I want to say is that came from over 3,500 individuals in Ventura County that made that happen. So thank you to the residents.
And besides that, I just want to share all the county employees that donate. I know that the county of Ventura is probably the highest, actually, donors that participated. I think.
And I actually just want to comment on that. We have an opportunity as the county to actually mobilize that group again in this month of December. So if that's something that you're interested in doing, we do have a system where we could continue to push that and the Thomas Fire Fund for the employees of Ventura County with a letter from you, Chairman Zaragoza, or CEO Mr. Powers. That would be great.
We'll be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. Okay, our next person is Steven, and I'm not going to pronounce the last name. It's Andruzkewick.
Good morning, Chair,
Yes, sir.
Chairman Zaragoza, Board, and staff. My name is Stephen Andruskowitz. My wife and I, Maria Gloria Andruskowitz, own and reside our primary residence located at 3458 Pacific Coast Highway, Ventura, lot number 102 of the Freya Beach Colony. First thing I want to do is say thank you to the first responders. Thursday morning, we had literally the fire at our doorsteps at Freya Beach, and firefighters and law enforcement that were there were very compassionate, calm, and professional. Helped us. We survived, so far as I know, no homes along the Rincon, more than 300 homes. There was no damage to any of the homes other than possibly smoke and ash. So thanking the first responders and the county and city agencies, both public and private. The VC alert system couldn't have operated any better than it did. Southern California Gas, Casitas Water, Verizon, Caltrans, all of them operated and communicated very, very well. The offices of Supervisor Bennett and Congressman Salud Carbajal did an outstanding job in correcting what I think was the one thing that really could show some improvement. I'm not trying to be a Donald Downer, but Southern California Edison, respectfully, Kelly Long, I think they could have done a much better job communicating. I passed out a written statement that would have taken me 10 minutes by my practice run to read, so I'll ask you to read it again, set it away, and then read it again, and then contact me. It may seem confrontational, but it's meant to be constructive. So with that, again, I'll just say thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
And
Michelle?
since you had that comment to me, I have no problem making sure that Southern California Edison gets this so that they understand what you were discussing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Michelle Newell, followed by Michelle Newell, followed by Richard Magny. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michelle Newell with Era Energy. Thank you, Chairman Zaragoza, Supervisors, and Mr. Powers for having me here. I'm here today to give you an update on our operations on the west side of Ventura. As our community continues to feel the impact of the Thomas Fire, Era Energy is committed to providing assistance to first responders, our neighbors, and residents of Ventura County as we battle and recover from this devastating fire. At Era, safety is our top priority, and all of our employees have been accounted for. Our Ventura field operations experienced a loss of electricity and were shut down during the crisis. At this time, Era personnel are staging near the field to provide support to fire crews who may need to access our facilities, and there's been minimal damage to the field, and power remains out at this time. Fire crews have focused much of their efforts on protecting homes and other community structures in the area. An Era team is providing assistance to those firefighters, including refilling their trucks with water, guiding them through the field, and even buying them pizza on Sunday night. Yesterday, many of our employees began returning to work to help bring back our electrical and communication systems online. Once electricity is fully restored, we expect to resume operations, and in some areas as early as this week. We are continuing to assess the impact of the fire and have not seen any damage to our tanks or production equipment. We have a policy of the covering the area, at least making sure that there's no brush around the area and a clearance issue, so it actually, I think, saved our facilities in the long run. While the fire is no longer threatening the field like it did last week, we continue to support fire operations in the area by providing water trucks that are moving around our facilities 24 hours a day to combat any threats. These trucks have been used to extinguish hot spots and saturate vegetation to prevent further flare-ups. Era employees have monitored the facility 24 hours a day since the fire started. We have answered numerous calls and emails from media around the country, including one in the Wall Street Journal that published today. Regulatory agencies also inquired about our operations and our neighbors, and as well as local citizens asking about the status of the field. We are participating in the daily cooperators meeting at the ICP, which gives us direct access to those managing and working this incident, and we are available if they have questions or concerns. As we work to restore operations in our field, we continue to offer our thoughts and prayers to our employees, neighbors, and all of the courageous first responders, one of which is my son, who's here working for Kern County, Tehachapi Crew 11, and the others who have come from around the country to fight this fire. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let me just say thanks for coming, because a lot of times, going back to what Supervisor Bennett said, there's a lot of that stuff out on social media. Oh, the oil fields are burned. I just appreciate you telling us what's really gone on, so thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Richard Magny, and followed by Francine.
Good luck to your son.
Thank you.
Richard, Mecagine, left, okay. Francine, Rehwald, gone. Mark Watkins, gone. Okay, Genevieve Flores de Haro.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, Board of Supervisors. My name is Genevieve Flores Haro. I'm the Associate Director for MICOP, Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. I'd like to extend my gratitude to first responders and firefighters from both Ventura County and across the state. We've been working to combat Thomas, and I would also like to thank Rigoberto from Public Health. Yesterday, he dropped off over 6,000 masks for us to give out to farm worker communities in Oxnard, Santa Paula, and Ventura. As alluded to in the morning, I'm here to talk about language access and what we can do better now with regards to our Spanish-speaking community. With regards, basically what we're seeing on the ground is a glaring accessibility issue with the OES website. I know there's a lot of good work going on, but this accessibility issue in Spanish is difficult for our Spanish-speaking populations in Santa Paula, Ojai, and Ventura. All last week, while important updates were being sent out through this website regarding evacuations, curfew, boiling water, Spanish-speaking populations were left with a Google Translate bar that was at the bottom of the page. I wouldn't trust Google Translate with my high school Spanish homework, let alone critical information regarding safety and whatnot.
So Genevieve, that was not done correctly?
It was not done correctly. So for example, brush fire, it was translating it to literal brush instead of chaparral. Things like that, where if you don't know the word and you're trying to look for information in a crisis, it's just not the fastest way to get information. So myself and my colleagues at MyCop, Edgar, Vanessa, our intern Kelsey, as well as community members Patty and Myra began translating the updates as quickly as we could and putting them on our website and Facebook. And this was all happened after hours, 2 a.m. on the weekends, because our community needed this information. It shouldn't have come for us, but again, we were there to make sure that the community got what they needed in Spanish. Last Friday, after calls and communications with most of the offices here, including OES, the Ventura website had a line translated by Google Translate, pointing people to the Google Translate option at the bottom of the page. I know for a fact that Supervisor Bennett's office completed a translation that was never uploaded. I mean, everyone's staff has been great. Everyone that I talked to on Friday was great, and I especially want to shout out Cruz and Cindy, Rosa at Mike Powers' office, and Matt at Supervisor Wong's office for their help. But what we see at the community level is a lack of priority for this information in Spanish. As we were giving out N95 masks in communities like the Avenue, we saw the majority of residents didn't evacuate. And I'm certain that Spanish-speaking households didn't receive the boil water advisory that they needed. So as you all voted to approve the Poncieta Place, I would like y'all to consider maybe approving a line item for language access. Translation services through Google are not enough. Digitalgov.gov is a government website that's created for improving other government websites as far as communication. They have 10 best practices when it comes to multilingual websites, and OES doesn't hit any of those 10 best practices. Side note, I know my time's up, but as we look to recovery efforts, I would also like if the recovery website was also put in Spanish. The center at Poncieta Plaza had bilingual staff, so that once again, Spanish-speaking populations aren't left out of recovery, and that we offer ourselves up in moving forward any best practices that you guys would like.
Genevieve, thank you so much. My understanding is that Rigo is really working professionally to work on that.
Yeah.
And he's doing whatever he can to upgrade and to make sure that that's properly translated.
Absolutely, and just getting it out in a timely manner, because I know for us, it took us a number of hours to get it out, and by the time we updated it, another update had came. So we get it, we totally get it, but this information needs to get to our community.
And also regarding the recovery end of it, Michael, do you want to share any more on that?
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Carroll to speak to it. Look, Genevieve, thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate working with you, and we'll make sure we coordinate with you on the local area assistance center as well, which is going to open up tomorrow.
I just want to confirm, as soon as it was brought to our attention on the OES side, that's run by the sheriff, but they are working on that. They're aware of the issue. They've moved the bar to the top. If it's not published now, it'll be within hours.
So they can
I
see
believe
it.
it's published now that it's been moved to the top. The recovery site will be coming online this afternoon in Spanish. We have to work a little bit to get the content on that site and the content providers to work in that. But if we need to utilize MyCop or any resources we can, or our intent is to go forward with, we have translation services under contract and to utilize those resources to help us as quickly as possible to get that.
And I see Rigo's here too. He's Rigo. Do you want to share anything on? He's okay with that. Okay, Supervisor Bennett.
I just want to say one thing: that the information gets, particularly during the emergency, gets updated so fast and stuff that. It seems like we have to do both. We can't say Google is not going to be a perfect item, but we may have somebody simply review the Google translation of everything and go past. It's above the bar. It's good enough. Go. Or hey, we've got to do something else. That might be a way to speed this up because. Yeah. because
that.
I don't know that we're going to always be able to translate everything as fast as the emergency, I'll give you an example. That night, that disaster, it was minutes were making a difference. And
Right.
so I think, I don't want to throw Google Translation out.
That's
I
right.
think it's too important for speed, but at the same time, we have to be sensitive to try to make sure it meets it. So thank you very much for
Thank you,
calling that to
Genevieve, for-
everybody's attention. I really appreciate it.
One comment I need to make was for Rigo Vargas, that if there are anyone in the community that needed the N95 masks, to contact him so that we can get that. I believe they were getting some more deliveries today in case the farm workers needed more. And
And my understanding that Rigo passed out thousands of masks, Rigo, is that correct?
It was really nice to see that happen quickly. I know Supervisor Zaragoza was really getting the word out on that too. And it was a relief too to drive through the farmland on the way to the
That's
fairgrounds and not see farm workers out there because the air just isn't good. And
Well-
and some of the major growers stepped up and made sure
And
that
started-
they didn't put their farm workers out there. We really appreciate that.
so then if any manufacturers or companies or farm workers would like to get some more, to contact the VC EOC and they can get them directed to the right person.
Right,
So-
that's correct. Thank you, Genevieve, for, Matt, thank you. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is board comments. We'll start off with Supervisor Parks. And then Ben.
Again, just so impressed with the coordination that's going on with our county family, to see the briefing and to hear the amazing amount of details that are being worked out by all the departments. And it's amazing how much is at play and how much is being focused on. And just really kudos to our CEO for putting this together, putting it together quickly, and now the focus on recovery, because it is essential that we do this in a timely fashion, and we cover all the bases that we can. So I just really want to give my thanks there. It was nice to see the governor come into town and get a briefing and get a really good sense of what is happening here. Just seeing so many stepping up to the plate. I know Senator Stern was out there, got a bunch of hay to give to the hundreds of livestock all of a sudden that have had to evacuate over at the fair. Just so many different folks coming in. And I was just talking with our CEO that the number of volunteers, people that want to do something, yes, they want to bake cookies, but people really want to do something. The colleges want to do something. There's just so many volunteers out there. Just like, see, we need lots of days of caring like the United Way puts together. Let's put folks to work. We have a lot to do. Really happy to see when the C-130s got launched, and get the air power. And it was so many different agencies throughout state, federal, and county coming to the aid, and the cities. And I think we have had tremendous loss, over 600 houses lost, but to see that no one, died in the fires. We had one fatality in Wheeler Canyon in a car accident, but you compare that to what happened in Santa Rosa, and we are blessed, and a lot of that is because of those being on top with the communications, evacuating, and people understanding the importance of it, and as was mentioned, the fastest fire that our county has ever seen. And just have to say a thank you to our first responders. Other items I just want to touch on briefly. We attended the Fallen Firefighter Memorial. I know we weren't able to discuss that, but just really realizing how these people do give some their lives really for us. So we just are thankful for our firefighters. I have other items on here in light of the fact that the seriousness of the situations that we dealt with, these all seem pretty light. So I'm going to go ahead and pass on that, and then ask that we close in honor of the people on the list I'm bringing forward. I did want to call out a couple of individuals. Donna Ray Hollingsworth, the wife of Don Hollingsworth, just a wonderful individual, very giving, and sorry to see Don's loss. And also, I wanted to mention John Relly, who had served on one of our county boards, and he has been a very active member in our Conejo Valley, and really sorry to see that he has passed on. And also, just looking at another individual who passed was Paul Edward Pullman II, and the gentleman worked on a lot of really interesting construction projects through his life. One of them is the government center that we are in now, the Griffith Park Observatory, and others. So just made some major contributions, and so we'll ask that the board close in honor of the people on this list. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Two things. I'm going to ask just only one thing, ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. I think we've made lots of comments. And just pass on to the chair that we have people here for retirement celebration for Julia Albright, and it's at 10 o'clock time certain. We're already at 10:30. If we can move to that one promptly, I'd appreciate it. Right after board comments.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, so we've done our fire update. Appreciate everyone. I can't say thank you enough. I attended the CSAC annual conference, oh my gosh, 2 weeks ago. And so I'm submitting the paperwork. Wanted to let people know that I've been appointed to the executive committee. What that means is that Ventura County will have a seat at the table when we're talking about state issues. Through this 9 days now, we have made a lot of contact with our state and federal legislators to ensure that they have a true tie in their heart to this fire so that we could get the very best for our county. So I wanted to make sure we noted that. Also went to the Reagan National Defense Forum, which was very important for our naval base. I sit on the RDP 21, and that was very good to find out what's going on for the years to come. Also, I'd like to adjourn in memory on this list, especially Regional Reggie Marsh, who served his country as a U.S. Air Force. He has made so much donations to our state, our national, and just really appreciate that he set a standard for volunteerism, spending time organizing charity golf events for the Special Advisory Association of California and taking part in the art of this area. And he's survived by his brother, sister, nieces, nephews, and grandnieces and nephews. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, just remember the people on this list. Thanks.
Thank you. I also like to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. The 3 items, I know I have a tremendous amount of items, but items that I attended. But I just want to share that, as mentioned, we attended the Ventura County Fallen Firefighter Ceremony. It was extremely important to me. And also, I volunteered, like many of us, at the Rescue Mission Thanksgiving over in Oxnard for homeless, and also attended the LULAC's District 17 Salute to Our Heroes, our special Veterans Recognition Dinner, and numerous others that I attended. So with that in mind, that's it. Michael?
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes, sir.
We have one more item for you.
Okay.
Under board comment.
Okay.
We would like to present to you this flag from the Ventura County Naval Base Sailors, Seabees, and Airmen for Veterans Day 2017 for you to give to the Board of Supervisors to be displayed on the credenza behind you.
Oh.
This is the flag that was presented to you from the Naval Base at the November 7th board meeting during the Veterans Day celebration.
Well, thank you. That's really an honor. And I'll accept this. Thank you. I will accept this on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. It's an honor. I really respect our veterans and our Navy individuals. In fact, I have a grandson right now that's in the Navy. And thank you so much. I appreciate that. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, thank you. I'm going to put this back here. Michael?
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. I'll be very quick. Just to thank you to the county family for your efforts on the food share tackle hunger drive. We did about 31 trees. I think we came in second, so the generous spirit of our county family shining strong. We still have also the Children's Services Auxiliary Toy Drive. There'll be a toy drive occurring December 14th at 11:45 at the loading dock here, and never more important time than now for those gifts, for those toys. Lastly, it is great to have Supervisor Long on the Exec Committee at CSAC, and then congratulations to Jeff Pratt, who's been elected president of CHIAC, which is the State Engineers Association. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I have a 2-minute item here, item 85, that Chris, he promised me a minute and a half. Item 85.
I'll try and do even better. Good morning,
Okay.
Chair Zaragoza, members of the Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. The United Water Conservation District recently took an action to alter their districts to balance the population within them. There is a rather unusual requirement in the water code that requires that be brought to the Board of Supervisors at a public meeting for you to accept, review, or take whatever action you deem appropriate. And that's the item before you. We have staff from the United Water Conservation District here if you have any questions about the action, but that pretty much covers it.
Do they want to stand?
For you.
Where are they?
Pardon?
Do they want to stand? Are they here?
Oh, staff.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion.
And is the motion to adopt recommendation
To adopt the
number 2A
recommendation.
or B?
To take no action.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Got first and a second. Please vote. Okay, and that's approved. We have a 9:45 time certain, and we're going to get to it real quick. We'll just take quickly the item 62.
Thank you very much. I know when we have somebody retiring, a ceremony like this, they may have other family members and involved, and so if we could please ask that Julie Albright and Jackie Griffin and Nancy Schramm and Julie's immediate supervisor, Susan McCula, if you could all please come up to the podium. Hello. So we had one of the happiest moments in library history when we opened the Hill Street Library 9 days ago, and what a sweet event that was. And then to have the bittersweet event of Julia leaving the library system, and squeezed in between that the fire. But what a remarkable person you have been in the library system. You know, there are just people that they're destined to be librarians. I mean, in terms of what they do and how they handle their life and everything else. So I have the pleasure of reading this biography of Julie's career, and it's remarkable, and particularly with your association with the Ojai Library. I mean, the people in the Ojai Valley are so lucky to have had you, and there are so many of them that know it. So it's really special for us this morning to be able to have you here. So this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors honoring Julie Albright for 31 years of outstanding service. Whereas Julie Albright has elected to retire after 31 years of outstanding service to the County of Ventura, including 19 years of service at the Ojai Library. Julie's written 2 grants in collaboration with the Ojai Arts Council, resulting in projects that were executed in partnership, and plays and performances in local Ojai schools. Julie has been an integral part of the longest running homework center in the state of California. Julie's been running that, right? The longest running homework center in the state of California. The School Links program at the Ojai Library. Julie's co-authored, edited, or wrote at least 10 grants that garnered close to $2.5 million in funds from various sources. $2.5 million, 10 grants that she brought in. I think she earned her pay. She worked on those 10. Julie wrote, designed, and performed summer reading kickoff puppet shows, helped design a decade's worth of original summer reading programs. Julie's worked closely with and served as a mentor for various student workers who've been employed at the Ojai Library. And she's positively impacted multiple generations of families in Ojai in her capacity as the youth librarian. Julie's the type of librarian that communities are lucky to have and sad to lose. And she says, my heart is happy because children that I first met in story time and the homework center when I started are now bringing their children. And that's just got to be remarkable to have the children of the children coming back to you. So the community of Ojai in particular and the Ventura County Library System will be forever grateful to Julie for many contributions, and she'll truly be missed by her colleagues, her staff, and the community. And therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors is most proud to honor Julie Albright for outstanding service to the residents of Ventura County and wish her best in her retirement. And I'm going to bring this down, and Julie, we're going to kind of go in order. We're going to go with Jackie, then Nancy, your immediate supervisor, and then we're going to ask you to finish up with any comments here. Thank you very much. Jackie?
You know, we often say in the library world that we can teach you almost anything except for passion, and we can't teach you passion and enthusiasm about what you do, and Julie brings that every single day. Her passion for children and literacy is enormous, and she's going to be hard to fill her shoes, and we really appreciate everything she's done. Thank you, Julie.
Nancy?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Julie. What Jackie said is so valid. Julie brings to her position passion and a true dedication for library services and bringing literacy to everyone, and especially in the belief that library services should be free and available to everyone. She brings that passion to her work every day, and a perfect example of her dedication just here in light of the Thomas Fire in Ventura County over the past week is that Julie was one of our first librarians to jump up and say, how can I help? What can I do as a librarian to get out there and help community members? So sure enough, she and another librarian took our mobile education van out to the Red Cross emergency shelter at the Ventura County Fairgrounds, and there was Julie providing story time to the children who were there and bringing them coloring sheets and just giving them a little bit of a respite from all that they were going through. So it's a perfect example, Julie, of your dedication and why we are so appreciative and thankful for everything you have done for the library and the community. And I thank you on behalf of everybody at the Ventura County Library.
Susan?
Well, I am going to miss Julie most of all. I mean, she has been my right-hand person to go to. She has been a wonderful librarian. She is that one that we figure out, how are we going to really make this work? We want to make this change, and how are we going to make it work? And the thing with Julie, her number one issue, her concern, is the customer. And how are we going to do better for the customer? What we're doing is really good, but how can we do it better? And that is proof in her own statement of her Storytime kids are now her Storytime parents coming into the library. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie.
Julie, a librarian after 31 years, you have to have some sage words of advice.
I'll present these flowers to you as
well. Beautiful. Yeah, there's been some stories. There's been some times. I'll share just a couple of my most favorite ones. A little boy learning to read and struggles always it's hard when you're 5 and 6 to learn to read. And I have a little sign in my office that says, unattended children will be sold as slaves. He struggled to read that sign, and he was so delighted when he finally figured it out and read it. And then he turned to and looked at me and said, "Is that true?" And I said, "No, slavery is illegal in this country." And 2 minutes later, he ran back with another little girl, read her the sign, and said, "Don't worry, slavery is illegal in Ohio." And another one of my most precious moments is when I first started, there was a mother coming in with her 2-year-old son to story time fanatically, regularly, every week, rain or shine. She was pregnant, had another child, was back in the library within 2 weeks of her having this other baby, and brought him in to meet me, and I turned around and looked at him and greeted him and welcomed into the library, and his little head just flipped and turned and looked me straight in the eye. He recognized my voice. And that was a good moment. But I have been incredibly lucky with Ventura County Libraries. I started as a library assistant, and I grew through the agency to be a children's librarian. And it has been a passion, and it has been a love. And I'm already told that I have a place at the Ventura County Friends, Ventura Library Friends. I have a table waiting for me. So I won't be going too far, so I can still keep my hands in. And I am just very honored to have served the kids and the families of this county, and I'm sure this library will continue to grow even better.
Julie, thank you so much for 31 years of service.
You're welcome.
You know, before I pass the resolution to Julie, I just want to say, we're reminded from time to time, board members, that we work in an organization that has a mission. But it's when people embrace the mission that it most reminds us of how lucky we all are to get to be in this organization. So, Julie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it feels good to me. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. We have one more item before the 9:45, and that's item 63, Supervisor Long.
Yes. The California State Association of Counties annually presents their Challenge and Merit Awards to recognize innovation and creative spirit of California county governments as they find new and effective and cost-saving ways to provide programs and services to their citizens. California State Association of Counties, I usually recall, state as CSAC in case anyone needs to know another acronym. This year, the Ventura County is receiving 2 awards. Can I have the video pulled up? The first award is the Challenge Award for Health and Human Services. This is a health insurance eligibility app. Project contacts are Tom Shirk, IT manager, and Dee Pupa, excuse me if I say it wrong, planning as administrators. The second is a Merit Award for Health and Services for Safe Aproflam Prescribing and Benzodiazepine Monitoring Program. Project contact is Brian Taylor. So if we could, please, the video.
Thank you, Chairman Zaragoza and other members of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Deanne Baker, the Deputy Executive Director of Legislative Affairs with the California State Association of Counties, and we're here to spotlight 2 of Ventura County's amazing programs to better deliver services to your constituents and communities across the county. But before we do that, I do want to acknowledge the devastating wildfires that you're experiencing and let you know that our thoughts are with all of you in Ventura County and across Southern California that are dealing with this terrible situation. I was actually in Ventura County prepared to present the award last Tuesday when the fires began, so I understand the terrible situation you're facing. So with the Challenge Awards, I wanted to give you a little bit of background about the program. It's actually been in place since the mid-1990s, and this year we had a record number of entries at 288. We're very pleased to be here to present Ventura County with both a Challenge and a Merit Award. This year, our judging panel awarded 16 Challenge Awards across the 58 counties and another 31 Merit Awards. So Ventura County is the recipient of one of each of those. And we're very pleased to have Supervisor Kelly Long engaged on our board of directors, and we appreciate the fact that she will actually be there to present the awards to the staff that are responsible for creating these innovative programs. So let's start with the Merit Award. We are here to spotlight the Ventura County Safe Alprazolam Prescribing and Benzodiazepine Monitoring Program. The benefits of this program are numerous. We understand that there are less prescription drugs on the streets, that we've had less hospitalizations, and it has overall benefited public safety throughout Ventura County. And those responsible that we want to recognize include Dr. Brian Taylor, Dr. Celia Woods, and Patty Yoshida, Doctor of Pharmacy. These three are responsible for this program along with the County Board of Supervisors, and we want to acknowledge you with the 2017 Merit Awards. The next award that we want to recognize Ventura County for is the CSAC Challenge Award. The Ventura County Health Plan was facing the challenge of a significant staff reduction with no reduction in call volume. Calls regarding health plan eligibility were becoming increasingly time-consuming and for staff for both the health plan and the medical provider. So it's my understanding to solve this challenge, the Ventura County came up with a solution that would integrate both the healthcare insurance eligibility verification process with an application that is real-time and interfaces directly with the records of the health plan. This became integrated seamlessly in the hospitals in Ventura County and has greatly reduced costs and become more effective in getting health care to employees throughout Ventura County. And those that we want to recognize for this award include Dee Pupa, the Deputy Director of Healthcare Plan, Terry Theobald, Deputy Director of Healthcare Agency for IT, Tom Shirk, the IT Manager Healthcare Plan, as well as Kathy Gluckert, Services Administrator, Christina Turner, the Customer Services Manager, and Neil Michael, the Business Systems Analyst. Again, we want to congratulate all of your staff that have been responsible for both the Merit Award and the Challenge Award, and we greatly appreciate Supervisor Kelly Long in presenting these awards to the staff that have put in their hard work to make this innovative and more cost-effective for the County of Ventura. And we wish you all the best in dealing with response and recovery to the wildfires that are impacting Ventura County and all of our Southern California counties.
Supervisor
Thank
Long.
you.
Please.
Thank
And
you.
one, thank her first of all, because I know she was here last week, and we couldn't make it because of the fires, but I want to thank the CSAC officials for the presentation and also for giving us those awards, and I'm sure we have our people here today, so.
Yes,
we'll
thank
take
you.
over.
And if I could ask first the Merit Award to come up? Dr. Taylor and Associations. Thank you very much. We are now passing on this award. We'll take a picture in a minute, but if you wanted to say something.
Would you like to share a couple of words,
Would you like
or?
to share a couple of words?
Just many thanks. We're very happy to be here today to accept this on behalf of the department and our providers who are really responsible for doing this great work. We were able to decrease the number of alprazolam prescriptions from a start of 146 back in November of 2014 to a most recent count of 17. And it's not that this important medication isn't ever used, but is used responsibly. And the design goal was essentially to ensure that all of our doctors and nurse practitioners were safe prescribers of this and using evidence-based tools to ensure that there's decreased morbidity, mortality, and drug diversion. And we're happy to see that happening.
And we want to thank you because a lot of the misuse of prescriptions is happening throughout the United States, and we want to thank you for that,
Very good. And we'll, we're happy to put Ventura on the map. Dr. Woods and I are fortunate that a presentation has been accepted by the National Prescription Drug Abuse and Heroin Summit, which will be held in Atlanta. So we'll be sharing with others what we've done here.
Representative Ventura, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
We get a picture with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you one more time.
Thank you very much. The second award is the Challenge Award. So for the Health Insurance Eligibility app, if I can ask Tom and Dee to come up and your group.
We have a whole team here.
I know there's a whole team, there's not just one, ever.
Thank you very much.
May you show this off? Would anyone like to speak, just briefly? Yes, please.
I'd like to share a couple of words.
As Supervisor Long mentioned, it's a team, and I'm very grateful to my team for pulling together during a very challenging time that the plan had and coming up with this resolution. I would also like to thank the board, Mike, Catherine, for their continued support of the health plan. This is a tremendous honor, and Tom has assured me that he's going to put a pedestal at the healthcare plan with like a disco light showing the award. So this is a very proud moment for the plan, and thanks again to my tremendous team.
Thank you.
Dee, I want to thank you again and thank your staff and thank you for all the good things you do for the County of Ventura, putting us on the spotlight, and I really appreciate your good work. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Long, and make sure that you thank the people at CSAC, for the excellent awards and for the recognition of Ventura County. Michael?
I would just say, I do again want to thank Dr. Taylor and team and Dee and team, just because this kind of work goes on all the time under the radar. And it's important that people realize and hear about the work that's happening. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Receive and file. Okay, we need a motion. Second. Please vote. Okay, let me see. That is approved. Our next item is a time certain 9:45. We're an hour and plus late. And this is approval of the authorization for the harbor director to execute the following agreements and amendments to leases at the harbor. Lynn?
Good morning, members of the board. Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department. It's nice to hear some good news that we just got about the awards to the county. In the interest of your calendar, which I know is very full today, I'm going to keep this very brief. This is about a 2-year extension to options that would expire June of 18 with Channel Islands Harbor Properties, which is normally represented by Mr. Tellefson. He's not here today. The reason is that they have fulfilled all the requirements of the option agreement about a year ago, in fact, just over a year ago right now, but have been unable to move ahead due to the jurisdictional disputes that are ongoing between the county, the city of Oxnard, and the Coastal Commission. And so we're asking for an extension with no additional option fee for them to see whether this project will work itself out and move forward. This is at no fault of the developer that this has all happened. And it involves all three option areas, which would be the Fisherman's Wharf area, X3 on the west side, and the remainder of F and F1. So unless there are questions.
Thank you, Lynn. I have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5, 6, 7 people that like to speak. So I'd like to share with the folks 2 minutes. And the first speaker is Sandra McLaughlin, followed by Jackie Pinson. Sandra?
Yes, I do have Patsy Higgins is willing to give me her time. So
We'll just
I
go
could,
2 minutes at a time.
Pardon me?
2 minutes per individual. Thank you.
We
Good
can
morning.
Start her clock again.
Yeah, restart the clock.
Thank you.
please.
Are you going to, okay, I'm waiting for it.
Go ahead, we'll give you 2
Good
minutes.
morning, Chairman Zaragoza, board and community members. I'm Sandra McLaughlin. I'm here on behalf of Harbor and Beach Community Alliance. We would like to extend our sympathies to those who have lost their homes in the recent fires and hope that everyone will receive the help that they need to recover. Extending contracts appears to be contrary to what the California Coastal Commission indicated in their directive on October 12th at the resolution dispute hearing in Chula Vista. It was made clear that the Commission wanted this to move forward quickly, but it also made clear that the city has the right to determine what the local coastal plan amendment, if any, is approved and should be. The process does not include a requirement that the current project or Public Works Plan amendment be approved. The proposed request for a 2-year extension of the leased option allows the developer the ability to reject any request for modifications to the project for 2 years. It also precludes any possibility of alternative development options from other developers for at least 2 years. We, the community, are requesting answers to the following questions. Why are you requesting before a meeting with the city and the Coastal Commission? Why a 2-year extension requested when the lease option agreement specifically indicates the agreement can be requested for an extension in 1-year increments for a period of 3 years? The timing of this request appears as a vindictive and retaliatory act against the community and the city by the Harbor Department. There is no good reason why this cannot wait until after a meeting with the city and the Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Jackie Pinson, followed by Wendy Lee.
Thank you. I'm Jackie Pinson from Oxnard, California. I would like to ask that you not approve the Harbor Department's request to extend the ERNs for the additional parcels at Channel Islands Harbor. It has become quite clear that the residents of Ventura County would like an organized plan for development of the remaining parcels around the harbor with necessary services we need. There should be harbor, marine, and visitors serving for public use, since they were donated by local founding fathers for that purpose. There has been no support for maintenance of the existing properties that have been allowed to deteriorate, and businesses at Fisherman's Wharf have not been allowed to thrive. Oxnard and Port Hueneme have both supported their nearby businesses, which are now much more attractive to visitors. We need an open public process for input at Channel Islands Harbor, like the other public county areas have. The current apartments proposed for Fisherman's Wharf are not an appropriate land use in the coastal areas. And it appears that the Channel Islands Harbor Properties developer is not able or willing to make the changes necessary to be appropriate. It is time to allow others to have the option to bid on more appropriate projects. That is the reason for the time limit on ERNs. It's time to move on. Now that the harbor is included along the coastal trail, we should maintain the views and harbor-serving uses that the Channel Islands National Park has requested for their concessionaires. There are many better options for our public lands, and many of us would like to see an open public process for an organized plan for development, not more massive apartments restricting public access before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Lee, followed by Bill Higgins.
Hello, I'm Wendy Lee from Oxnard, California. The health of Fisherman's Wharf and its overall appearance has slowly deteriorated before our eyes, with the harbor director showing no accountability to those who entrusted her with that directorship privilege. Supervisor Foy made a pointed request that an operating agreement be completed for the Channel Islands Boating Center, but after years of waiting for this to happen, our harbor director has yet to produce a contract. And despite assertions otherwise, it's well known that residents of the harbor communities were not invited into the due process of a transparent and unbiased review during the planning discussions for the proposed massive Fisherman's Wharf apartment development. These issues and others too numerous and detailed to describe in 2 minutes are examples of the disrespect shown by our harbor director towards the Channel Islands harbor communities and to the County of Ventura, her employer. This level of unwillingness to genuinely engage with the harbor communities in planning for a healthy and sustainable future for Fisherman's Wharf is direly concerning. The county CEO and Board of Supervisors have a responsibility to the residents of our county in providing oversight to the performance of those who manage the Channel Islands Harbor. This is why we are asking that you not approve the amendments before us today or grant authorization for the harbor director to make specified modifications to any of the amendments. Where is the factual justification or credible evidence that it should be granted or approved? We are concerned that if this extension is granted prior to any agreement on the process or decisions by the county on how they think Fisherman's Wharf should be developed, then there will be little to no progress towards the goal of redeveloping a healthy Fisherman's Wharf, and Fisherman's Wharf will wind up continuing to degrade as it has been allowed to do over these past years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill Higgins, followed by Sumi Mishimi.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Bill Higgins. I'm here on behalf of the Harbor Beach Community Alliance. It's impossible for you to take the action you're being requested to make this morning. Your own agreement with this developer precludes it. Under the agreement, it approved in December of 15, the lease option agreement for Fisherman's Wharf on page 2 simply states, in no event shall the term of its agreement extend beyond 5 years. If you approve a 2-year agreement at this time, you're taking it to 7 years. The agreement doesn't allow it. The other problem with the agreement is that it clearly states that you may only approve agreements in 1-year increments. You may not do it in 2 years, for a total of 3 years. So if you try to do this morning, you're throwing your own rules out of the door. If the board approves this extension this morning, you'll be showing the community, the Coastal Commission, and the city of Oxnard that in order to ram this project through, you're willing to throw your own agreements away. Now, both parties can certainly approve by mutual agreement a new agreement, but that's not before us today. When you're ready to bring that forward, then we can hear the merits of that. But you're precluded from taking this action today. And in the spirit of today's meeting and the wonderful presentations you had earlier, each of you remember the elf on the shelf is watching you that you do the right thing today.
Thank you.
I'd like to hand in my statement to both the clerk of the board and to council.
Sumi, followed by Diane Delaney.
Don't give executive. Sorry, yeah. Following directions, laying down.
Mishimi.
My name is Sumi Mishima on behalf of Harbor and Beach Community Alliance, HBCA. The ERN extensions for 3 areas of Channel Islands Harbor reveals how little the county respects its citizens. To bundle these 3 different areas for 2 or more years with a single developer who primarily builds apartments makes no business sense and is strongly opposed by the community. By comparison, the Brighton Management project to replace the old Casa Serena Hotel was enthusiastically supported by the community. It passed a few years ago, but still no progress has been made, despite plans that were submitted to county planning 6 months ago. Meanwhile, the county inexplicably threw a wrench into the works by giving the Fisherman's Wharf developers, CIH Properties, an exclusive right to negotiate for Parcel F, which the hotel needs for parking. Now the county is giving both parcels F and F1, which is both the parking and the site of the actual hotel, to CIH Properties with a 2-year ERN. How does such a move support the Casa Serena replacement? Is it even legal when the hotel has already been approved? In September, we received a terse answer to a public information request that no date has been set for demolition or construction. The county appears to ignore a project the community supports and in fact ties up the Casa Serena replacement to a project the community strongly opposes, the 400 apartments at Fisherman's Wharf. By giving a 2-year ERN to CIH Properties, the county is promoting the apartments while obstructing the Casa Serena replacement. The county is willing to spend time and money, including sending 3 supervisors, Supervisor Bennett, Foy, and Long, as well as its CEO, Mr. Powers, and Harbor Director Lynn Krieger, to San Diego to the Coastal Commission to plead for the 400 Fisherman's Wharf apartments, but will not make the necessary effort to move the Casa Serena replacement into construction.
Thank you. Okay, Diane Delaney, followed by Patsy Higgins.
Ms. Krieger states the developer should be entitled to time beyond the contractual limits and fee waivers because the project has been delayed over a year due to a dispute between the county and city, which remains unresolved. Actually, the dispute is not unresolved, as when the county approved an ERN in 2014 and a lease option in 2015, and in 9 written rejections from the Coastal Commission, in numerous communications between the parties and the result of the dispute resolution hearing, the county and the developer need an LCP amendment from Oxnard. The harbor and developer choose to ignore the facts. Any extension calls for the developer to have acted diligently, and he has not. In fact, instead of assisting the county in applying for an LCP amendment over a year ago, the developer has only threatened litigation. That's all he's done. This contract calls for him to apply for land use entitlements without any assurance from the county that such will be granted, and he has refused to do so. I was at the Coastal hearing, and while the commission requested the parties try and work this out, in no way did they imply that the PWPA and this project must be accepted by the city as proposed. The city has all its options: no LCPA, a modified LCPA that would facilitate a project but not necessarily this project, and an LCPA that conforms with the current PWPA. Approving these extensions violates your contractual obligations as fiduciaries and shows bad faith as it flies in the face of the Commission's request to work this out. How can the county negotiate in good faith if these extensions are signed prior to meeting with the City and Commission? That's not how you negotiate. As to X3 and F1, they're not even due until March of 2018. It's inconceivable you would make that commitment now. Let it play out, negotiate in good faith on behalf of your constituents, not on behalf of the developer. Allow the hotel we all supported be built. If you want revitalization of the harbor, that will start the process. Please read the contract. It doesn't allow you to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Patsy Higgins, she had to leave. Okay. Board members? Lynn, you want to come back?
Do we have a copy of the original contract? Okay, and I'm just wondering the points that they raised.
Yes, I'm going to respond to some of those for you. It is possible to
Excuse
extend the
me,
agreement.
before you do,
Yes.
could I just ask County Council to respond on the
Thank you.
legal questions of what we can do? Right, thank you.
Well, the first short response is the matter before you is to amend the contract. That the whole point of the item is to amend it from 2 years to 4 years, from 5 years to 7.
So
There are
that we
other
can
details,
legally do
of course.
So,
Okay.
So yes, this
Lynn?
is as Mr. Higgins mentioned, this is an amendment by mutual consent of the parties. The developer side of the party has already signed the amendment if the board chooses to approve it. So it's exactly what County Council was talking about. It's an amendment of the existing agreement. Just in response to a few of the comments regarding lack of public access, I think as you all know, there were well over 20 public meetings and changes were made to the project as a result of that. There also has been a special input location on the website where we do get requests that's been there for, I think, 2 years now. The Coastal Commission did not say there should be no extension. In fact, the Director of the Coastal Commission and the Chair are well aware that this item is moving ahead today. And the Director did say clearly that while the Commission did not step in on October 12th, that permitting authority lies under the PWP and is always with the county unless the county should choose to give it up and the Coastal Commission agree. There was mention of all of the new visitors serving in Oxnard. Part of the point is that is all new. It is all also mixed use, and many of you who were in the area remember that went forward with great opposition. It took well over a decade for that project to be approved. So as to the hotel parcel, just so you know, they are in plan check. They have moved along very well. There was an issue that came up that had to do with stormwater retention that required some rethinking of part of the plans. That has been done. Those are all stamped off, and they are moving toward finishing their permit. I'm still anticipating construction will start this winter. I'm hoping for rain, but I'm not hoping for rain at the same time. We desperately need the rain, but some dry time would help. And the F1 that is here is not the hotel portion of the end of the peninsula. As the board might recall, Challenge Harbor Properties had the entire end of the peninsula at one time under an exclusive right to negotiate and gave it up when the hotel stepped forward and have stepped aside, but there is a small remaining portion. The option agreement only covers that area. And in terms of the developer not being willing to apply for a local coastal plan amendment, that is also not the case because they don't have possession. There is no lease in force yet. The county would be the applicant for the local coastal plan amendment, and that's where the one of the issues comes in. So unless you have other questions, I just thought I'd clarify at least those matters.
Any questions of Lynn? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? I got a first and second. I'd like to share a couple of comments. First of all, I just want to share that long after I took office in 2009, I learned that the Fisherman's Wharf project was not zoned for residential at that time. When I questioned staff about that, I was told that zoning a change would be necessary. And I was also told that the city of Oxnard was willing to amend the LCP, the local coastal plan, for this project because it fit their future plans. Based on the information, I supported the project. So here we are today. The city does not want to amend the LCP. It appears also that the Coastal Commission does not want to interfere with this project. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on what I've heard, it seems to me that finding common ground would be very difficult, if almost impossible. I'd like to add that I'm very disappointed at this stage of the project that we're struggling with something that should have happened a long time ago. Consequently, board members and staff members, I want to reiterate, the city of Oxnard does not want to amend the LCP. The Coastal Commission appears that they do not want to intervene. In addition, I continue to hear from constituencies of residents in that area of the Challenge Harbor their concerns. That causes me concerns regarding this project. Along with the dialogue that we're hearing from the city, that undermines my confidence in reaching an agreement. And in all fairness also to the Channel Islands Properties LLC, besides causing them additional business expenses and delays, at this time I believe that I cannot continue to support this item. So I'm going to not support item 1 to 4 of this agenda item.
I'd like to make a comment. In regards to the well-being of the Fisherman's Wharf, the whole area of the Channel Islands, I go there many times a week. And I think for our community, those that have talked with me are really looking forward to getting it redeveloped, getting things fixed. So it is the shining beacon that it should be for Ventura County. So in any way that we can do that, and public comments and feedback is very important. This extension of the contract has nothing to do with not receiving public feedback, and I want to make sure that we are always open to that, and we will continue on this project. So I want to knock that off. We are very much about the community and so forth, but we are also should be working together as a team to revitalize that area. But I will be voting yes on this.
Thank you for the comments. Again, I lived in Oxnard all my life and love Fisherman's Wharf. I was at there many, many years with my family, and it needs a lot of repairs and et cetera. But right now, with the what I mentioned before, with the LCP now being amended by the City of Oxnard, the Coastal Commission, again, not willing to interfere at this portion, and also, again, the residents of the area have major, major concerns, and I hear it over and over again. And again, I believe that we need to be fair with the developer too, that if this is going to continue, then we should be fair because they're expending quite a few dollars. So please vote.
Yeah, let me just say that, if I can, real quick, Steve, it's ever since I've been here, now finishing 11 years today, this has always been an issue at the harbor. And it comes back to a lot of things. People don't like the process but love the results. Lynn, you could probably tell us how many people were against toppers going in that place, right? And I got a house down at the harbor, and I got a boat in the harbor, and I can tell you, people love being there, and they want to see more things come. And the other thing is, then people talk about, well, we get a little bit of traffic if we get some more of these apartments. You know what? When you really get into it, there's so much misinformation. Since 40%, maybe 50% of the houses down there around are occupied. So it's the base that has all the traffic. It's the base that opens up. It is, no matter what anybody wants to tell you, 14,500 people, just talk to the former commander, come on that base every morning, every night. That's the traffic issues you deal with. But at the end of the day, you hear nothing about, we'd love to hear it look better. We'd love to see all this change and get rid of how it looks and get the roads paved and have it beautiful. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what people really are going to want. They're not going to claim. But I've been through this. People don't like change, and they don't like the process, but they'll love the result, because I guarantee you there's people who fought against toppers that probably show up there and eat, and all the other restaurants that are there. So we have an opportunity to take something that not everybody has, which is a harbor, and to make it a spectacular place to enjoy for all of us. And remember, it's a county piece. It's not just all the residents. I know myself, when I'm down there, my wife's down there, I know. Every once in a while there's traffic, but it's not the end of the world. We get to enjoy the harbor. We have to have that opportunity, and all we're doing here is asking people to continue and let some of these people who are willing to spend millions of their own dollars, I don't even know why they do, to be honest with you, because it takes forever, but they seem to think it's worth it to improve all of our lives. So I'm going to support this.
Okay, please vote.
Yeah.
Parks?
It has become apparent that this is kind of like putting a round peg in a square hole. And there's a part of this option agreement that we would sign now and agree to that said it's whereas external circumstances beyond the control of the developer and the county have delayed the completion of the project. I don't really think it's external. I think it has been a lack of being able to refine the project that has delayed it, quite frankly, because it is opposed by the city of Oxnard. Mm-hmm. There are certain requirements that the city has, and I don't see any work towards that effort, but we still have the opportunity to do that. And there will be a meeting with the city and the county to discuss the proposal itself and to see the seriousness of the fact that we need something that is going to be acceptable to the residents, certainly more acceptable than what's being proposed now. And that will really parlay into the acceptance of the Coastal Commission. So I would like to be able to hold off on this, whether that's a vote no or to delay, and give that ability to start working in earnest to get a project that's going to be acceptable to the city. We really haven't had any planning commission hearings or discussions about what the residents want to see. It has really gone to the point of what is the mission of our county at Fisherman's Wharf? What is our mission? Is it to put in high-end apartments? Is that what our goal is? Or is it to, make a vibrant harbor? And if that means more commercial development than housing, for example, or what that takes, I think we need to look at that than to look at what will make the most money for the developer, because that I don't think is necessarily what our goals should be. So at this time, I think we need to look at the project itself. And we have that opportunity with the upcoming meeting. And so at this point, I think holding off on renewing this lease for another couple of years. Because it really has turned into kind of a holding zone. We've been waiting a long time for something to happen. I don't see anything moving quickly unless we do go and work cooperatively and find something that is more acceptable to the city and the residents out there.
Michael, you got additional information?
To your point, Supervisor Parks, is we do have an upcoming meeting with the Executive Director of the Coastal Commission, Jack Ainsworth, as well as city leadership to develop a path forward. We had one scheduled for this past Wednesday, but of course, because of the fires, we have to continue.
Supervisor.
And I think it might be worth waiting and hearing from that meeting if there are some serious changes. And I think this would send a message by holding off on this that we are looking at trying to break the logjam that is there.
I just want to share here by voting no on this particular item, agenda item, does not mean I don't support the businesses here at the harbor and the residents, because the businesses have done tremendous amount of work there at the harbor. Steve Bringer's done a good job. The Corinthians done a good job. The Toppers is one of the best pizza places probably in the whole county, and we have quite a few businesses that are doing a lot of work out there and a lot of support. I want to support them. Because I'm voting on this particular item does not mean I don't support those folks, but I believe at this time, as I mentioned before, with the city not approving the LCP and also the Coastal Commission not working with us and the residents sharing their concerns. That's why I'm at this time.
Could I just say, I know Supervisor Bennett wants to speak, but I just wanted to say that the developer has hung in there, and it does have the resources, and the idea that they can refine this project, they should be able to do that. Not necessarily that we need to abandon the developer, but rather insist that we get a project that's different.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. I think we're all trying to be clear in terms of our votes here. I'm not the least bit interested in making the most money for the developer. It's not in my. I am interested in getting an appropriate project there that replaces the actual blight. That means that I can't be completely callous to the financial implications of a project. And so this is not to make the most money for the developer. It's to make enough money for the developer that somebody is willing to actually make the investment to improve the area. And we've had it blighted for 17 years or more because that investment hasn't taken place. We had lots of opportunities for people to make the investment in just commercial real estate because we didn't have to get a zoning change for all that stuff. Nobody would make the investment for the commercial real estate of the kind of scale that we need there unless we could combine it with the housing. So somebody stepped forward 5 years ago or so. Somebody stepped forward and said they were willing to do that, but they said we're going to have to spend a lot of money to do that. They've spent that money, and now now the question is, should we have this extension? I just, to be responding this way, it reminds me of the BIS, the Boating Instruction Safety Center that we had there. What was clearly something that's good for Ventura County, a boating instruction safety center in the Channel Islands Harbor. If you asked, 100 people, you'd have 90 of them say, that makes sense, that's good, right? But if you watch the board hearings here, it was the most personal, vehement, vicious kind of attacks on that boating instruction safety center. And we had a choice. Multiple times it was the community doesn't want it. Well, when you say the community doesn't want it, you mean the people that live close there didn't want it, but that doesn't mean the people of Ventura County didn't want it. And we represent Ventura County with this harbor. But there were many times when we were asked, pull the plug on that boating instruction safety, pull the plug. It took a long time, 10 years, maybe 8 years, 14 years, right? It took 14 years, but we didn't pull the plug and we finally got it done. I just believe it just takes a long time to get stuff done in the harbor because of the opposition that's out there. So unlike the BISC, I would hope that people would keep this an argument about the merits of the project only and not say Ms. Krieger is a nefarious person, the board has nefarious motives, all of that stuff. I honor and respect people have the right to come, and I respect that they have the right to feel like this isn't the right project. That's fine, that's the democratic process. But it's a complicated project, it's a complicated issue, and I want to respect the partnership that this Board of Supervisors entered into. Because if we don't respect that partnership, I think we're going to find it very unlikely that other people are going to step forward and say, you know what, I'll take a fly at putting millions of dollars into a project that has to go get a lot of different approvals, and we may be there for a long time. The final thing I just want to say, I said it about Matilahaw Dam. Removing Matilahaw Dam is a complicated project, and I said it. There were like 50 people in the room, and I basically said, almost any one of the 50 people in the room could kill the Matilahaw Dam removal project anytime they wanted to, because it only could happen with people coming on board. But I mean, I shouldn't say it only could happen, but anybody could throw monkey wrenches at a delicate, complicated project like that. And that's why Matilahaw Dam, it's one of the reasons Matilahaw Dam has taken so long to be removed. Same things here. It is easy to stop something. It is hard to do something. And sometimes when you have something hard to do, you have to stay resolute in trying to be fair with everybody, but still not abandon people that have made investments in the energy that you put into it. So I will be voting yes on the extension of this as we go forward.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Okay, please vote. So everybody voted? Brian? Okay, well, thank you. That's approved. Okay. Thank you.
And best of luck in the meeting with the county and the city.
That's right. Our next item is item 64. It's a public hearing regarding the adoption of amendment to the 2017-19 MOU between the County of Ventura and Service Employees International, Local 721. Sean?
Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Sean Otten, Human Resources Director. This is a simple amendment to the SEIU contract regarding market-based premiums. It is no cost, no substantive change in any of the maximums. We've been very fortunate to work with the SEIU. Actually, our very own county council has been instrumental in getting this done. And I want to thank also Becerra for working with us and getting this, getting the structure of the amendment. The meat of it is just that it's all changes are going to be publicly available here on, outward, and with any changes going forward.
Thank you, Sean.
Let me just say that I appreciate both your patience and all the stuff through the retirement board and everybody. It was I don't know, what's this, a year long, year and a half, 2 years long?
At least a year.
Yeah, a couple of years long, and doing that. And so it's a long time coming. I appreciate Ms. Powers.
I want to open the public hearing. I don't have any speakers on this public hearing item. I don't know speakers.
On board with this.
I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make motion.
Okay, we're going to first and a second. Please vote. This item was continued from the 5th, but it's... Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's approved.
You all.
Item 65 is approval of an agreement of Public Works Agency, Transportation Department to provide engineering management services to assist the city of Oxnard with the Rice Avenue, 5th Street, great separation with the city of Oxnard.
So what is this? These engineers want to build stuff? Is that what it is, man? Jeez.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency. You're all very familiar, I'm sure, with the intersection of 5th and Rice in Oxnard, where the rail crossing is. The purpose of this item is for us to assist the city with the design and construction of a grade separation, a bridge, essentially over 5th Street in the rail crossing. They're currently under the preliminary design or environmental documents. Those documents should be released for public comment prior to the end of this month, with the construction expected to start relatively quickly after that. Your board is aware the commission approved, the Transportation Commission approved last week a letter to support getting funding through SB1 for this project, and we will be reimbursed at the rates your board has approved for this.
Thank you, David. As you know, that tragedy happened in 2015 with the Metrolink in a truck where one person was killed and 30 others were injured. And this, of course, one of the important things is the safety for our constituency. And also we want to thank Public Works, and Dave for stepping up, and helping the city of Oxnard, because my understanding the city of Oxnard does not have the personnel at this time to really tackle this project. But I want to commend Public Works, for helping us out, and also VCTC also approved this item. So,
and this is good government. We don't
good government.
We've got great resources here. Why do they have to duplicate those in the cities when we can all work together? So, yeah.
And of course, the city of Oxnard really appreciates this tremendously, and it's a good project. And I want to thank Assemblyperson Jackie Irwin also for stepping in with the funding. Absolutely.
I was speaking with Chairman Brian McDonald, and we were discussing this project and what a good joint effort this was for Oxnard and Ventura. Mm-hmm. And I made sure that the door is always open to work with us, and vice versa. I think that makes us a stronger Ventura County. And for us, like we have the example of the fires, we should be doing this more. So thank you very much for everybody to jointly put this together and make it safe for our community.
And also it's going to help us not only in the safety end of it, but it's also going to help the harbor to transport a lot of the goods out of the harbor right to Highway 101, which is another major corridor for Ventura County, the harbor, and city of Oxnard, So what's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion.
And I'll second that. Okay, they've got a first and a second. Please vote. Supervisor Bennett. And that is approved. Thank you, Dave. Our next item is item 66, and this is a public hearing. The proposed increase of water rates and service charges, and this is for the Moore Park area. Michaela?
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Chair Zaragoza, members of the board.
This is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. Okay.
Straight to the public?
Go ahead.
Yes, so this is a hearing on water rate increases for Waterworks District 1, which is the city of Moore Park and the surrounding unincorporated areas. I do have a presentation, but I can kind of quickly go to the key slides or just stand by for questions.
Did anybody have any questions on this? This is a public hearing. I don't have any speakers on this item.
And I did want to note that there were some letters that we received on, I think, all the different water rate increases proposed today that we did receive them. I know there were residents concerned that we had not, but last night, I believe, they were presented to the board.
They were posted online.
Okay. So I do not have it. Anybody like to share anything on this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board? You got a first and a second. Please vote.
Thanks, Michaela, for your work.
Could I ask while you're here, I just have a nagging question that we have used a lot of water in fire suppression, right? Has there been an impact in our region because of areas like Ventura were already in a drought situation? Do you have some thoughts on that?
There hasn't been any impact in our areas, although we are going to be working with Ventura Water to look at some lessons learned on redundancies for pumping systems and electrical
Probably not a question
systems.
for you then. It's not really our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Okay, our next item is item 67. This is receive and file a presentation, prioritization criteria for bike lane construction. Dave? Bike lane. David?
Good morning again, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Ventura County Public Works Agency. And if you could bring the PowerPoint up, please. Hopefully. There we go. At your July 25th board meeting, we provided a presentation on bike lane criteria. During that presentation, you asked us to go away and do some additional work, and that's what I'm back to discuss today. And I'll try to make this as quick as I can, because I know you have a busy agenda. These are the 4 items that you asked us to look at the last meeting, and I'll go through each one of these individually. The first was looking at what we called in the presentation Category A bike lanes, and those are those roads that we have that currently have paved shoulders that are not currently striped or signed or marked as bike lanes. And we committed to doing those as a part of our routine process through either resurfacing projects or just getting our O&M folks out to do that. It's about 48 miles of bike lanes, and we are working through the process to do that and expect to have that done within the next year or two. You asked us to go do some additional public outreach, primarily with the 2 bike groups, the Cycle California Coast and the Santa Monica Mountains Bike Club. We went and made a presentation to the Cycle California Coast group, provided the information on the criteria that we were using, and provided that information also through Supervisor Parks to the Santa Monica Mountains group. We did get some feedback on the criteria and what their preferences were, but essentially no additional added criteria or things any different than what we were already using.
Can I also include that our district, we asked around and they were pretty good with it, so
Great.
No additions.
So as part of our discussion with you, it became apparent that your board's desire was for us to proceed with what were considered the Category B projects independently, and that you wanted us to provide criteria for those for your board to consider. This is an attachment that is in your board letter, and I have it up here, but I'm going to go through each of the areas fairly quickly on this. First is the safety and comfort criteria. Based upon guidance from your board, we increased the average points assigned to average bicycle counts. Please note in this, we do say TBD, partly because we're doing a lot of research and there's no consistent direction on how do you count bicycles, what do you use, what criteria. So we've got heat maps, we've got bicycle counts, we've got other things we're looking at, and we will continue to try to pursue that, but at this time there isn't a definitive tool to use that makes sense that we can apply an individual criteria for that. Additionally, we reduced the point value and the average daily traffic counts on the individual roads based upon what the actual counts are that we have on our roads. On the route readiness, because we're doing only the Category B with these, we removed the constructability because they all would get the same score. And then we, based on your board's direction, we increased the amount of points for whether they're identified in either the bicycle wayfinding plan or a bicycle master plan. So you can see that there we double the points if they're in both, and if it's in the wayfinding plan it gets 6, if it's in the master plan it gets 4, and if it's in neither it gets none. For sustainability and economic benefit, we went back and took a look. There were some questions about what did rural community mean, and as we looked at that a little bit more, it didn't really seem to make sense to have a separate criteria, so either it's urban or rural. There's nothing in between in terms of a point score. We consolidated the regional destinations and routes and the connectivity essentially into one item because it seemed to be a bit redundant, and so it was a little simpler, and then we increased the points for that connectivity. And finally, the request was to provide more points for those projects that already had some sort of funding, so we doubled the amount of points for those projects that already had some sort of funding provided initially. So with that, we then took those criteria and ranked the existing Category B projects that we have. Obviously minus, we didn't include any points in here for the bicycle counts because we don't really have a good way to do that at this point. And this is the prioritized list based upon the criteria that I just provided to you. You'll note on this list that we have one fully funded project on the list already, and that's the Phase 1 or the east portion of Potrero Road. We have several partial, so we have, excuse me, I misspoke. We have 4 fully funded projects that you see up there, and they're in that light green color. That's the east portion of Potrero, Casitas Vista, Sespe, the 2 phases of that, and those were funded with grant funding that we recently received. We have partial funding, that's the design for the second phase of Potrero, and then we have 2 projects that are on what's called the shelf list from VCTC for either the CMAQ or the ATP, or for the CMAQ money should some of those projects not make it through that other folks had. We also wanted to be able to have criteria for future projects as well, and so we went and looked at essentially the same criteria, but added back in the constructability portion, which we felt was important going forward. So if we identify new bike lanes that are not in the wayfinding or master plan that the board desires, that we think have an important connectivity or need, they would then use this criteria. You'd either use the category B if they're essentially have a shoulder that just needs to be resurfaced or surfaced, or we've got 2 categories of C basically on the difficulty of construction. So all the rest of the criteria are the same. So you'll see here it's 115 points instead of 100 because we've added in the constructability. So based upon that, this is the recommended action for your board.
Okay, any questions of Dave?
I just really want to compliment taking the input and making the adjustments. I think you have a really good process that ended up with a great list on criteria, and it does very much reflect. I think we had a couple dozen, maybe a little bit more, people who filled out a survey asking them what they thought of the criteria and what they thought would be the most important. And certainly safety was number 1 up there, so it's good to see that reflected with the most points. I do have one question. I know that we adopted also adding off-road, separated bike paths into the process, and I don't think they would really fall into that criteria that are there, but I know we have the Ojai bike path we're looking at, one at Cal State Channel Islands, if we can move that between that and the train station, and then also Casacaneo has an area. But I'm just wondering how you see, if you have thoughts on that, the prioritization of those kind of efforts for funding.
Sure. The second set of criteria I provided would be used for any additional projects, whether they're in the road right-of-way or not in the road right-of-way. Our expectation is, presuming your board approves these criteria, we will be back to your board probably in the late spring, summer timeframe with our strategic master plan for all projects. And that would include any additional projects.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not quite sure what you mean when you say the second set of criteria.
That's this set right here. It's what would be
other bike lanes.
Because things like you're not going to have average daily traffic, for example, because it's an off-road, you're not on that.
Then it would get no. I mean, if there's no traffic, it would.
But
get no
I do
points
think
for
this was devised really thinking about on-road, so we might want to, there aren't that many out there to begin with, so, it's probably not that critical, but it's just something to consider in the future.
My sense, in the spirit of cooperation, my sense is those are specific enough that we'll be able to have an intelligent conversation about them and go, well, of course, there's not going to be any current traffic on them because they don't exist or whatever. I'm sure we can handle it.
I'll also note that for those types of projects, the vision for this criteria is primarily for those that we would be applying for grant funding for, and for most of the processes we have the ability to apply for grants. Those projects would not score very high, so they would be something that would be on an individual basis through your board to address as individual projects.
That's an excellent point. The types of grants that you apply for roads, the types of grants that are separated, bike paths and others, aren't necessarily specific to roadways, but there is funding out there, SB1 and all that for these kind of bike paths, so we want to make sure we stay on top of that to move forward on them where we can. Those are the safest possible way you can ride your bike.
Supervisor Bennett?
And then other elected officials have helped with some of those big projects like the Ojai Bike Trail and that stuff, so you get actual direct funding from the state legislature or whatever. My compliments to great job in terms of the process and in terms of criteria. And, my sense in going through it is you could sit there and keep nitpicking, this really should be a little bit more, this should be a little bit less. It certainly passes it passes muster. It's good enough. And part of why you don't, the pressure's off in terms of that is the wonderful commitment that we had from Supervisor Foy to fund all of them, because then it's just, all you're arguing about
I
is
remember
when-
that. I remember that.
Is when they're going to happen.
Dollar a year is
It's just when they're going to happen, not if they're going to happen. And so, but it was remarkable that, I do want to remind us that is a little bit of the issue. We made a commitment. We said we're going to try to put a certain amount of money and get all these done in a 5-year period of time. That's really a dramatic change in bicycle safety and bicycle convenience and bicycle connectivity in Ventura County. It's a commitment this board made, and I think my jaw still is a little sore from dropping when I had that commitment, but thank you very much, and we're out there. And so anyway, nice job on this. Appreciate it.
And we'll look to your board's guidance as we move through the budget process of how you want us to proceed with that portion of it. So.
Do we need a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Yeah, and I'll second, but I just wanted to make a comment in regards to bike lanes. I've spoke with many people in which they have ideas as to what roads should be taken care of. And I have to repeatedly remind them that the county has our roads, but the cities also have theirs. And some people are not able to differentiate. So when they say they want a bike lane to Santa Paula, we have a
They
great
can differentiate, use ours are nicer.
But I'm just suggesting, and I'm sure it's already happening, is just to make sure that this information of what roads and bike lanes are being done by the county are shared with the cities that connect, so that we could work together on that for the good of the people.
Okay, please vote.
Those collaborations often bring forward the projects too with the cities.
Okay. And that is approved. I'd like to share with item 68, CO. We have a closed session item at noon.
There's a lot to juggle around here with this
Community choice
agenda.
Some people.
Yeah, I do think we have people here for
Let me,
69, so is that what you're looking at?
I got a recommendation that we do 70, 71. 70, 71, the water rates, and 72. Right? Okay. There are public hearings. The public hearings, and we're going to open the public hearings on 70, and then we'll go 71, 72.
Right, Chair, members of the board, for the record, I'm Michaela Brown, Director of Water and Sanitation with the Public Works Agency. This hearing this morning is to discuss the proposed water rate increases for Waterworks District 1. I want to note that to date, we've only received 56 protest letters, and the one highlight was that the cost increases really are just minor pass-throughs for the increase in Callega's state water.
Okay, thank you, and I'm going to open the public hearing, and I do have one speaker for item 70, that's Gary Busrup. Gary? Busrup.
Yeah, I'd like to express my thanks to the board there.
2 minutes.
Okay, very quickly. Okay. First, I have to apologize that I'm here to complain, I guess, for water rates when some people don't even have a home. So that makes me a little bit ashamed, and I had to say that publicly. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I'm going to contradict myself in a second, but I really want to commend Michaela and her staff. They have done a great job. We have communicated with them, seeing the community and working this out. So in part, I agree with what she has done. I do have a concern. I'm wondering that something like this is going to happen year after year. We're looking at a 5 to 6% increase in water rates that seem to go just year after year after year. And I'm one person who likes to control his costs. And I would suggest, although I don't know if it's viable or not, that we hold those rates to at least the cost of living, which is something like 2%. Michaela has been very forthcoming about this. There are certain elements that are involved that push this rate to about, I think it's 6%, if I'm correct. I would still ask that we look for ways to conserve, we look for ways to hold those prices down. Water is a commodity. I can't go to another supplier. I have only one faucet. The water comes from one source. I have no choice. which leads me to another thing, is that I said to her that I was concerned that as people use less and less water to hold their prices down, we'll spiral out of control. And the infrastructure has to be supported. It needs rates to support that. It needs income. And as people use less of it, they have to find income from another source, which is obviously increasing those rates. So I'm worried about this endless spiral that'll keep going on. Let me assure you, and then I'll end with this, that I come from a community of means. I think that the individuals can afford this rate. That's indicated by the very poor, and I apologize for this, the very poor outcome of these complaints. But I live in a community now of AstroTurf and dead trees. And I'm looking forward to putting concrete over my house as well. That's to hold my rates down.
Gary,
Thank
you, Gary.
Yes.
Say real quick, Gary.
Yes, sir.
You kind of summed it up, and Michaela tell you.
Yeah.
You know, there's fixed cost.
Yes.
We have the water project of the state that we have, Met has fixed cost. No matter if we have 1 gallon or 1 billion gallons, they charge us the same amount for that fixed cost.
I realize that.
And it's a killer.
Yes.
I mean, we went through this for years up here, and this whole board trying to understand, had the state down. Everybody, we go out and we just gangbusters and save all this water. Your rates go up because you didn't sell enough water. All of a sudden it rains, you never have to water your lawn. We've got to charge you more because you didn't buy enough water. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's something that's so counterintuitive to all of us in that sense. But you got to expect that it's going to go up 4, 5, 6%. I mean, we're trying to do it. We Supervisor Bennett and I had talked about this. We didn't do it. No, and then boom, it goes up 20 or 30%. We used to have the former director. We call him the 20 or 30% man. Every time he came up, it's 30% rate increase.
That's why I'm.
I mean, Michaela's been trying to be as upfront as possible about all this stuff, and but you are right. It's hard. People get so frustrated with this.
I just don't want to, I don't know what the solution is. I rely on your expertise and certainly her staff.
And they've go through it, even if they've laid off 100% of all the people. That's such a minimal part of it. It's the water cost, electricity costs. I think I heard 50 or 60% of all the power we use in this state is just to pump water around.
Correct. Yeah.
So all these things are just make it really difficult. But I appreciate you coming to talk about it because you kind of understand it.
I do.
It's a tough place.
Yes.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you.
I appreciate those comments. I do want to say this, when you said hold it to CPI.
Yes.
I mean, the one thing that I think I probably feel we would all say with great certainty, 10 years from now, water is going to cost a lot more than it does now in California.
Right.
And it will have gone up by a lot more than the consumer price index. It's just, you say, what's the solution? I don't think there is a solution in terms of that. I think the solution is instead of it going up by 12 or 15%, we might be able to get it to only go up by 6 or 7. But we're not going to be able to hold it to the cost because we don't control that much of it. You're on state water, and state water comes all the way down through the system. They pass the rate on to us. They've been passing 10%. For a number of years, they passed 10% water rate increases to us, and we raised your rates 5 or 6%. Now, that's what we can do. In other words, not having a 10% increase get passed on to you is as good as it can get, but it'll never get down to the point where it's the 2% that we are with the rate of inflation at this point in time. And with all of the new state requirements and the drought and the new projects, water will become the precious resource in California, and it will get more expensive.
Steve, all I can say is that I'm not going to be that pessimistic about it.
Great.
I've lived in California in this county all my life.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the rates go from practically zero all the way up to what they are now.
Right.
I realize there's infrastructure. I realize that water is imported. It's expensive. But there's got to be an end somewhere, okay, other than concrete.
Let me just say real quick, I think there will be, and Michaela can tell you that.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
When we get to the point where water gets high enough, the desalination issues will help stabilize those rates because we'll be able to take a lot of our own water that we have that you can't drink.
Yes.
But that's got to add another, $600 or something per acre foot by the time it gets to that level.
Yeah.
And then depending on what our power is, because desalination takes tons of power.
I understand.
I know that Kagas has got the brine line. They're trying to expand that. So there's some ways to start stabilizing that. But at the end of the day, I think Supervisor Bennett's right, though. Even if we can control that, we still have these other costs.
But we have the pass-throughs too, you know, we got to pay the Callegas, we got to pay Met, we got to pay all those folks, and
That's
that
exactly
pass-through is
what-
what we're looking at.
I had that conversation with Michaela, exactly the same thing. It was, I made the joke that sooner or later I'm going to water my lawn with water from Costco.
There you go.
Just think about the farmers and all the people trying to grow stuff, how you're dealing, like me, with just my grass, but you're dealing with, I mean, with those people, it's
Okay,
killing us.
thank you so much.
Thank
We
you,
need a
appreciate it.
We need a motion on this item. Okay, get a motion.
Michaela, I didn't
Second.
say thank you last time you went.
Please
to
vote.
At Moore Park City Council, and I appreciate all the stuff you guys were doing there.
I know we have a public hearing in a little while, but we'll go real quickly on 71 and 72. By the way, this is a public hearing, and go ahead, we'll open the public hearing, 71. And this
Right,
is the SOMAS.
Chair, members for the board, for the record, I'm Michaela Brown, Director of Water and Sanitation for the Public Works Agency. This is a hearing for Agenda Item 71, proposed water rate increases for Waterworks District 19 in the SOMAS area. We have to date received 13 protest letters, and again, the highlights here is just the pass-through of increased costs. In addition, the infrastructure here is in particularly bad shape, and we are actually looking and finally building up reserves enough to be able to accelerate some of the pipeline repair projects that we so desperately need in this district.
Thank you, Michaela. And this is a public hearing. I do have a speaker, and it's Brini Coates.
Good morning.
Where's Brini? Mhm.
I'm
Good morning.
focusing more on agricultural water rates, and in my presentation I handed out there, I'm focusing on trying to understand the rationale for changing rates. So in the 70s, it was a time of very high inflation, and the water rates were increased for the first time in 10 years. Now, in a period of low inflation, the rates are being increased every year. So that would be point number one. Point two is the magnitude of the increase from 1975 to the present is 20 times, or 2,000+%. So that makes it very hard on agriculture to be viable. So I would have two questions of the water district. One, or maybe suggestions. One would be to show other staples, products, highly used items that have gone up a factor of 20 times since 1975. And I think that would help people understand. You'd kind of say, you know, okay, so I understand this. And the second thing that I would like to see is an analysis of an existing farm operation. The entity could remain anonymous, but just show that farming is still viable using District 19 water.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to try to answer a couple of the gentleman's questions and stuff, and that is that, you know, back when people were using groundwater, which you basically only had to pay for the price of lifting the water out of the ground, to now when you have imported water, the difference is enormous in terms of the cost. And so that's just one, and until every ag operation is a little bit different in terms of whether they're still on groundwater, whether they're part of an agency where they're actually buying the water, et cetera. But there is a period when you, quote, harvest a resource that is plentiful and it's not very expensive. But as that resource starts to run out and becomes more precious, the cost of it goes up very dramatically. So comparing it to some other cost, and different farms in different situations with different water equations are going to have different profitability analysis to them. I'm not, I completely appreciate what your question is, and it is a fundamental issue we have here. But you hit the nail on the head. It's the same thing Supervisor Foy and I were saying. You said in the 1970s, period of high inflation, you only had one water increase in 10 years. That's because when you're lifting a plentiful resource, there wasn't a need for a water increase. But now that you're on state water and you've got all of that, one, and then two, there was a court ruling that said you can't keep giving ag water at a subsidized rate, subsidized by M&I producers. You literally have to charge ag the true cost of the water. Those two things have changed since the 1970s. So I offer that to you in the spirit of trying to help you.
No,
We're all scratching our heads here and trying to answer the question, but.
And thank you for sharing. You know, this, I'm sure we have no other speakers, so thank you so much for your testimony. This is a public hearing. I don't have any additional speakers. Anything else?
I'm fine.
Thank you, sir.
I
So
do
if
have
not,
a
I'm going to close it.
question. I have a question for Michaela, if I can.
Okay.
I-
I'm going to close the public hearing. Go ahead.
If my understanding is of the law that Supervisor Bennett was talking about, we can't subsidize agricultural users with like residential users, but a separate source or something that wouldn't be prohibitive.
Right, something like unrestricted revenues, which we're trying to do. It's one of the reasons we felt we could weather just a 3.5%, essentially 3.8% increase for ag this time versus.
And that concept of kind of weathering through this, we have just recently had a huge jump in their water rates out there, and it is primarily the small grower, small farmer out there in the Somas area that are most hit by this because the large ones have their wells. And there is, I think, going to be an impact as a result of the increased water rates, i.e. they're not going to be growing trees anymore. The trees that are there are going to die. So there is, in my mind, if there was a way that we could weather this. And so the question I have is, a lot of my understanding is the increase is to assist in the improvement of the capital system, the infrastructure, as opposed to the cost of the water. And so I just wonder what percentage of this is coming from the infrastructure costs. And if that's something, and I put it out there, you know, I know we've got some major old pipes there, but they've also been major old pipes for decades. You know, is this something that, you know, getting us through the winter, for example, there will be, you know, we'll see an increased water availability. But I just feel like in some sense we need to do an analysis of what is the impact going to be, and do we want to accept that impact? Because once they're gone, you know, the trees. So just big question, but primarily if you could explain the increase is going for, how much of that increase is going for the capital infrastructure?
Right, of the 7% increase for residential, close to 6% is for all the increased cost, and we added 1% to kind of help start funding the long-term infrastructure improvements. Because most of those we try to do long-term loans on them, so then it's just paying off, amortized over 30 years, so it spreads that impact out to the ratepayers over a long period of time.
So just
1%? It's 1%?
Just 1% of the 7%.
Of the 7%.
Just 1% of the 7%.
Right, when we did the
is to
analysis,
build
if
up
we
a
just kept
capital.
it at the current rate, we only needed to go up 6%. By going up that additional 1%, it allowed us to accelerate some of the programs.
Yeah. In some of the area in Moore Parks, and we remember last year, Michaela got real creative and found some ways to try to help the farmer, but she had also a big city that could spread and let the city pick a little up, and then the farmers had a little bit of an increase, but then they're paying it back now over a period of time. So it's hard out there in the Somas
Right.
piece because
and
of the,
you know, I was trying to remember, and it may be electricity. I just recently read in the last few days that ag actually does receive some reduced rates for some of their utility services that they receive. How that was arranged by, it isn't through the county, it's through another entity. But there are agencies out there that are saying, you know, what can we do to give ag a break in this time because of the essential need of, you know, the crops to grow.
Can you, Michaela, I know she'd also talked about interruptibility, those kind of things. You're still looking into some of that, right?
I'm still looking into interruptibility. We're also in discussions with Callegas as to if we shift where we do all our groundwater pumping, we can potentially reduce our overall supply costs, and that might be possible in District 19. You know, I just came back from the Alcoa conference a couple of weeks ago, looking at all other water agencies are dealing with the same struggles, and you know, in the end, probably some of the solution is going to be legislative as opposed to
So the interruptibility is an issue the same way you get for Edison. Like if you've got a business, you can shut that down so people can keep their air conditioned, keep people alive and hot. She's trying to look at that situation. For some of the areas that we were talking about with the horses, you can't interrupt because you got to feed, water the animal. But there may be the idea where they're not going to water their plants, their trees for a week or two. And we talked about that because that may be because Edison gives a big discount if you are willing to do this. And so she's trying to figure how she could do that to help the farmers, and they will reduce, because individuals, we're going to get water guaranteed, so she can figure that out. So I know it's been a long time, but we're trying to figure if that's legal and how we could do that kind of thing.
So Michaela can then.
Well, I was just going to ask, so if that's the case, do we delay this to find out if we can get those costs?
Well, there is that concept.
Or do we
also
refund later?
What the creativity that was used in Moore Park. For example, revenue from cell antennas in Moore Park area. When I was with the city of Thousand Oaks, I got something through where we took all the antenna revenue that we're receiving and being able to put that that was for like an open space acquisition fund. But the idea that there may be general fund revenues that come in for something like that could then be put towards that. On the other hand, recognizing we are taking general fund money and putting it into the Williamson Act. So that's something that we are doing for the farmers. And some may not really see that as much of a benefit. If that same kind of funding could go to, when it comes down to whether a person has their orchard or not anymore, that's really critical, as opposed to what the Williamson Act may be doing. I've actually had been scoffed at when I pointed out, hey, we're doing that. But this, to me, is such more of a critical nature. And as Supervisor Bennett said, we've seen this happen from the 70s, but we are really facing, climate change. Walk outside, it's, December 12th, and it's 80 degrees out, So I think the demand for water is going to continue to increase. But I just thinking if there's some way that we could perhaps reprioritize how we are assisting and financially, that we can legally find a revenue source like you had for this city of Moore Park.
Let me, before we continue, Leroy, how much time do we have we have some people here from.
Yes, I realize their time is short.
What time do? Any minute now.
Okay.
So let's.
So I agree. Linda, you're right, and because when those trees go away, the value of that property goes down because it's not as valuable. I can't do anything with my property. So we get, reassessing property values with no trees, no income off it. So it hurts us all. But I know she's working hard to try to figure this stuff out. Okay. But this is going to be an issue, like Steve said. It's going to be a big issue.
Supervisor Bennett?
I would just offer, I appreciate the concerns that are out there, but there will always be, that was a one-time sort of we were trying to do there with the cell tower thing and stuff. That was I just think you go down a really slippery slope when you start to say people don't pay the water rates. If we start subsidizing water, we're going to be asked to subsidize water across this county with low-income people. You can make the argument every place. I would caution us, we're talking 1% that she's talking about here that they added to. It was going to be 6% if they didn't do the capital project fund buildup. I think it's reasonable, and it's this, if we don't bite our bullet, now it's just going to get harder and harder. And you look at countries across the world that when they start subsidizing one thing and the next, it is really difficult. I would strongly speak against us starting down that road. Find something else that we do. To help farmers that's a more direct thing. Right?
Yeah, I agree that certainly we've got this before us, but I don't think that discounts the ability to look and see where we might be able to. We are doing some efforts to assist farmers. Is that the most effective thing that we can do? So that's just, I'm putting it out there because we might be able to come up with something creative like we did in Moore Park, and the interoperability issue is one way that we could potentially also assist with the rates. So I do want to continue that effort.
Thank you, Michaela. Okay, we've got a first and a second. Please vote. Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not an easy decision.
No,
really.
it's not.
But we have a lot of good minds.
Okay, so that's approved. We're going to go into closed session, and we'll try to be back by 12:30 for the CCA.
Yeah, so is it 15 minutes, you think?
Hopefully we keep it 15 minutes.
hopefully, so we'll come back for the CCA item 69, hopefully about 12:30. We'll go into a closed session and...
One more water rate increase.
No, we need, Mr. Chair.
We're back at a closed session, and our next item that we have is item 72. Jeff Pratt, where are you?
There you go. Michaela doesn't get here.
Okay, this is this is item 72. This is a public hearing regarding proposed water rate restriction and increased water rates, and this is Bell Canyon, and this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board. My name is Michaela Brown, Director of Water and Sanitation for the Public Works Agency. I am here to discuss the proposed water rate increases for Waterworks District 17 in Bell Canyon. The remarks I want to make are related to the fact that this was the district that did not have the restructuring and increases from last year because they had over 400 protests. They achieved over 50%. We have to date 2 protest letters. So I think the hard work of my staff of going out and reaching out through public meetings has really paid off.
Congratulations.
Thank you for making that effort too. But there's any comments?
And I don't have any speakers, and we'll close the public hearing. Okay, it's the pleasure of the board. And a first and a second. Please vote. And that is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 69, and this is a CCA item.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Sue Hughes with the County Executive Office. Here today, item number 69, it is Los Angeles Community Choice Energy, sort of an update, file and receive and file, and some additional potential for some decisions to be made. I brought with me Gary Giroux from the County of Los Angeles, and here to answer any questions you might have that I may not be able to answer. He is the Chief Sustainability Officer for the County of Los Angeles and is currently working with the interim CEO of Los Angeles County CCE. So Gary's here to answer any questions that you may have. Let's see if I can make this work. Ooh. So just a little background information, and I'll give you a little more detail in a moment. As a side note, because of the fires that are happened here in Ventura County and Los Angeles County as well, Los Angeles, the LACCE Authority, which is the Joint Powers Authority for the organization, met after we filed the board letter and voted to approve extending those who were interested in joining, those that were affected by the fires, an additional 90 days. So there is the option to postpone and come back to the board and have the decision within the next 90 days. I will tell you, though, as a side note, it appears if we waited for that, there would be the potential, if we came back and did not start the process today with the first reading, that there would be the potential that power for residents in the County of Ventura would, again, not start until 2019. So timing is sort of an issue there. In April of 2017, the LA County Board of Supervisors approved the implementation of the LACCE, the authority, and the Joint Powers Authority forming. The Board of Supervisors of Los Angeles, on a 5-0 vote, voted to provide $10 million for the startup loan to the LACCE. It looks like $2 million of that will go towards starting the organization, hiring folks. The other $8 million will go towards the first power procurement contracts that they'll take out. The initial participants, when we refer to that, are those that start before December 27th, 2017. And there's been some question about where that date came from. So when LA County Board of Supervisors started the Joint Powers Authority, it was the notion that the very first entity that signed on as a member of the JPA, in the ordinance, it states that within 180 days of that date, which is December 27th, 2017, that's where that date comes from, the first entity that joined is what started that 180 days process starting. So the way this is set up is the LACCE authority is the governing board of directors. So each entity, each municipal government will have one vote. There is the ability to have weighted votes that there is a process that's involved for that. And 3 more board members would have to move forward and ask for a weighted vote. But generally speaking, all items that go to the board would be a one entity, one vote. The startup and governance of LACCE is the implementation plan is in 3 phases. This is assuming a 22-member authority by the end of December. In chatting with Gary this morning, it looks like that number might be closer to 30 members that will have signed on by the end of this year. Phase 1 begins in January of 2018, and that is all of LA County's approximately 2,000 municipal accounts. Now, that doesn't mean 2,000 buildings, of course. That means, water pumps and street lights and those types of things. And at that point, should your board decide to join, it would be at that point that our, Ventura County's unincorporated municipal accounts would also be part of LACCE. I don't know how many buildings we have that are in the incorporated area, but it would certainly be any pumps that we had or any streetlights that we had that were in the unincorporated area.
That is exactly the question was, approximately how many municipal accounts do we have currently?
And what I've heard total municipal accounts is something on the order of something over 300. I don't know how many of those are buildings. I don't know how many of those are something else. And at this point, I don't know how many of those are in the unincorporated. And then phase 2 would begin in the second quarter of 2018, and that would then take on all of the commercial and industrial accounts. The notion with that is you want to start with your own buildings and commercial and industrial to sort of, for lack of a better term, kind of work the bugs out so that you've got everything, billing, all those charges, how the thing operates before in phase 3, which would happen in quarter 3 and 4 of 2018. That includes all your residents. And you want all the bugs worked out before you actually bring the residents in. So an entity that joins by the end of this year or commits to joining, so in the case of Ventura Board of Supervisors, if the ordinance is read the first time today and in January, on January 9th, and the JPA signed, then we would be members of the JPA and the residents would start in that quarter 3 and 4. Again, if we put that out, and take advantage of that 3-month exemption that we have.
So Sue, if we join on the first, we get 90 days to think about it, making it simple, or are we just members now, or how does that work?
So if I understand, so the first reading would be today, and then January 9th is when it's scheduled. It would be read the second time.
Okay.
The ordinance would then take effect. And I'm going to look over
from
it
that date?
30 days after that. Thank you, County Council. And the signing of the JPA. But it would be considered by the LACCE that you would essentially be a member. The next meeting of the LACCE board is January 17th, correct?
The 17th, okay.
And so they expect to have an estimated 500,000 customers. I want to point out that all customers are automatically opted into the CCE. That's how all of these operate across California. You're automatically opted in. It's a pretty smooth transition. Most residents likely wouldn't even realize unless there were some kind of public outreach that was done.
Wouldn't we have to do public outreach because of the transparency? If we just flip the switch and say, you know what, we choose to take you all from CEE and put you into this account. Don't we need to be transparent in that? And especially because my concern is we have a large population of Spanish speaking. And how do they know, just making sure that it was a switch or so forth. I know there's a lot of utility, even the city of Oxnard with items in regards to bills and how we pay them. So I'm very leery of just even saying, you know what, all of our population, we're going to switch to this. And then you have a 60-day out to get back to where you were. It's kind of like I don't know. It gives me concern.
What kind of outreach you say? What outreach are we going to have for?
So I would imagine that there would be, that your board would want an element of outreach.
Yes.
And do you have a comment about what was done? And I don't know what was done in other municipalities.
Just to help the board, part of the statute and part of the business plan, but it requires a lot of notification going. There's two 60-day windows. There's 60 days before your service would change over, and through the operator has to directly notify everyone that they have the right to opt out. Then there's a post switchover, another 60 days where they have to notify them that they can opt out for free. Normally, the rules would be after you switched over and you want to reverse it, you may have to pay some penalty, but as I read it, it's sort of cost-free buyer's remorse for another 60 days. But there's a lot of legal requirements that notices go out. Now, there may be more outreach than the minimum, but even the minimum requires a lot of notification. Is that?
So, Sue, question follow up with it? If I'm an individual and I'm part of that process, I can opt out?
Yes.
Out of my,
yes.
It doesn't have to be all of them. It have to be me only. I can.
Yes.
I want to stay with the CE, not with the. Okay, so I have that option.
Right. You as an individual. Everyone is opted in automatically, but as Leroy stated, there are a lot of notifications that are made about the program. And you, as an individual, have the opportunity to say, I just want to stay with Edison, and you opt out of it, and you are not part of the CCE. No matter if you're part of the CCE or stay with Edison, you will always get your bill from Edison.
Oh, okay. Oh,
so can I ask why we don't do the opposite? Because if people feel that this is a benefit, wouldn't they want to sign into it?
The way the law is stated currently, everyone is in. There have been attempts over the last couple of years to change the law to say everyone needs to opt in, but those pieces of legislation have all failed. So the way the law is stated now in California, you are automatically in.
So regardless, SCE is going to send the bill under SCE?
Right. You would still get the bill from Southern California Edison, and Edison will still maintain all the lines.
Okay.
The power is simply being procured by another entity, which in this case is LACCE.
Okay.
Okay, so as I stated, LA County Board of Supervisors put up the $10 million startup. $2 million, round numbers, is probably going to be used for the startup costs. That's hiring employees, finding a building, all the sorts of things that you have whenever you have a new startup. And then $8 million is going to be used for phase one energy procurement. That's those municipal accounts. And then LACCE is expected to secure another somewhere between $50 and $70 million loan that is needed for phase 2 and 3. That's your commercial and industrial customers and your residential customers. Now, that'll be up to the board of the CCE where and how they procure that, how they get that loan. There have been, and I don't want to step on Gary here, but there have actually been conversations about borrowing it from the County of Los Angeles. There have been notions of taking out their own bond. So they've talked about different ways to take out the loans for that startup for phases 2 and 3. And then, again, development of the authority's actual operating policies and procedures, that will start in the first quarter of 2018 because they thought it only fair, as they had new members joining the end of this year, that they have the largest number of people on that board making the decisions rather than decisions being made and a number of other entities joining in January or February.
Can I ask a question on the energy procurement? If we became a member, would it be mandated that we had to procure some energy in our district or in our county? And if so, it seems like the district that gets hit is mine.
Okay, so
and we have SOAR and open space, and we're trying to do agriculture. So I have a large concern, and so I thought I would ask.
So for clarification, as opposed, so
Smoke.
energy will be procured from a variety of different sources. I believe what we might be talking about here is the development of energy. So in other words, we'd be talking about the development of a multi-megawatt, for lack of a better term, solar array somewhere
Correct.
in the county of Ventura. That, again, will be up to, it sounds like, the authority to make those decisions. What I have heard is that, for example, let's say the board of the authority says, you, Ventura County, you need to do your due diligence, and we want you to put 30 megawatts of power in the county of Ventura. That will be up to that board authority to decide, but the notion would be too, for whoever the member of the board for Ventura County will say, to say, well, we can't build something that big, but if we do this, will you give a credit for that? So I think there'll be opportunities as having a voice on that board. And as you know, several of the cities are looking at joining LACCE too.
Right, because I know in 2015, we did a progressive permitting process for solar energy on homes. So I know we are already working on trying to get clean energy and green energy and all that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to understand that because I'm trying to figure out where is this going. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then again, just for the term of art, the non-initial participants, so anybody who doesn't join by December 27th, with the exception of that 90-day delay that's being offered for those affected by the fires, power would not be available until 2019 as opposed to the third and fourth quarter for residents of 2018. Now, I'm going to turn this next couple of slides over to Leroy. Do you need this? Or do you have one of those?
Well, I'm on.
Or do you want me to flip?
No, that's, well, you could tell, yeah, you flip for me when I get to the
Okay.
end.
Teamwork.
No, just my role in this, I reviewed the joint powers agreement and the statute, and what I found very interesting was the business plan to actually flesh it out a little bit. But most of my observations are based on reading the joint powers agreement itself and the statutes. So a lot of the assumptions and business plan are for others, I think, to address. What I see in the draft of the agreement that we're being asked to sign, first, the initial obligation, sort of the initiation fee part of it, and it does not require any payment to join the group. It's structured so that if entities join later, there may be an initiation fee, but for now, the new members, the kind of founding members, would not be charged any fee to join. LA County's going to fund the initial startup. That's the concept. So the $10 million is roughly $2 million would be for administrative costs. Eventually, they're going to employ like 12 staff members, so they'll staff up, and LA County will pay for all of that. And then like the $8 million, as you said, would be sort of to finance the initial purchases of power purchase agreements, because somebody has to front that money. But the key for us is they would not look to the county or other members to reimburse them for that. If it does not get operational, then LA County would just eat that cost. And they wouldn't look to the other members to reimburse them for it. If it goes operational, LA County reserves the right to pay itself back through rates and revenue and et cetera. It'd be a debt of the authority. And eventually, it could be paid back. All this controlled by the governing board of the entity and subject to its rules and all of that. But for us, there doesn't appear to be any legal obligation just to join. So sort of an initiation fee. Now, the other I put there is that by joining, you are agreeing that service can begin as soon as practicable. I think that's important to know because the authority will decide basically when it's practicable, not the county or not the members. And in theory, they could decide, you join, we're going to start providing service there. Now, we've heard about all the phasing in and the plans, but you know, none of that's binding. I trust that it's all correct and they'll honor it. But if the county joins, it must acknowledge by joining, it's committing that the authority could begin providing service as soon as it determines that they can do that. So that's just something to be aware of on the initiation of it. Then once the program's running, the agreement provides for that program costs, and so those are the costs. And it says direct and indirect cost of providing the electrical service to the consumers and the county, in our example, will all be recovered through rate structure, so through the fees charged to the consumers. The county will not be exposed to pay for that. So the actual program costs, you know, it becomes a little bit uncertain when you have terms like indirect costs, because then you potentially get into disputes about what is the indirect cost and not associated with it at all. But it seems pretty straightforward that the cost of actually providing the service through the overhead and the actual power purchase agreements will be recovered strictly through the consumers, not from the county. They do have a clause that says general costs, which I interpret to mean all costs except the program costs, will be shared among the members as determined by the governing board of the authority. So it's potential there that the authority could decide some costs qualify as general costs and, you know, charge the members for that. It's hard to understand fully. There's another clause that says no member will be required to make financial contributions. So, you know, that's sort of inconsistent with the idea they can charge the members for general costs, but that's just a little ambiguous area that I noticed. I'm not sure how that would work in practice. Yeah.
Based on a liability, is there any potential liability for us if we agreed to enter into this to exit out of the agreement?
It's another slide if you could wait.
Oh, I will then.
Oh, you know, I could answer
No,
that.
please go ahead.
Yeah, because let's go to the next slide then, Slide Master. All right. So that's my fourth slide.
Thank you.
But there's an issue of the general debts, liabilities, general obligations of the authority. You know, that would be like contract debts or regulatory penalties, or it's, you know, just general liabilities. And normally the bottom line is county's protected against that in this agreement. You know, under the law, members of this authority would be liable potentially for the debts of the whole authority, but the agreement itself says that we will not be, and that's allowed. That if the agreement itself says only the authority will be liable for these debts, not the individual members, then that is that's legal and it's enforceable. So this agreement does have that protection. So the county would not be liable for the general debts and liabilities. The point here is there's a major exception to that, and that is for tort damages. And because you can't escape tort damages simply by that kind of a clause, so the county would remain in theory liable for joint and several liability for tort damages. Tort damages are general, usually personal injury damages for negligence is the classic example, and joint liability, joint and several means any one, it's like a partnership, any one member is liable for the whole amount of the liability, even if they only had 1% of fault or no percent of fault. So someone who's hurt can look at any member to collect. So that's a concern, but it's dealt with in the agreement and by two things. One, it has an indemnification clause, so the authority indemnifies all the members. Basically, it's saying if there's a liability and someone comes after you, the authority will pay that liability for you, and they will provide a legal defense as well. And that's pretty strong when the entity's strong. The point I made in the letter is, that's only as strong as the fiscal health of the entity giving it to you. So this will be a pretty healthy entity, I think. But it also, and it would be necessary, they're required to obtain adequate insurance. So if you have adequate insurance and you have indemnification, it seems like there's very little exposure to the county because of the professionalism of the entity. If you felt they were not providing adequate insurance, then you might want to get out. But that's how that liability is dealt with in the agreement. Now we get to the withdrawal liability, yeah. So the agreement allows for any party or member to withdraw, and I included here can withdraw as of July 1st because I've noticed a little lack of knowledge here that seems to have been skipped over. You can only withdraw effective at the beginning of the fiscal year. And the fiscal year for the authority, it's in the agreement. They have a July 1 to June 30 fiscal year. So you have to also give 180 days notice. So in other words, if we gave notice on January 9th that we wanted out, you can't get out until the following July 1 because there wouldn't be 180 days between January 9th and July 1 of 2018. So you do have to meet both criteria. It has as of July 1 and at least 180 days notice. So that's the withdrawal window. Now the liability for withdrawing, some agreements there is some charge for withdrawing. This one, you can't leave and then leave the entity holding your debts, basically. So the agreement covers that by saying each member would be liable for the obligations incurred by the authority for that party's membership, for that party's customers. So how is that calculated? Well, the primary liability that I see and people have talked about is the authority will go out and purchase power purchase agreements. See, at least initially, it doesn't appear they're going to build any kind of generation. They're just going to purchase on the market power purchase agreements. And I'm not in the industry, but when I read the business plan, I'm thinking Wall Street. It's very sophisticated, and you need experts, and they're committed to hire experts to purchase power agreements that are cost effective and flexible. And bottom line being, if they purchase a power agreement that's short term, say a 1-year purchase agreement, as an example, and you withdraw. Well, if there's any, I guess a better example is there's a long-term purchase agreement. Say it's a 20-year purchase agreement, and you withdraw. They got 19 years of liability on that power purchase agreement. Now they would have to try to resell that to someone else, and it may cost you nothing if they could resell it for the same price or more. But if they can't resell it for the same price they paid for it, the county would be liable for the difference. The way to manage that is the representation is they would at least initially have very short-term purchase agreements. So if you could time your withdrawal to be coincident with the expiration of the purchase agreement, there'd be no liability. But how that works is beyond my capacity to know. I don't know how they time the purchase agreements, and it would seem unusual that they'd expire on exactly the same date. But that's something maybe staff can deal with. But the primary concern on withdrawal is you county would be on the hook for making sure the authority doesn't lose money on the power purchase agreements.
You say the county, you talking about the county itself,
the
or the
county.
residents who are? No, the
County.
county. The county would have to pay that number.
Because we would be withdrawing, and then the customers wouldn't be in this system anymore.
So that, yeah, and I would imagine that's, in order to get pricing that could be competitive with Edison or any of these other companies, they probably have to have long-term contracts. That opens us some pretty exposure.
Well, this is the market I don't understand. So I read stuff that short-term contracts are maybe cheaper than some of the long-term contracts. But it's part of Edison's problem, I understand. They're locked into some long-term contracts that are no longer really a good price.
And Leroy, are we going to have membership if we do?
We would have membership, and then we'd have one vote of.
One vote on the board.
Of the board. And, just like LA. And now, I don't know, like the rules and regulations and a lot of the detail has not been adopted yet. The board will adopt sort of bylaws and regulations, and maybe they will defer entirely to that member as far as a lot of the issues and how the power will be purchased and all of that, but I don't know that.
And I think you mentioned there's going to be weighted votes also, maybe, potentially.
In a certain circumstance, there's the potential for a weighted vote.
A weighted vote. Can I ask, with the obligations for the contracts for the energy that we're requesting, that we would have to pay, is there any additional exit fees because they had to, equipment and so forth? Do we know what that cost would be?
I don't know that.
You know what I understand?
Yeah, it's just.
Because from the study that we did for the Tri-County, there was a lot of cost associated with doing one of these, and it wasn't feasible from the county is what I understand. So I'm already anticipating there'd be a high cost of infrastructure or so forth. So I'm not sure, and I'm asking, because I like to make sure if we're going to vote, we have this information. So I was trying to understand what would the cost be associated, one, to enter into this program, because it's going to cost us. Can't say it's going to be free. And then the second is, what if the cost is so to exit?
And one of the nice benefits of this is that Los Angeles is putting up $10 million. That's something we didn't have in the Tri-County one, and now I believe they're coming forward with significantly more funds. That is what makes this incredibly enticing, is that those upfront costs, a lot of that's being taken care of for us.
Okay.
That's a fact, hypothetical, I don't know the answer to. All I know is I could read you the language of the agreement, is that if you withdraw, the party remains responsible for any claims, demands, damages, or liabilities arising from the party's membership.
Exactly,
Now,
and that's
if
how I read it.
whether they purchased equipment just for you or some pro rata share, I'm not sure how that would be dealt with.
I wasn't sure either. That's why I
Yeah.
wanted to ask.
Yeah. So, but that looks like the exposure if you want to withdraw. The last little bullet point there was just there is potential liability for other programs, but that looks minimal because it contemplates there could be special programs like special rebates or some special offering, and that you approve for your jurisdiction, and I think that's manageable because it contemplates the parties would have to agree to that each time they want to offer a special
We'd
program.
be liable for that.
So you would have a chance to review that and approve it or not at the time. Now, I think that covers from initiation to possible withdrawal, just based on the reading of the agreement itself.
Sue,
if just real quick, I'm still trying to understand, with the potential liabilities that we have, real big liability opportunities, what benefit are we gaining on this? Because we don't have guaranteed costs. We don't know costs. Last time, as I recall here, this isn't going to be as green as Edison is. They're so much further ahead of all this. They're going to be way further ahead than anything else. So what Leroy's talking about, all this stuff, what are we gaining? I mean, is there something?
Oftentimes what you'll hear from proponents of CCEAs and those that are operating them throughout California, the number one has always been that it gives residents a choice. The other, greener, has clearly been a conversation in Northern California. And the third being that there will be less expensive than what Edison is. And LACCE has told their incoming customers that their rates will be lower than Edison's. For example, my big concern when we first started this is ag rates, because agriculture historically has some of the lowest rates in all of Edison's rate structure. But LACCE has said that, and we have a lot of ag in our unincorporated, but they have said that their ag rates will be 5% lower than what Edison's are.
Well, they can say all day, but why would we not just let them go do their thing, and if it looks like it's true, we can come in a year, 2, 3 years later? We have a big thing that all of a sudden started to hit me as you started to, this thing, talk about all these pumps, and that ag thing was a big deal. We screw up these ag guys, and it's really expensive. We go to our hospital, and it costs us 10 or 15% more for the power in our hospital. And we're struggling with all these other things as it is. So I just don't understand why we'd go down that path. If somebody wants to start, they'll always want us to come in, and then it's LA's. We got to pay back this loan. So how can you got to pay back $10 million? I just don't understand that piece. And then we get in, and if we have to get out, we got to be 7 or 8 months in advance, get out. And then a liability, so then people go back to having to pay some new rate with Edison or whoever else, plus the liabilities the county gets stuck with. I'm trying to understand what the benefit is.
If I understood one thing, the $10 million, we, the County of Ventura, the authority, so LACCE's JPA, they're responsible for paying that $10 million back. The authority, so they'll use the revenue.
You're going to have to use rates to get it. So
right,
we're
correct.
Going to, that's what I'm saying. You're going to have the rate to pay it. So it's just as you keep increasing these rates to pay all these different things, and if they don't get a lot of people involved in this and start, this is, anybody, if this was so great, why would never all these big businesses be starting these things up?
Supervisor Foy, if I could, just to answer your one question about, well, why not wait and see if their rates are really lower? No. That's exactly what an ag grower could do if they want to. But if we wait to get in, it could be significantly more expensive for us to get in 2 years from now. If we go in now, then we could have a grower say, I don't trust that they're really going to have 5% lower rates. So they're going to opt out. They could opt out, and they could wait a year or two, and then they could opt in themselves.
Yeah, but we just heard that everybody's in automatically. You have to go through the opt-out.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying, but like you said, if you're getting Edison bill, you don't know if you're in what you're in.
But everybody's going to be informed. You have a 60-day period to get out if you want to get out. And they could, so in other words, people can stay with Southern California Edison if they want. All they have to do, no penalty. They can just, in the first 60 days, they can just say, hey, Ventura County signed up, but I don't want to be part of it. Then they don't have to do that. But people who want to be part of it can, and the people who don't.
And I understand that. Okay, so let's just, besides that piece, what is the benefit?
Well, I think we have a lot of
trying to get at.
There's a lot of people in the audience that they can talk and speak to the benefits.
Parks and then Flom.
I just don't see it, because we heard already last time when Sue was here that Edison is so much greener than all these other things, if we're talking about green, and they're so much cheaper. And it didn't really have feasibility. I heard up in Northern California with PG&E, that's a different story. I just don't know what we're trying to force. That's
let me
my
share
thing.
something. Sue, do you have any additional information? Because I have some speakers that like to speak on this item. Finish your presentation.
Well, so the first couple of bullets we've covered a couple of times with the potential for an extension. And Leroy brilliantly covered the coming out of the LACCE, if you want. The pro forma assumptions, I just want to make a note that they assumed in their business plan, they were very conservative. They assumed that 20% of people would opt out. And their pro forma still looked exceptional. It was very conservative.
So only 20% will opt out?
Yes, because
what happens if 50% opt out?
Because in the industry, it's on average 7 to 8% are all that opt out of the currently existing CCAs in California. So they were
Well, yeah,
very.
but are most of those in Northern California where the rates for PG and everything are much more expensive?
There are CCEs popping up in Southern California. Lancaster has been running one now for, now I guess it's been close to a year. So, and I think that they're on the same average, as I understand, with their opt-out rate.
Okay, go.
And again, they have said that they would make their rates less expensive than what Edison's are. Just some customer information. The Board of Supervisors here would decide what the renewable rate was, but residents individually would be able to decide, I want mine at 33%, I want it at 50%, or I want it at 100%. If you are a customer and you say, I want my energy to be 100% renewable, your bill will be larger because you're going to pay a higher rate because there will be a rate set
And Sue,
for
that's a
that.
very important issue that I think was mentioned before. The transparency, people need to know that 1, 2, 3, phase, whether you want to stay in at a certain percentage and so forth. I think that's going to be really important.
And that's all part of that notification process.
I'll hold on.
And then just
Okay.
again to mention the power charge and difference adjustment, what we call the PCIA charge, that is something that is attached to the Edison bill. Because as was noted earlier, that PCIA charge is to help defray the costs for Edison because they'd already procured power for these customers going out some period of time, however long those contracts are. It is expected that PCIA charge, Edison has requested to be able to increase that charge. They've made a motion with the PUC. There are ideas out there that it'll go up 30% next year and potentially 30% the following year. That's what Edison is asking for an increase because their PCIA charge is now something on the order of, what is it, about $7 a month? Yeah. So it's very small now, but because so many of these now are being developed in Edison territory, they're looking to be compensated for what Leroy was talking about in the sense that if we joined and then we wanted out, power would have already been procured. So Edison has procured power out some number of years. That PCIA charge is added to a customer's bill to pay for that indifference.
So in the information we were provided, the LACCE is stating that we're going to save 4%, correct?
They said their rates will be 5%. Well, ag rates.
Hold on. Let me get my answer. Jeez.
And we have the LA here to speak
All right.
to it.
So back to my
finish.
question. So we have 4%. They are stating we will make sure that will be a savings. And ag is supposed to be 5% under that.
Under Edison.
However, they will still receive a PCIA charge because 70% of the energy is going through SCE lines and infrastructure, correct?
Everything is coming
So-
through. Correct. All the
Correct. So
infrastructure
that-
will be Edison.
So that charge of the PCIA would actually be on top of that 4% and perhaps not be a total savings to the consumer who is paying their bill.
And I'm going to have Gary correct me if.
The reason why I'm asking is the perception is that this is going to our customer, and you're saying SCE is sending me a bill. Before
Correct.
I paid $10, and now I joined this group that says I'm going to save 4% or 5% under that, and actually my bill is now higher. So I just wanted, if you could talk to
Gary,
about
you want to
that.
help us with that?
I'm just getting clarification.
Yes. My name is Gary Jura. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer. So that 4% is net on the total bill. So that includes the PCIA already.
Okay, that includes. And so how are you going to hold the 4%? That's my question. Who's going to pay if we go, if we're only at 2%? Who's paying that gap that we promised these customers 4%?
We're going to have 3 rate tiers, as Ms. Hughes mentioned, including a base tier. The base tier we expect to always be about 4%. because we're entering into the market at a very opportune time. Power is at the lowest cost it's ever been, and Edison does have these historic costs. So we have a natural advantage coming into the market today. We also have an advantage because as a government entity, we'll be able to borrow money at government rates. And the biggest cost to this program is, in fact, the capital purchases of power. And so we'll have a natural advantage vis-a-vis Edison for that reason.
Okay, and with this less expensive, I thought we were going for this, one, because of cost, but really because of green energy. So are we also stating that this is cleaner energy that we're purchasing? Is that a mandate?
We've said as a matter of policy, our base tier, which is right now set at 33, will always adjust up as Edison's green portion adjusts up. Edison is at 28%, so we're about 5%
Board members,
cleaner at the
Well, I
base
think
tier.
we saw that a little different when they were here last time. They're much higher than that already,
It's because it's in the business.
at 28%. They're only supposed to be at 28, but they're already at 40-something, aren't they?
It's the document that's.
Board members, why don't we do this?
Well, let's hear this. This is a
This
big
one,
deal.
and then what we like to do is finish the presentation, go to the speakers, and then ask questions.
That's fine. I just,
I mean, it just.
That's
Yeah, go ahead
important
and
to
answer
know.
the question.
This is a lot of risk for such little benefit of any.
I think he's talking about currently.
Yeah, currently their 2016 power content label had them at 28% renewable.
Yeah, but I think didn't we have the Edison guy here? Talking about
We
that.
were talking about in 2020, we expect Edison to be around 41%. So they'd be above what legally they would be required. I believe
Well-
what Mr. Giroux is saying is that in 2020, if Edison is at 41%, they would be purchasing at 41%. So they're at least as green
Actually, we're always going to maintain about a 2% cleaner margin.
Which is great. And going back to what Steve said, competition is great. I have no problem with that. I just don't want to be in a situation that we're mandating everybody jump on something, and if they don't even know they're on it, and then they have to try to figure out how to get off and give 60 days, this whole thing not knowing where it is, and then if something happens, we, the county, have all of a sudden put our stuff at risk. It doesn't, if this was just something that we don't have any risk, and the people just want to join as competition, great, let everybody compete. I think it's fine. But this seems pretty high risk for us to take this on.
What do we do? Sue, go and finish your presentation. We'll go into, and otherwise we're going to be here all afternoon.
And I've had questions over time about current and future programs that are offered. So, for example, the CARES program that's offered for low-income families with Edison, that's a state mandated program that will be required. That's required of all CCAs. There are other incentive programs, rebate programs. The authority will decide on those. They have the potential to start their own, to add to the portfolio of incentive type programs, rebate programs, so the authority will be able to do that. Community information and impacts, again, there will be that period of time where the public would be made aware of what is going on and what to expect. There is a community advisory committee that's being made up. There would be community advisors there would be an appointment made by whoever sits on your board of the authority to appoint someone, at least someone, to be a community member representing Ventura County. I don't know how large that's going to get. I think that's something the authority board will decide.
Will it be like Metropolitan?
I don't know the answer to that. So again, the LACCE has said that they are going to be purchasing power in the short term, so 1-year contracts, 2 to 3 year contracts, as opposed to some large 20-year contract going out. So they'll start with smaller increments of time in purchasing them. Just wanted to mention that, the benefits of joining as opposed to starting our own. There's notions up and down California. We looked at the Tri-County effort. But there are clearly economies of scale in us joining with an established, especially an entity the size of Los Angeles County. Their unincorporated population is, in round numbers, about 1.1 million people. They would have leverage in the marketplace for purchasing power, and they're already an existing CCE instead of, starting our own. So the options today are to join before December 27th. Of course, that is a little different now that we have the 90-day extension potential. The ordinance would be read first today, and then the second reading would be January 9th, and then 30 days after that, be official members and sign the JPA, or the board can elect not to join LACCE and direct us to look at other things that may be developing along the way. And
Okay, so thank you, Sue. So we're going to go
Thank
into speakers. We have 2 minutes each. Carol Lindberg, followed by Christopher Young. Carol, followed by Christopher Young.
My name is Carol Lindberg. I'm a longtime resident of Ventura. I'm here today to urge the Board of Supervisors to go forward with the Los Angeles Community Choice Aggregation and join the authority. It will hasten our transition to clean energy and save the county taxpayers money. I'm pleased that Los Angeles granted a 90-day extension, but I urge you to approve the Joint Powers Agreement soon. That will provide other cities in the county time to consider, and I hope join the LACCE authority too. I've spoken to Ventura City Council and will urge them to join as well. I realize that if you do this, some questions need to be addressed. Will we have strong representation on the new LACCE board? How will Ventura County fit within the LA County's organization? Will some of the meetings alternate in Ventura County? What is required of the Ventura County CEO and Board of Supervisors to participate in LACCE? How will Ventura County residents and businesses be informed of the programs? And how will they be affected, particularly agriculture? How can citizens and residents support the county's energy sustainability plans? These are just some of the questions that come to mind. I definitely think Ventura County should participate in LACCE authority. I encourage other cities to do the same. Let's all complete it within the new extended time period, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Carol.
And board members, I'll point out that Carol Lindberg was one of the state legislature's Women of the Year about 7 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2011.
Thank you so much. Christopher Young, followed by Todd Schuman.
Good afternoon. Great to be here. I always find it a little uncomfortable when some of your guests talk about how you don't care about the county. I find that fascinating because my sense is that you do. I just think we obviously have some different views on things. I noted, Supervisor Foy, you talked earlier about how folks don't like change. Sort of sounded to me this morning just now like you were sort of on that not liking change boat. But my sense from reading about CCEs is it looks like they've been around for a while, and it looks like they continue to be successful, and it looks like they continue to be successful both in terms of saving communities money, nice idea, and also making things greener. I don't know about you folks, but the idea of community choice makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. Some of us have seen the problems that are inherent in profit-driven monopoly choice. That has some real problems. Look at the smoke outside, and I'm not trying to make a direct one-to-one, but seriously, is climate change here? A little pregnant pause there. It's here. And so I sincerely hope that you folks will move ahead on this for us. I work here in Ventura. I have for 34 years. I live in an unincorporated area immediately adjacent to the city of Ojai. And I'm ready for some choice. I'm ready for some change. And I'm ready for us to be able to do this in a way that makes sense. And I think this obviously does. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Todd Schuman, followed by Karina Kay.
Greetings. My name is Todd Schuman. I live in Camarillo. I'm speaking on behalf of the Ventura County Climate Hub. I, of course, support the motion and recommend the board move as quickly as possible to participate in this JPA. I encourage you to approve it January 9th and get in on the early things and make sure it works to our benefit. I just want to make a few points. Our planet is cooking. We're having lots of extreme weather. I'm not going to belabor that. Everyone sees that. One of the things we have to do is we have to electrify everything as quickly as possible, as much as possible. CCEs are one way to do that. They give, they allow cities and counties the ability to source higher amounts of renewable, non-carbon-based energy. They allow individuals such as myself to demand 50% of the electricity that I get from my utility or however it is, to come from a CCA. They allow me to get 100% of the electricity that I want. I'm not satisfied with 33. I'm not going to be satisfied with 41. I want a choice of paying $5 more per month to get 100% of the electricity that I come from wind, solar, tidal, or whatever. So, and I want the counties and the cities to give me that option, to give me that choice. That's one way that I can contribute, and we need you to help enable us to do that. Point 2, you are engaged on a general plan, climate action plan development kind of thing. I've been looking at climate action plans around the state. The biggest ticket item on all of those climate actions for complying with state mandates concerning greenhouse gas reduction, other kinds of requirements, is participation in community choice aggregations. That's where they're getting the biggest reductions. So you move quickly, so you actually get ahead of the game in terms of climate action plans by getting into the climate action, by doing a CCA right now. Competition, I'm almost done. If we have a CCA, Southern California Edison has to compete for customers like me who want more. I don't want 41%. I want 100%. I want Southern California Edison competing for my energy, for my energy purchase.
And I would agree 100% with you if you didn't make the rest of the county liable.
You can get out of it. It's easy.
Yeah, but who's liable for the cost? The rest of the county. I 100% agree with you if we didn't have liability.
Yeah,
that was my thing.
I trust that you're going to give Jerry Yarrow a chance to address these questions a little bit more. I don't have the background to do that.
Thank you so much.
I'm confident that he could.
Thank you so much. Karina Kay, followed by Lynn Jensen.
The notion of self-determination is manifest in the concept of choice. Freedom of choice in our energy should belong to the county community. For who knows our energy needs better than us? We should have the ability to enjoy 100% renewable energy at lower long-term costs and a moral imperative to mitigate climate change in whatever tangible way. Let Ventura County be leaders in renewable energy and the economic benefits that come with jobs in renewable technology. Moving forward, the LACCE meets our climate action plan goals and the state legislature's overall plans for 100% clean energy by 2030 or 2045. I've been lobbying the cities of Oxnard and Port Hueneme to join the LACCE. Let's facilitate those cities to join. Let's approve this thing by January 9th. And I'd actually really like to hear what Mr. Gero says today. So let's get a move on this.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lynn Jensen, and the last speaker is Leslie Parcell.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Jensen with Ventura County CoLab, and our comments today point out some of the considerations I think that we should think about with respect to joining LA Community Choice. First of all, joining is supposed to allow local control, but the JPA structure looks like it's going to have very limited voting power for Ventura County. And what is this going to mean for our ratepayers? Also, the number one purpose in looking at the business plan is to lower greenhouse gas intensity and emissions below Southern California Edison emissions. Yet the third-party review of the business plan questioned the methodology of the greenhouse gas reduction estimates. We believe these estimates should be a life cycle analysis, taking into account the mining, manufacturing, and shipping of the renewable infrastructure, including solar panels and batteries. Our primary issue with respect to this is the cost and pricing for local ratepayers. While current CCAs have been able to beat the rates of PG&E in Northern California, the CCAs, at this point, there's going to need to be an equitable distribution of the stranded costs from older contracts to all customers, which Southern California Edison has been asking, and it's going to be reassessed in July of 2018, and we're wondering what that's going to do in terms of the rates and the cost of the power to all the CCAs across California. The ratepayers are important. There's a homeless and poverty crisis in California, and lower power costs need to be passed on to the customers, and I think that's one of the concerns, is that the governing board will set the rates and they're allowed to build up reserves, and those reserves can be used for programs rather than benefiting the ratepayers. Many of the existing CCAs have set the rates just slightly lower than Southern California Edison to show that they're doing a savings, but then they use the rest of the cost savings and not significantly benefit ratepayers. So we believe this is unfortunate. We're a business advocacy group. We're concerned about the rate structure for agriculture and business, and we think this is a very important decision that needs to be made, and we need to take the time to fully look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Purcell.
Good afternoon, Leslie Purcell. I just wanted to say that I understand that some of the benefits include more local generation, possibly, of greener power, cleaner power. And we have solar panels out here on the parking lot, and I know that's been a big deal. I'm glad that that has happened, but we need that throughout in more buildings, more municipals, other entities and businesses could be putting up these kinds of cleaner local generation, and I think that that would be a benefit to the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. Board members, what?
I have another question, if it's not possible, Sue. It seems like there's still a lot of information, and I would love to hear from, is it Todd?
Gary.
Gary. Apologize. Trying to get all this information. So it feels like we're rushing to go to this, even though there's an extension. So can you guarantee lower rates than Edison without taxpayer subsidy?
I think the answer to that is yes, of course. The whole point of the program is to provide lower rates. Now, you never know what market conditions are in the future, but if market conditions change and we're not competitive with Edison, we would not be asking for taxpayer subsidies.
So how would you deal with it then?
We would probably fold the organization.
Who's responsible then for buying all those contracts?
It would be an unwinding process, and you'd go through that. But again, in the history of CCAs in California, none have ever been more expensive than the existing utility. And it's our primary mission as an organization to be competitive against Edison, and we believe we have all the elements in place to do that because of the structure that we've talked about, the ability to borrow and the small staff.
And then another question I had was, I was told that Edison does have a 100% green energy program that you can opt into. It is more expensive. So how does ours differ?
Well, that's a direct result of competition. As soon as we announced our business plan and said we were going to be offering that product, Edison went to the PUC and asked for permission to sell a similar product. So they just started offering that product today, or this year rather. Their cost for their 100%, we would probably be about 6% below their 100% product.
Okay, because as businesses work, right, we have competitiveness, and that's great.
That's the
and
point.
So I see this being very competitive with SC&E, and so I want to make sure if there's such an endeavor like this that there's profit, but also that there are green emissions. Now, I know on the state laws that are coming through right now, they're really pushing to have everyone be, higher percentages and so forth. So I'm just trying to understand what the differences is, because right now we don't have any cost associated with SC&E if we were to do whatever. But if we were if we joined you and we had to get out for some reason, there's a huge cost. So I was just trying to understand, because we're still trying to deal with healthcare and IHSS and all these other liabilities that we're used taxpayer money for. And so I have a great concern of putting taxpayer money to something that I'm not 100% sure, we're going to get out of it. So my suggestion is to see what's going on and not just jump 2 feet in, which is a first for me. So that's why I'm asking, trying to understand.
Is that a comment you want to?
Well,
let's go with Supervisor Foy and then.
Let me ask. I was hearing there's 75 or 85 cities and people who can join in this deal, right? So far, is that what there is, or there's eligible to join or something?
Eligibility is defined in any number of ways, because we never anticipated Ventura County cities either. So potentially there are 80-some cities that could be part of the program.
And how many cities have decided to join you right now?
We have 15 that have formally adopted, and we have another 12 that are scheduled in the next 2 weeks.
So, okay, so you've got 20% or 25% of these people have joined or something. Is there a reason why everybody didn't join this? Is there some benefit, disadvantage to some cities versus this? Or they just have some of the same questions that we're just having? Is that just normal?
A lot of cities have a lot of other priorities, so they just haven't focused on this. Some of them have said, we're going to take a wait-and-see attitude and wait for a couple of years and see how it goes. Most of the cities have joined or that have expressed an interest are coming in. The state of California actually has estimated that over the next 10 years, 80% of cities in California will be in a CCA. They see this as the future of the energy market.
And I could see that after it's already going and people know if this is going to be, and there's no liabilities to them and where their costs. I mean, I agree. Like I said, I'd be 100% let's go if we didn't have this liability that we're taking on. I'd say put all the competition you can, drive rates down. Look what happened when they deregulated the phone systems and all these different companies came up and are cheaper and all that stuff. I would agree 100% with you on that. I just don't like the idea of what liability we have here and a customer that's mandated to jump on, because, remember, this is for the unincorporated. I go to El Rio over there, and those people all of a sudden pay more. I don't know why my phone bills, my electricity costs are going up, and I don't know, I have to get off, and I have 60 days. I don't want that kind of stuff happening. If it was just the idea I could jump on, like this gentleman said, I want this 100% green,
but you can opt out. You can opt. Supervisor Bennett?
So I really appreciate your genuine concern about risk. The last option that came to us for the CCCs had too much risk in it. It's talking about $500 million and us trying to organize that and the county being on the hook, et cetera. So I agree, we have to do a risk-benefits analysis here. But the question I have for you is specifically where is the risk? Because what they say and what you say aren't the same thing.
I'm just taking what Leroy said. If something goes bad and it's not working and we got to back out, we as the county take the risk.
No.
Isn't that what you told me,
Yes.
Leroy? Yeah, he's shaking his head, yes.
If we only have, number one, the authority's taking the risk. People are
The
selling
authority
it.
only as good, though, as
Exactly.
authority, right.
Yeah, but if the authority goes belly up, Leroy will tell you, we don't have liability for the authority, correct?
What, Leroy?
I've already asked him the question. You don't ask questions, you don't know the answer. Okay.
Well, the belly up scenario is, I mean, if we're still a member and it has to wind down and declare bankruptcy or something, I haven't really looked at that issue.
Right.
I looked at withdrawing, it's still a healthy issue or a healthy operation, and we
forgot to ask
decided to
that
withdraw. I don't know, I am sorry, I haven't looked at, if we're a member and it goes belly up, I haven't really looked at that.
Well, there is, I did ask that question about the.
But, our liability, like withdrawing, is that we are liable for costs incurred on our behalf.
But
that's the piece I was in, the cost incurred, because if this gentleman and his group go out and have long-term contracts that have, because we had thousands of people and it's worth tens of millions of dollars, we said, look, the price is getting up, they can't keep the price down. Who knows? Like he said, maybe Edison or somebody else comes in, the price are cheaper. That's my only concern, is that we're putting this county taxpayer at risk.
And that's what I want to disagree with.
Okay.
So I certainly want to disagree. Number one, the beginning of this whole thing, they're not signing long-term contracts. So they sign a 2-year contract, let's say. We're not putting any taxpayer dollars at risk. They sign a 2-year contract. After a year, we go, this thing is, we don't like this for whatever reason. And I'm not quite sure what that reason would be, because if the rates are too high, our citizens can just say, we don't want to be part of this. And they all opt out at minimal cost to them, right? And what's our liability? Our liability is simply to stay in for the 2 years. We could just say, we're going to withdraw in 2 years. For, or let's say it's a year from now. So we're going to withdraw in a year. We simply stay in for the year, the contract runs out, and we're done. There is no liability, correct?
That's right. In fact, you're not the only member or potential member who's raised this question, and so our purchasing strategy in the early years is going to be short-term contracts, because people are testing it out and they want to know that they can have an exit that's no cost.
And that's important. That
So we're not, so my point is, I appreciate, I do know that, yes, we have liability for any power that we have contracted to have purchased, to have the authority purchase. In other words, if the authority purchases power for us because we were in, and then we say we don't want to be in any longer, but that's only if we, for some reason, decide we want to rush out. But why would we want to rush out? They've purchased the power. Our residents pay the rates. Our residents don't like paying the rates because for some reason they were wrong and they were higher. Our residents just say, we're out, they're out. We just say when the contract runs out, we're out. We have no liability in that situation. We're not putting the taxpayer dollars at risk.
Is that right, Gary?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay.
Okay. So that's the point that was, I think, getting lost.
But, I mean, but in order for this, let me ask you this. Long-term or short-term, where's the greatest savings going to be on the rate when you purchase?
That depends on the market conditions at the time.
But traditional market purchase.
Traditional market purchase, longer-term contracts are
always long-term.
But today, the market's upside down.
Well, upside down. And if anybody's going to go invest to put some green energy or solar playing, they're going to want to know they've got some long-term contracts that they can, do that. So we understand that. And I agree with you. I understand you short-term. But 3 or 4 years from now, you may have a different thing where we got to keep these rates down because Edison or PG&E or some other Wall Street company comes in and does what you're doing, puts electric company in, and they can buy long-term and try to lower those rates. But I guess
And if we're at the table, we will have a seat at the table, right? And this thing about we don't have enough local control, we will have more representation at the table than our population would indicate.
Well, you don't have to have any local control because when the rates get too high, if people know how to get out, they'll get out.
Exactly.
They're going to drive the rate. It's
so
always about rate.
if we're at the table and they're getting ready to go from these short-term contracts to long-term contracts, we could say, we're out. We don't want to go to long-term contracts. But if we're there and part of it and it's all working, we would make a much more intelligent and informed decision than if we're not there. We don't have to go to long-term contracts. We could say, we're not going to be a part of that. Exclude us from your purchase of long-term contracts. We're out. We're sending everybody back to Southern California Edison. So again, I really mean this when I say I thought the last option was too risky. I sat down, I hammered this, every one of these things I hammered to try to say, where's the risk? I'm not finding it, and I hear what you're saying, but tell me really a specific risk, and I may put the red flag up, but I'm not hearing it. So if I could, just like, I don't want to keep coming on and on to this, so let me just finish this here. So I don't specifically see the risk, maybe, but I'm still listening, in terms of doing that, right? But nobody's shown me that yet. When we say to somebody, you want to go green, sir, and that's fine for you, but I don't want you to do it by putting all the rest of us at risk, again, I don't think we are putting all the rest of us at risk. Somebody that a ratepayer in Ventura County could say, I think this thing's risky even though I'm not seeing it, They don't have to be part of it at all. They could stay part of Southern California Edison. So the only people that would be at, quote, risk is if they decided to stay in, and that would be whatever risk they think is there, but I'm not seeing it. The other thing is the authority is taking the risk. There's pretty good legal court cases out there saying that if we're part of the authority, people can't sue us because we're part of the authority, or people can sue us, but the courts have ruled that liability doesn't pass through to us. That's exactly why, and the words I heard was, that's exactly why people create these JPA authorities. When I talked with you sometime, 3 weeks ago or so, okay? That's why you create these authorities. Yes, you have to unwind your power or whatever, but you don't pass through all of that. Who's taking the risk? I'll tell you who's taking the risk. It's somebody who sells a contract on any kind of credit to the authority. They're taking a little bit of a risk that the authority may not pay them, but if the authority doesn't pay them, that's them taking some risk. Final thing that I want to emphasize to Supervisor Long's comments. The goal of this program is to be both greener and less expensive. Those are the goals. But I don't think we, as the Board of Supervisors, should sell that we're voting for this because we're going to get people lower rates or even greener electricity. We shouldn't say that's why we're doing it. We're saying that we're doing it because we're not promising it. I'm not promising lower rates. I'm not even promising it's greener. I'm promising we're going to give you a choice, consumer. We're going to give you a choice, and it's supposed to be cheaper, and it's supposed to be greener, but the only thing we're guaranteeing you is a choice. And if it doesn't work out, get out. If you don't want the choice, don't even set yourself up to do it. That's all we're guaranteeing you is that choice. But if we don't do this, the one thing we are guaranteeing them is no choice. And I think people have sort of gotten to the point where they've had it with Southern California Edison. And as you heard, they only offered the 100% option that people had been asking for and asking for and asking for when this choice became available. So I don't know how to improve competition and not give our citizens a choice.
Here's my only thing. Greener and cheaper is kind of an oxymoron. We know that's not true. The gentleman said it's cost more money. We understand it. But here's my idea. My thought is you're saying we want to give them choice. But you're not giving them choice. You're mandating they go in. That's my problem. They mandate to this program. If they just said, I'm staying put, now I'm going to look and see which one's cheaper or better, or for me, I will go that way, that's a different thing.
We're not mandating.
Yeah, they are because they're automatically in the system.
But they're automatically eligible to be out.
No, they're not automatic. They have to opt out. So you're mandated to opt in. So that means I'm saying, whatever my power is now, I got to opt.
They have to do one.
Now I got to move back.
They have to do one thing.
Yeah, but before that's what I'm saying. So you're forcing them to do this.
Could you describe the opt-out option?
Sure.
Yeah, you can opt out.
There are 4 legal required notices to every single account, every single customer, 60 days in advance of the program, 30 days in advance of the program, 30 days after the program starts, and 60 days after the program starts. That says, it's hard mailed to every customer. It says, this program is being implemented. If you want out, you can call this number, go to this website, return this postcard, and that's done in multiple ways.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah, but why do we have to put them in anyway?
Well, because
that's the problem. You're forcing people something else.
If we were designing it all the way, we would even be able to, but that's how the state legislature set this up, or the CUP set this up. So they said, but you either had to have everybody in, or you had to have everybody.
Well, they did that only because they knew they wouldn't get the number of people in. We understand
that. It is to help make it effective. There's no doubt about that. But there is also no doubt about the fact that you're not stuck in.
Supervisors, why don't we do this? Go ahead. You had your light on.
I would like to.
You had your light on for a while, and then we'll go for a motion.
We do have a lot of people waiting for other items. So I just like to make a few points, and one is the fact that it is to the benefit of the JPA to see that it is effective. And so the people at the table are going to want to see that it's effective. And we are never going to be at a better time right now than the incentives that the County of Los Angeles is giving us, putting in $10 million up front, and I'm hearing something about $75 million coming forward. In addition to that, the ability for our county to have a seat at the table with the same vote that the County of Los Angeles has, and as I understand it, several cities in Ventura County are looking at it also. We have the ability of having local jobs created here in Ventura County through the development of renewable energy resources here in Ventura County. They will be the first choices when we're looking for where we should build some of these. So I believe it will definitely bring jobs, which we will not otherwise have. CoLab is here. It's representing businesses, which is the big business of SCE. When you think about the small businesses, those jobs are important. I'm also chair of the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance. We heard it at the Southern California Association of Government, the presentation by Mr. Guerrero, and it was certainly something that our Ventura County has an option to join. We didn't have that potential when we did the tri-county study, and having that available to us, I think, is an incredible benefit. 5% of the money is going to be an ag discount of 5%. I think that's substantial. We were talking just earlier, I know that I had just read it, and that's where I read it, that we are giving that benefit to our agricultural community. And I think, again, if we're representing our businesses in Ventura County, the jobs from the projects that will be developed for renewable energy, as well as a reduction in the cost of energy for our agriculture community, that is pro-jobs and pro-economy for Ventura County. This is also a not-for-profit venture. Look at what Southern California Edison is. When they're making up their decisions on how things cost, they are putting in substantial profits for their shareholders. There is none of that here. So we have the ability to have lower rates than Southern California Edison. You think that that won't happen. We're hearing otherwise. It remains to be seen, but there is the flexibility that people can pull out. I feel like the discussion between you and Supervisor Bennett, the two of you, it's a matter of perspective, but the facts are what they are in terms of how you get in and how you can get out, and the ability for us to really grab onto the coattails of the County of Los Angeles. And that's really important. You mentioned that 85% of California is going to be in these community choice aggregations. Well, if we're with the County of Los Angeles, I think we're going to have a lot more influence at the state level and any decisions, while Southern California Edison's trying to end these processes, we'll have more influence at the state level as a result of that. The more of us that get in and sit at the table, I believe the city of Ojai has already voted for it, the city of Oxnard is looking at it, the city of Ventura is looking at it, tonight the city of Thousand Oaks, my city, and I hope they join it because I would love to have that choice too. This is leadership. And what's the risk? The risk is that people won't have that choice, and we'll have to wait until 2019 to get in. I want to get in so we can make policy decisions at the table at their next meeting, and those are the important decisions that need to be made. So I'm confident from the study I have done through the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, which voted in support of looking at this because they think it was viable. As well as looking at it from the board level. I'd like to see us move forward on this. We'll have this, as I understand, the option to both have the vote for entering today and then also the second reading, essentially, or waiving the second reading. So we can be at the table and make that time frame, which is the end of December, and I think that's why the other cities are moving in now.
Well, we've heard the pros and the cons. Let's get a motion.
I would like to make this motion. I do want to say one thing. You said, you can't be both cheaper and greener. It's be cheaper than Southern California Edison, at the same time being as green as or greener than Southern California. So it's not cheaper than not green. Right?
Well, it sounds like that this board, from at least three of us, are saying that we want the county to be in charge of energy as well. That we do hospital services, we're going to do energy too. And not always is it a pro, but that's good. We'll look into it. My question, if we go forward, is to understand what kind of staffing and cost associated with joining this group. I would like to know that number so we can understand, because I think it'll be a little bit more than just one board member being on this And so I would just like to get to understand those costs.
Certainly to say we're in charge of energy is, I think, really a big stretch. It's the authority that's going to be in charge of one part. Southern California Edison will be in charge of energy for those people that want Southern California Edison. The authority will be in charge of energy for the people that want the community choice aggregate. The county won't be in charge of any of that. So I would disagree.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Let me just say,
the motion is what, Supervisor Parks? You just.
Yes.
The motion is to receive this report and also to move forward with approving the JPA authority and waiving the second reading.
I'm not ready to waive the second.
We can't waive.
Yeah.
We can't
So
waive.
I think it is to go forward with the CCA program, join the authority, right? Consider the adoption of the ordinance and the implementation of the CCA program.
And bring it back.
You need the second reading then?
And bring it back on
We got to have a
January.
second.
Yeah, a second reading would be required. So today, we could have the first reading. I think the board letter is to have the first reading, approve the JPA, and those are the main two items.
And Jan.
Okay,
We'll have to have a
that would
second
be
reading to.
sufficient for the County of Los Angeles to allow for us to be in on, at their deadline.
And Brian, can you read it by, the motion?
Okay, so then that would be it, then just to initially, right now, approve the JPA and the second reading coming back to us.
Okay.
I want to be clear. We want to do it exactly like it's written.
We're okay?
You know, my personal belief is that Edison,
Please vote.
10 years from now, will not be a power company. It'll just be a transmission company. There's so many other things going on that this kind of stuff's happening, personal. If you go to Arizona, solar on people's homes has got the power companies down to pretty minimal.
You're right, that's possible.
And I agree, they'll just be, but again, but at that point, there's not the risks that we have and the other issues. Because right now, I mean, do we have the right, if we don't agree with the power contract they're buying, that we don't want to get in, we saw some of that happen back in the 90s, right? You gotta be careful about all that
Okay,
stuff.
please vote.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping an eye on risk. I mean, I'm seriously,
Brian,
I
that's it.
want to have people check.
Okay, that's approved.
And, sir, I have to read this into the record.
Okay, read into the record, please.
It's an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura authorizing the implementation of the Community Choice Aggregation Program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got one other thing related to this, and that is, I want us to make a significant effort to alert people that we have done this, so that it's not off, it doesn't show up. So January 9th, we're doing that second read. I don't want to have people go, whoa, 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 so I'd like to make a motion that we direct the CEO to direct his staff to do as much as we can to try to make sure that we publicize the fact that the board is taking this action.
In Spanish and English? In Spanish and English.
Right, yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, great, so that's my motion.
Just while you're voting on that, I do want to thank Gary for coming up and being so
thank
responsive to our questions, and Sue and Alejandra and Heather and the energy team in our office. A lot of analysis, as well as Matt Carroll for looking at all this so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. This is to convey in Spanish and English to
So we
the-
tell the public that we did this, so that they don't get surprised.
Yeah.
You in favor of telling the public?
Okay, that's
Put you on the
approved.
spot. Good.
Thank
There
you.
go. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is item 75 that I want to bring up. Well, we have a lot of people waiting here for this item. This is to approve the conceptual plan and direct county executive office staff to return with a lease agreement with Turning Point Foundation, a California nonprofit corporation for the county-owned property located at 1722 Lewis Road in unincorporated Camarillo, to operate a non-for-profit plant nursery job training program.
The Supervisor Zaragoza, I know that this is a labor of love that I've been working on with several people, many of them who are here today in the audience. This is to approve in concept and then also the lease parameters for a program titled Growing Works, and it would be leasing land that the county owns, and it would be leasing it to Turning Point Foundation. And I know Jason Meek, the executive director, is here today, and he's going to help me with the presentation. If we could go to the PowerPoint on this item. And I also, okay, let's go ahead, and Jason, if you'd like to go forward and begin, and then I'll take on after you.
Sure. We can go to the, first of all, good afternoon, County Supervisors, Executive.
And thank you for being so patient, too. It's
No
a
problem.
long
No
agenda.
problem at all. No problem at all. Okay. I just wanted to go over some of the fine points of Growing Works and some of the immense benefits. If we can have the next slide and go into, there we are. This, okay. Okay, Growing Works. It's to assist people with mental illness on the path to wellness and job training, employment, horticultural therapy, and a nonprofit plant nursery. But it's much bigger than just employment. There are physical and emotional benefits to this as well as employment. Dealing with the emotional, there is several studies recently, actually over the past several years, that indicate that horticultural therapy has an immense impact on reducing anxiety, depression, and some of the more common symptoms in mental health. The physical, of course, is often in tandem with that, reducing blood pressure, things of that nature, sleeping patterns, and just overall sense of well-being. Those with mental health experience, they understand their symptoms. They know they're ill every minute of every day, rather. Every time they're reminded to take medication, ask how they're doing, if they're going to groups, they are reminded. Dealing with their own internal dialogue and feelings, they are reminded. In the course of horticultural therapy, in their own words, they have a vacation from that. They're creating and working with something that's going to grow. They understand life cycles and get to see things grow that they have produced. And it has immense impact on their overall mental health well-being. And there's tons of studies to show that. Also, the employment factor. I think it's important to understand that these folks want to be meaningful members of our society. And this type of employment gives them that opportunity in a safe and controlled environment that is well supported. This is an actual picture from Growing Grounds in San Luis Obispo, which I was fortunate enough to tour a couple of times. It's a wonderful program, and that's the beauty of this. We don't have to reinvent anything. There's a tried and true, proven program that has been out for 30 years. It's helped over 1,000 people and hundreds of people get long-term employment. As you can see, they pride themselves on a high quality of product there. And they've often said that people certainly care about your cause, but essentially you better produce a good quality for them to buy. And we were fortunate enough to get not only their trade secrets, so to speak, but literally the entire process of how this goes in terms of the planting, the marketing, the overall budget. They have been incredible. Turning Point Foundation would love to be a part of this. We would love to operate it, and I think that it's noteworthy that we are, as Turning Point, we pride ourselves of being employers of those that are mentally ill. Certainly we provide a lot of services, both on the street level, into shelters, veterans with combat stress, in transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, you name it. We try to meet those in need at wherever they're at that particular time, and then provide ongoing and lifelong support. But why Turning Point, I feel, is well suited for this is because we understand the limitations and some of the positive aspects of working with those that have mental health challenges. There's a lot of things to take and equate. We do not want to give people more than they can handle. We want to be supported. We want to be able to be viable but placid when their needs change and be there for them to support them throughout that process. We also understand their benefits and what the impact of that with gainful employment. And so there's a lot involved, and we have, well, we're going on 30 years in February of experience in that arena as well. So we're very, very proud to be a part of this. The location is absolutely incredible. As you can see off of Lewis Road there, it's somewhat off the grid, as you can see, but it's in close proximity to many other supportive programs, as well as the university. We have, matter of fact, just below Casa Pacific towards Lewis Road there, or I'm sorry, just above Casa de Esperanza. I was looking at it backwards, sorry. Via Callejas is one of our programs, too. It's a permanent supportive housing for those experiencing mental health. A lot of the programs surrounding that geographical region have some type of experience with either those with mental health or social issues, homelessness, you name it. There's not a lot that these programs don't have somewhat of an impact on. We have the RAIN project, Casa Pacifica, Casa de Esperanza. All these programs have already verbalize that they want to help in one form or another, whether it be field trips, helping clean up the place, dealing with the program overall. They're incredibly supportive. And as well as, again, we have 24-hour staff at Via Callejas, so if things go somewhat awry, we will have an immediate response, which is literally feet away. Also, we have the University of Channel Islands nearby, which has a robust psych department. Expressed immense interest, and I think the numbers were well over 100 or so potential volunteers. But this gives the students access to behavioral health in a tangible way, in a controlled way that's supported with professionals as well. So it can operate as a gateway as well to the field. They also have social business models, again, other wonderful resources that can access this program.
And I can take on for here.
Yes.
And I know we have from Cal State Channel Islands, Selena here. Would you like to come up and provide some information on the role that you see for the university and growing works?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
I'll be available for questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Zaragoza, Supervisors, and County CEO Michael Powers. My name is Selena Zacharias, and I have the honor and pleasure of serving as your Director of Community and Government Relations for Cal State Channel Islands. President Beck sends her regards. Right now she's overseeing finals with all the students and all the chaos that's going on out there. But she did want to make sure that I was here to represent not only her view, but her support and the campus support for this amazing project that has been brought to our attention. I was writing my notes just in case the meeting went long, and I send them to Denise, so I'll just read off of here. The Planning Committee, along with Supervisor Parks, have met with several of our key faculty members on campus. And a couple of the thoughts were, for example, she met with Andrea Grove, who is the director of our California Institute for Social Business, which collaboration with Muhammad Yunus. And in the discussions, they were working on ways that students in our courses in social business can partner with the project in terms of social business planning and measuring social impact for this particular project. Potential here is also for internships from various disciplines such as psychology. I think that is extremely, extremely important partnership in that particular major, as well as far as biology. The other one was we did meet with student government representatives, and they're very interested in gathering students to volunteer for labor on the fields on the different projects. Our Center of Community Engagement does a tremendous amount of work and with our partner community organizations, and we're looking to partner with our students who are interested in doing service projects, but also our faculty members who are looking to do learning courses around this particular item. And then also John Gormley, who oversees our facility services and is our campus architect, sees this particular endeavor as a potential resource from which the university can purchase our plants for the campus. We're trying to be as much drought-tolerant campus as possible, and this would be one more avenue from where we can purchase our plants. So once again, we are in great support of the project, and just leaving you with a quote, because I myself am a gardener. I love putting my hands in the soil. I don't even use gloves because I need to feel one with Mother Nature. I have in my garden a saying that says, to plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. And these are particular individuals which the Turning Point assist. That's what we need to do, is we need to help them to believe in tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Selena. And I'll just finish up the presentation here, and I provided the PowerPoint for the board. This is the site plan that you see on the screen here. And what we're looking at is in the orange areas up in front, that's Lewis Road, and those would be demonstration gardens that we're looking at. And the demonstration gardens are really a focal point where we could have community planting days and also use the clippings for growing more plants in the back. And this is something, as part of the request, is requesting that the board provide funding for the plants for that portion. All of this is coming together as really an entire village coming together. We see so many different businesses and individuals and organizations that are in support of this. So with this, as Mr. Meek pointed out, we have some great partners from Casa Pacifica, who is also in support of this. We could be sharing one of their fences, the potential that they'll be doing some lane of asphalt, and there's a little section of road on the entry that we'd like to have asphalt that they're willing to coordinate if we can do that. The rain shelter, certainly with the community planting days, also some arts and crafts, but that they have the ability to participate in the community volunteer events. And then, like we were saying, you can't have much better location than 20 feet away from housing with people who have mental illness, who are clients of the county. And that's one of the aspects that we're looking at least too, that these would be clients of the county that would be served in the nursery, which is the green area. We're looking at both phasing. The front two demonstration gardens would be do phase one, and then later come back and do the second one. Same thing with the nursery. One of the wonderful entities that is supporting us is the Seabees, and they have offered to do the leveling of the both areas, the 2.5 acres right near the building that is currently unoccupied, and then also that back area to do that at the same time. Mars Farms, David Martinez has stepped up, a gentleman who just really believes strongly in the project. I had talked to him because I believed he was farming the land behind where we were looking at putting the nursery, and it turns out that he wasn't anymore, but he is so supportive of this, he has offered up to $40,000 to put fencing around it, which is one of the primary things that we need at the nursery too. So just that kind of people who believe in it. I love what he said. He said, growing plants are in your genes, and that this really brings people to really understand better about themselves. So it's just a great concept. I didn't even know there was such a thing as horticultural therapy until I learned about this in San Luis Obispo, where they have the growing grounds. Brian, I don't have the clicker, but if we could go to the next slide, that works for me. So also, very fortunately, there is a building there that is unoccupied. It's presently storing furniture. And this land in this photo below is the back of the building where we would put the nursery. It is already pretty level and pretty cleared already. That's the first 2.5 acre portion. If we can go to the next slide. This shows you the interior of the building. It just was restored in the last year or so in terms of the bathrooms. 2 sets of bathrooms with multiple stalls. You couldn't ask for anything better. To be able to use that building for classroom space for the employees who are people with mental illness, and teach them about horticultural, how to prune and all those kind of things. But it could also be used for classes for the clients to learn about nutrition, for example. And then also could be classroom space for university students who are coming on, so they can learn about what is mental illness, when they're out there working as volunteers, having a good understanding of it. It also has the option of potentially being a portal for those students that are volunteering there to say, they're having some issues and they know how to get services for mental health. And also working shoulder to shoulder with people out in the nursery. You don't know, is that the person with mental illness? I made this presentation at NAMI, and one of the people came up and told me, I worked at the growing grounds in San Luis Obispo, and I didn't even realize there were people with mental illness there. So that idea of destigmatizing mental illness is also a benefit. There's furniture in that building, as you see. This is furniture that is being stored for people who move out of the rain shelter that they can take to their apartment with them. But it's been pretty picked through. As you see, there's big, bookshelves and china cabinets and things that you don't really necessarily need when you're moving into an apartment. So we would still allow for the storage in half of the building or less, and then the rest of the building, because it's so large, could be used by Growing Works. If we can go to the next slide. And they also recently put in the new lighting. So how does the funding mechanism work? It is a sustainable model. It sells these high-quality plants, again, taken after the one in San Luis Obispo Growing Grounds, selling California natives and drought-tolerant plants, which there is a huge need for, so it's a very pro-environment thing. But selling the plants will help fund the nursery running, as well as contracts for client services of people getting job training. Not only will they get job training, but they will also get jobs. And these are jobs, for example, anything from doing landscaping work, but they can also do restoration projects. For example, the Nature Conservancy, they could sell the plants at a farmer's market. So there's a lot of different levels. If you're you want to be alone, fine, you can go back and you can still work on plants, or if you can handle being in a social group, you can work together. So it just gives all different kinds of level of experience with jobs. The Department of Rehab is currently looking at programs to put youth, transitionally aged youth, to get job training and jobs. So this could be that facility, and the state is looking at Growing Works specifically for that. And our Behavioral Health Department is also looking at innovation funds. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board voted unanimously to support moving forward with doing the research and writing up a proposal to the state to provide funding for horticultural therapy, working with clients of the county with mental health. And so they would be, again, having their funding for those clients to work there would be, the individuals would be paid for it, and that will help them become more independent. There's also a bus stop right there for them to get to it. If we can go to the next slide. Just to kind of give you a picture of the pie chart on the left just tells you about the different kinds of expenses to start up a nursery. So these are just a startup kind of costs, and it is what you would think it is. Buying plastic pots and water and soil, big things, and plants. So those are the biggest ones. There's some smaller ones, items too, everything from gravel and ground cloths, but basically about $375,000 worth of expenses to build the nursery, with potential contributions coming in. Again, some just incredible contributions we've received. The Hope Foundation with Jack Edelstein has put up $30,000 in seed money, along with others from the Ventura County the Ventura County Community Foundation, and also in-kind contributions for others included. So if we can go to the next slide, we can look at, I took a Growing Works 3 years from now, because it's going to take a while to sell enough plants that you don't start on day one with a bunch of plants that you can sell. You have to grow them first. So it's going to take a few years to get to sustainability, and looking at a 3-year perspective. On the right, you can see that revenue client salaries, those again would help come through contracts, and then also contributions. We're looking at $200,000 from foundations and individuals to help keep it running. And then the sale of the plants will enable for the nursery to continue. And the costs on these, for example, the pie chart on the left with expenses, that's pretty much mirrors what Growing Grounds is doing in San Luis Obispo. As Mr. Meek pointed out, we're not reinventing the wheel, so we have some good cost estimates, and it's been sustainable there for 30 years. And the next slide. Just real quick, because I know we're tight for time. The next slide after that, this is just talking about the partners. I've been working on this for many years. We had Melanie Roy, but at the time as our behavioral health director, who is very supportive also, as is Elaine Crandall, who's been out there a couple of times with us. You'll see other people you recognize in that picture. And then with the help of a wonderful gentleman, Dennis Perry, is our interim nursery manager. He has run nurseries before and owns a nursery now, and he has been instrumental in helping us with the logistics for the startup, and so is going to be there until we can get that baby going, right? Yes, and the Mayor Albergi has offered, she wants to assist with this sale. So this is a wholesale nursery. The plants would be sold to like universities like Cal State Channel Islands. CLU is also interested as well as bringing their students there. Our government grounds right here, we could purchase out. Right now we purchase plants from retail. So that's a great opportunity to just bring in the nursery sales, and in addition, Ken Bauer is helping us with fundraising, and so just as you see, a lot of different partners coming together. Next slide, please. The startup helpers, as I mentioned, the CBs, offering to do the leveling, and that is a significant work. They can look at doing the first portion, that first 2.5 acres, and then over weekends afterwards working on the back portion. But that will be a tremendous help. And the farmers, not only Mars Farm, but the gentleman who is actually farming behind us has also offered to assist us in working with seeing that we cooperate in terms of how our borders are, but also offering to do some of the leveling of the demonstration gardens, which is wonderful. The California Conservation Corps have already been out there about 2 weeks ago and cleared the tumbleweeds off of the demonstration garden areas, so we can begin working on that in January, which we'd like to be able to do. The Ventura County Community Foundation I mentioned, the Hope Fund, the Andrew Wade Foundation, you found a letter was sent to you. And again, a lot of these are family members who have been involved with people who have had mental illness and see the benefits of this program. If we could move to the next slide. I mentioned the associates, and we can go on to the next slide. The last one's the one that was with, is the one in San Luis Obispo. Employees, mentioned that, 20 feet away or something. We've got the Via Callegas, which is run by Turning Point, which makes that pretty convenient to Casa Esperanza and Las Posadas living right there. Also, veterans with PTSD. You just see this as a really beneficial program, whether they're working there to actually get jobs, but also just being able to be there and to volunteer. I think you reap the benefits of the program. And talking with our chaplain at the naval base, the fact that you have military personnel. She's interested in having them know that they can come volunteer here because they're under a lot of stress, and while they may not be getting a paycheck, just the ability to work and to do something that you're growing plants and seeing the benefits of it and being with nature. My work with the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy pointed out that this issue of what they call nature deficit disorder, that we are just so disassociated with nature now, with everyone's got their device and not really being able to get out in the sun. And there's a physical benefit that you get from doing landscaping. It keeps you in shape, right, Meryl? And the next slide. And again, just so many different volunteer organizations, and more of them were mentioned to me yesterday, too, that aren't on this list of entities that could help both in the environmental perspective, even the Audubon Society is not there, the Native Plant Society is not mentioned, but then also you have the organizations that work with people with mental illness. NAMI, I'm sure, would be out there tomorrow if you ask them to help with the program. So a lot of opportunities for partnership. In San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo is a big supporter of the project. at Growing Grounds in San Luis Obispo. Their engineering students helped design their process that we can steal from because they got it already in place. No, model, not steal. So we do have that wonderful partnership I see right down the street with the university. And the president, Beck, had pointed out, too, that a lot of their students have trouble with transportation. But again, it's within walking distance, and there's also a bus that goes straight from there to the front of this. So that will be really helpful. And then I believe the last slide. Next. Just a quote. Working with the folks in San Luis Obispo, Craig Wilson, who is their nursery manager, had pointed this one out to me. A gentleman named Paul Berry, who's an expert in this, says that no one needs or deserves the empowering advantage of a real job more than adults in recovery with mental illness, and no one is denied the basic opportunity more routinely than adults in recovery from mental illness. And you look throughout our county, there are very, I can only think of one, and I'm not even sure how strong that program is in terms of doing job training for people with mental illness. So we have peer-to-peer counseling, but not everybody is going to want to be a counselor. This really gives people another opportunity to, with mental illness, another opportunity in that path to recovery, and that's a really vital thing. And I think of it also as being able to reach out to more populations than we have been as successful with our behavioral health department. For example, farm workers, this is growing plants, the Mixteco population. We could grow medicinal herbs. There's so many great opportunities, and I really appreciate the fact that out of some 52 proposals for innovation grants, this came out number one in terms of what both the staff and the stakeholders who reviewed the proposals see as being one of those things they want to have in our county. With that, you have some cards. So
yes, and I think Supervisor Bennett would like to share a couple of comments.
I just want to say this is a remarkable opportunity for our citizens, and you've worked 5 years to pull this together. So I just want to compliment you for all the hard work to make this happen. Nice job.
Very good. By the way, we have about 11 speaker cards, 2 minutes each. You don't have to take all the 2 minutes. Go ahead.
How many square acres do they have compared to this location?
This location will be slightly bigger than the one that they have there, but again, we'll start with the 2.5 acres. We have a larger market area, being near LA County, for example, and the number of employees you have are essentially the same. And so it will be better for the sustainability to have it be slightly larger.
I'm just asking, what is the acreage of their location in San Luis Obispo? I was trying to research it and I couldn't find it, so I was hoping you had that information.
Yeah, I know the land that they have is about 7 acres or so. How much they have in production, probably more in the acre, 4 and 5 acres. 4 or 5,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our speakers, first one is Kay Wilson Bolton, followed by Jerry Harris.
Hello, distinguished board members and Mr. Powers. This is a near-perfect plan. I represent 2 organizations today, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Our chairman is here and will be speaking in favor of this. Also, Spirit of Santa Paula, where I work with a large number of mentally ill people. This is a near-perfect plan to accommodate our mutual goal of ending homelessness and hopefully mental illness. So thank you for your hard work, Supervisor Parks, and I ask you to support this program.
Thank you, Kay.
And I know you've been doing a lot of work with the victims from the fire, so just thank you so much for what you're doing and for being here.
I'd be happy to. Jerry Harris, followed by Vanessa Bechtel.
Supervisors, county executive officers, my name's Jerry Harris. I'm currently the chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I'm here today to talk about providing hope for the future for individuals with severe and persistent mental illness by urging you to approve this project, Growing Works, and the lease operated by Turning Point Foundation, a trusted and valuable member of the county's mental health system of care for many years. Following up on what Supervisor Bennett said, Supervisor Parks is to be commended for spearheading the development of this project. She has demonstrated her compassion for making a positive difference in the lives of others. On November 20th, 2017, the Ventura County Behavioral Health Advisory Board voted unanimously recommending that the Behavioral Health Department process an application for Mental Health Services Act innovation funding to support clients with severe and persistent mental illness, enabling them to receive training and jobs at Growing Works. Adding job training, horticultural therapy, on-the-job training, and a salary for the severely and persistently mentally ill will add an important and essential element to the county's mental health system. This program contains all of the essential elements that will guarantee its success: public-private partnerships, community support, agreements with universities to support the clients in the program by providing student participation at a number of different levels, and the opportunity to cover the cost of the program through plant sales over time. Once implemented, this program has the potential to improve the lives of people who are severely and persistently mentally ill, and will provide them and their families with hope for a better tomorrow. Having a job, as you know, is a big thing for people, and particularly for the people that we represent. In closing, I urge you to please approve the Growing Works project and lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, and you're doing a good job as the BHAB chair.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Vanessa, and followed by Mary Hefner.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, CEO Mike Powers, and other leaders in our county. I'm Vanessa Bechtel, President and CEO of the Ventura County Community Foundation. Given everything that's been going on within the last week, I felt it was vital to be here today, despite all of the relief efforts that we've been doing, because of how important I believe this project is. I believe this is a rocking chair moment, creating a legacy that not only benefits the constituents and the people that will be working at the gardens, but promoting sustainability within our environment. However, what I really want to stress today is how incredible I think the business plan is of this program. It's very rare that I get to see such a robust business model for a nonprofit with multiple revenue streams. We are really excited about helping to seed that. So far, we've had the Hope Fund step up with matching funds. One of our past board members contributed another $5,000. We have a couple of additional asks taking place. It's a new initiative, but hopefully today we'll be able to move forward on that. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the Ventura County Community Foundation, I've never been more proud to live in this and be part of this community. You should be really in awe of the emails that are in my inbox. We are just really blessed and fortunate to live in such a generous and caring community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanessa. Mary Hefner, followed by Janice Gardner.
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to say I'm coming from a few different perspectives. Right now, I serve on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and I have for the last 2.5 years. As well, I'm a parent of a young man who has mental illness, and I also serve on the Ventura Unified School Board and the board rep for our mental health committee for the school district. So I understand the challenges that are facing those who are dealing with mental illness. And working with the county on the BHAB, I understand the resources that are available. I also understand the gaps that we have. And I have to say that this program is one of those programs that can actually help to fill one of those important gaps, and that is employment opportunities. And it's not just the employment issue. It's the issue of stigma that our folks with mental illness have to deal with every day. And if we give them an opportunity to be out into the community, earning a living, interfacing with our Cal State Channel Islands folks and those students, you will understand that these are wonderful people who just happen to have an illness. And if I'm hoping that you will support this program, I'm also hoping that this will be the first of many programs that we support and bring forward that will actually make a huge difference in the lives of our folks that are dealing with mental illness. Thank you, and I hope you support this project.
Thank you, Mary. Janice Gardner, followed by David Dolch.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza, County Supervisors, and CEO Mike Powers. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell a quick story. I can remember very well the day that my fellow BHAB member, Karen Bates, who would have loved to have been here today, Supervisor Parks, and members of the VCBH staff, including the director at the time, drove up to San Luis Obispo to visit Growing Grounds Nursery. We left with hope and a vision to perhaps one day enter into such an enterprise in our own Ventura County. Seeds were planted as we were able to witness and visualize a learn-to-grow process which provides a product that is universally marketable while incorporating a healing experience for our behavioral health clients. Theirs was accomplished with support from the county, community members, and willing altruistic organizational partners. Growing Grounds was a viable source for those with mental health challenges who learned a new skill and then allowed them the opportunity to become ready to join the public workforce. Growing Works will no doubt enrich numerous lives and will give our friends an opportunity to participate and grow a dream of establishing a garden of profound and ever-unfolding abundance for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. David, followed by Patricia Almove. David Deutsch.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and CEO Powers. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I've had an opportunity to visit Growing Grounds in San Luis Obispo myself and to do some a little bit of the planning with Supervisor Parks, and I must say I am so impressed by how many pieces are in place, and it takes a lot to put something like this together, but so many of the pieces are already in place. I'm very confident that this can be a successful project. I can't think of anything that contributes more to a sense of self-worth and a sense of self-esteem and a sense of belonging as a mainstream member of society than being able to engage in some type of meaningful employment. And in this case, paid employment, and people will really be fully mainstreamed into the opportunity to be part of the workforce. Many people have not had that experience ever. If they've had mental health challenges, some people have had that experience, and they've lost that sense through what they've gone through with their mental health challenges. This is an opportunity for our county to provide something real and something important to people and give them a sense of hope, a sense of empowerment, a sense of self-responsibility, and a sense of having a meaningful life. And I'm so proud to have the opportunity as Director of NAMI to support this project, and I hope you will all join in that support effort as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Patricia Malawi, followed by Ms. Ratan.
Thank you, Supervisors and CEO Powers. I'm really happy to be here to express my enthusiastic support of this project. It's rare that you have a viable model that we're fortunate enough to be following. I think it brings a wonderful economics, collaboration between universities, community, and I'm looking forward to being a volunteer for this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ratan, followed by Jean Brooking.
Good afternoon. My name is Ratan Bhavnani. I've been before your board for the last 12 years asking for your support on mental health projects for the last, like I said, 12 years, and you've come through on almost every occasion. I ask you to support this one, too. I am no longer wearing my NAMI hat, as you know. I am now the first vice chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And my son is now about 37 years old. He lives in a board and care. He says he wants to work. He says he wants to volunteer. But, he says many things, but unless somebody's there to help him and unless he sees some light at the end of the tunnel or some place where he can go, he doesn't do much of anything. He just sleeps in his room all day long. I know that with a program like this, if this was around and if he was around here, he would participate. He'd go out there, get some fresh air, meet some friends, make some new friends, and learn some new skills, perhaps. I have seen a similar program in actually not in San Luis Obispo, but in Kern County, where Mr. Meek comes from, and that is at Ann Sippy Clinic. They had a similar program in their facility, and they had a shop or a store in the city where they would be selling plants. And when I walked into that plant shop, I was impressed by, I didn't know it was run by clients. There were young, energetic staff members helping out. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking forward to seeing here in this county. So I really want to push for this program. We have a great partner in Turning Point, I think. They've proven that they can do the job over the last many years with us. But lastly, I really want to thank Supervisor Linda Parks for her initiative and her support in launching this program and getting us to the point where we are now. So thank you.
Thank you, Ratan. Jean Brooking, followed by Tony Stanford. Dean, it says Jean here. Okay, somebody misspelled it.
Really? Oh, it's Game, for what it's worth.
It's a computer.
Brooking, I'm a member of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and the co-chair of the Adult Services Committee. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
I would urge you to support this. I have rarely seen something so well thought out, amazing program, terrific contributors from throughout the community. We have had recovery coaches, peer support specialists for about a decade now, but it can be a stressful job. This is something that I think would be relatively low stress to whatever level people are comfortable, whether they want to work off with the plants by themselves or interact with others, or even get involved in the marketing. I also see that this can be a beginning from which people can move on to other things. Almost anyone, I imagine, who has ever gardened knows how incredibly nurturing that can be and healing. I think we will see a lot of that. This looks to me like a total win-win. I don't see any downsides to this. So I would please urge you to support this for the benefit of Ventura County, for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tony Stafford, followed by Merrill Burge.
I'm Tony Stafford, General Manager for Camarosa Water District, and I'm here to talk about the water that's going to be supplied to the location. And I want to thank Supervisor Parks and Mr. Perry for briefing me on the project yesterday. We have two types of water that serve that property, and one's potable water. That's the drinking water made up of state water and groundwater. And the other is a non-potable surface water, which is recycled water that's hit a creek. And I just think it's important to be good stewards of our water, and that this project be developed around the use of non-potable water. I know there's been some testing that has been done on the constituents of potable versus non-potable, and they have different water qualities, but I do think it's important that this project be developed around the use of non-potable water, just because of the scarcity of state water.
And that non-potable water is available from your perspective?
It's on site.
Great.
That's excellent. Yeah. Thank you. Merrill Burge.
And we are planning on definitely using that non-potable.
You're the last speaker.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and staff. It's Meryl Berge. And when Linda Parks started talking about this project, I got very excited because I am a landscaper and also have a dear, dear friend named Lance. And Lance, his parents have worked so hard to mainstream him and help him become a part of the community, but Lance has anxieties that have only gotten worse with his maturity, and now he is about 22, and I understand exactly when the gentleman was talking about his son, because Lance is getting more and more reclusive. And when I went to the Growing Grounds Nursery, I was so pleased and impressed with how they accommodate and adapt to the needs of the employees, and that it's a very flexible situation, and each one is an individual, and they really work with them to help create job skills that then they're able to go out and at the same time it's an education on the other side too for the employers. And I just think that this is a win-win situation, and as you know, when I get behind something, I'm all in. And so I look forward to helping to make this a big success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming today, and I am just in awe of the individuals who have stepped up. And yesterday we were meeting with Tony Stafford and our interim nursery manager is one of the individuals who lost their house in the fire, and I'm thinking, you don't need to be in this meeting, but the fact that they're dedicated and that he's come today, really is very touching. And that's just an example, I think, of how strongly it is felt in the community. And I think that because there is the will, there will be the way. Right now, it's hard for Turning Point to go out and, for example, apply for grants when they don't have a lease. So I think that is the first step. So we will be able to see the funds coming in, but to have the contributions that we have to date, I think is pretty remarkable.
And I think it's an excellent program, for training, for job training that was shared by Tom, his son needs work, and other individuals. I think it's really an opportunity for all of us to back you up on this.
Thank you.
Good. Motion?
Yes, I would go ahead and move the recommendation as written, which is the parameters for the lease and then also the concept plan.
Okay, please vote.
I know it takes a lot of work to do all that, Linda, so congratulations on all your team members making it happen.
Thank you for your support.
That's approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, our next item is item 74. This is a receive and file report regarding the volatile organic compounds in groundwater as a result of oil production in Ventura County. Environmental health, who's... Okay. Who's making this presentation? RMA? We go to the next one? Yeah. Go to the next one? Okay. Okay, I'm going to 73 then. Okay, 73 is a report back regarding the acceptance and processing of a new Land Conservation Act, LAC, and that's 76? Okay, hold a second. 76 then. Okay, who's first? Who's on first?
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Johnson Gill with your healthcare agency, and while I'm getting ready to speak, I would like to invite Eric, Deanna, Leanne, Sheila, Heather, and Alicia from the whole person care team.
Okay.
A little less than a year ago, we embarked on a project, not knowing where it would take us. The project was born out of discussions around the winter warming shelter when we were made aware that some of the folks that needed to get in could not get in because of unfortunately lice or scabies. And so we put a small group together. It was just a handful of us that quickly grew. And I do want to thank CEO's office, Mr. Powers himself, had conversations with him and immediately got the support. Also want to thank Supervisor Bennett, Supervisor Zaragoza, and Supervisor Long's office, who also sent their representatives. We have been also in conversation with Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Foy's office as the concept has developed. For those that have done the heavy lifting, I would like to give the next few minutes to Eric and Deanna to talk about what has transpired over the last few months with a lot of support from you all and from the community. So before I present the board letter, I would like for them to share this brief presentation with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, CEO Powers, supervisors, thank you for your time. Thank you, Johnson. So as Johnson introduced, this idea really came courtesy of Johnson, thinking that not just do we have a need around these showers for a specific point in time that was brought up to us at the time, but can we address this in an ongoing, outstanding way? And thanks to the Whole Person Care Program and the expansion application that was made available to us in February of this year, that was then approved in June, we had the opportunity to put this in and really ask for something kind of outside of the bounds of what the healthcare agency would normally do and look at, and really make an attempt to move our front door out further into the community. So if we could move on to the first slide. Do I have the clicker? So if I could move on to the next slide. Okay. So what we're getting at here is we have a model where we have portable pods that can be set up in various locations to provide primarily showers and basic medical needs, largely for the homeless population and anyone who feels that they can take advantage of this in the housing insecure. There is a very basic need for hygiene among this population. There have been lots of programs that have been going recently that show that kind of this increased dignity, this increased access to kind of just normalization and being able to get some, the ability to get to a place where you're better presented to services, easier tasked with services, and for us to be able to get you those things. Of course, one of the challenges there is to bring those things out to folks where people need them, and that's where the portable pods come into place. And so what the pod basically can do is provide a set of showers. And these are going to be available, one, to provide that basic hygiene, two, to provide an exam room for some basic medical needs that folks might need, and three, really in the broader sense, to start developing a relationship with folks who need these services with our agency and with county services and with all kinds of community services in general. So what we can really do is say, hey, you know, we can help you out with a shower today, but we've got lots of folks here who can support you. We've got a whole set of programs here who are here to talk about what they can do for you in the future, connect you to some things that you might have had trouble connecting to before. In the case of healthcare, maybe connect you to a primary care physician, connect you to a place, to some services that you may have not have been able to get to. Also, we have our whole person care staff, which is working with folks to coordinate their care and get them into the services. Deanna will talk about a success story along those lines a little bit later. But the basics of it are that there are going to be portable boxes that have showers. They can provide, as noted here, hygiene, limited scope medical services, the ability to clean yourself up a little bit, some field treatment of some conditions such as lice, scabies, and basic wound
So, Eric,
care.
do they have bathrooms, just showers or bathrooms?
There will be, depending on where we are, there will either be bathrooms on site at the locations that we already are, or we can bring portable
But
bathrooms
the pods are
out
going to be
as well.
for showers and, okay.
Correct, yeah. And so these are kind of the original set of folks, of sites that we're dealing with, and thank you everybody for your participation in these talks and folks from your offices in these. And the real idea is to take it out to places where folks are either receiving services already, for instance, out in Santa Paula, with the help of, with Cable Wilson and all of her group, and El Buen Pastor, and places that folks are already congregating, things like that, also Community Action in Oxnard. And also, potentially, because of the portable factor, to really be able to bring that to places where there have been less services, such as River Haven here in Ventura, which was really, with the help of Ventura PD, was really one of the original spots that we thought that could come to the community in that way. And there's more in development. There's 3 that are going to be able to launch very shortly, and then we have the ability to add 3 more next year. So we'd love to engage in further conversations about places down the line.
Do these have to be permitted?
They are not permanent. They're
not permitted.
They actually are they're in Port-a-Store boxes, and so they can be rolled away as necessary. They can be as permanent as the site needs them to be. So it would be great, for instance, some places for them to be there fairly regular all the time or fairly regularly.
So if you wanted to put one in, you could then get it permitted to be there and whatever.
Correct, and get it all hooked up. But you could also, hey, we have a need someplace right now. We can actually go truck it there as well. So
Great.
it kind of has the added benefit of both of those things.
Okay.
And then, like I was saying, the they're 3 to 4 hour events that are going to be staffed up with a multidisciplinary team. There'll be an RN on staff. We'll have behavioral health clinicians. Our core staff for whole person care is community health workers, which we've already found is making a huge difference in really being able to get to people where they are and to meet them there.
That's great.
We also have the one-stop partners and volunteers who are going to be coming aboard. And this, I see this, one, as a great culmination of county folks and community folks coming together, but also kind of as a tip of an iceberg. I think if we can have this pretty simple thing, it can also be something that we can grow as more and more folks want to get involved and bring services out here and really connect with the community. So under development, we have things like animal services, providing haircuts, clothings, lunches of those things that we'd like to move forward with as well.
Great.
So quick logistics on the showers. They are on a first come, first served basis. There's an ADA shower. Men and women can be separated, and there'll be an intake and kind of just going through that system. And then, of course, they'll be kind of met with, a warm coterie of other services that they can get before and after that. So I really would like to bring up Deanna Handel here just for a second. And I think whole person care has been enrolling patients since July. We're really trying to start this up as something that can bring people into whole person care, but also not just for those folks who are the highest utilizers, but also service other folks in the community. We recognize that there's a whole bunch of people as well who aren't kind of the high utilizers, but maybe they need to be. They have a lot of needs that go unaddressed. Deanna can speak to someone that we've been working with, and there's stories up and down whole person care for this. We're close to 400 people enrolled now, and I think we're already seeing that there's really big differences being made, and more can be made with the pods going forward.
Thank you. Deanna?
Thank you, Supervisors. I'd like to share with you a very brief story about a patient we're working with under whole person care. This patient is very similar to many of the patients we've been serving, and also speaks to the kind of person that we'd hope to reach through outreach in the care pods, who we may be able to connect a little bit sooner to the kinds of services that they need. So our patient is homeless, and he's been living outdoors for many years. He's been using heroin for 8 years and has been on and off of probation for 5 years. In the past year, he has been to the emergency room 7 times and has been hospitalized twice. And these are for very serious conditions. So he has hepatitis C, skin infections, some bone concerns, pneumonia. He's had some overdoses as well as clots. And we got to him because he was referred to us from the recuperative care program, which has actually been a really successful program and a great way for us to connect with people who need us. And he had just been released from the emergency room, and he had a very serious skin condition and infection on both legs as well as swelling. And in this case, he needed to have daily injections of or transfusions of antibiotics. His skin condition was that advanced. And he only went into the emergency room after his skin condition was so painful and his legs were so swollen that he couldn't, bear the pain. And so he had also never had a preventive care visit on record. We went back through the years of his medical records and never saw a preventive visit. So when he was discharged from discharged from recuperative care, one thing that he did, which was really important, is based on the advice of the nurse at recuperative care and our staff who had met with him there, is that he went to his follow-up appointment with his primary care physician, which is kind of establishing a pattern we'd really like to see for him and build that relationship. But then speaking to kind of the challenges of working with this population, he was lost to follow-up for about 2 weeks, and despite us trying to find him, we weren't able to connect with him. And it turns out that he was then hospitalized again for blood clots in both legs. And so following that hospitalization, our community service worker, Ruben, who's built a great relationship with him, worked really hard to find him again and connected with his emergency contact and found that he had actually gone to Hillmont and been kind of meant for inpatient psychiatric services. And he was very depressed, and he actually had a relapse, which was really concerning for us. So we actually picked him up at Hillmont, and that day connected him with a sober living facility, and he's been very successful in sober living. He has started working 2 days a week for a demolition company. He's been going to all of his Narcotics Anonymous meetings, and he seems to be really thriving in this community. And we know that he has several more steps on the path to kind of stability, and that relapse in this population is really a potential concern. But we think he's doing a lot better off, and now he's connected with the services that he really needs. So,
Thank you for sharing, Deanna. Thank you so much. And I have a
Go ahead.
I have a speaker, Kay Wilson Bolton, that'd like to share some.
Thank you so much. I'm fortunate that Spirit of Santa Paula is one of the partners for this project. We've been providing showers to homeless population for about a year, and our insurance company terminated that program about 3 months ago because we did not have 2 showers, one male, one female.
Right.
So this is a godsend for us. Our homeless people are suffering without the ability to have showers. They were spoiled. Our goal is not to make them cozy while they continue in their homelessness. Our goal is to provide them connections to services that will help end this. You heard the perfect example from Deanna about a homeless person. We live with them every day. We know their stories, and we've got to have this this shower program implemented as soon as possible. The fact that we have a nurse there is just the perfect combination. So we will be the energetic partner on this. We're ready to go. We're going to start Friday. We're walking the neighborhood to make them aware of this pod that's coming in and why it's there. We have an array of volunteers who are experienced in providing showers to the homeless population with a similar pod. So we're ready to go. We just need you to push the button, and we'll be right behind you. So thank you for caring about this, and I thank you so much for Dr. Gill's confidence in the program and letting us be a partner with all of this.
And
Thank you,
Kay, if I could,
Yes.
you know, I don't know how long ago you launched on this journey, about 8 years ago?
Not 10.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
10 years ago, Kay she saw this need in Santa Paula as a result of a death of a homeless person in a building. You've just completely dedicated your life to it since then for 10 years. It's just remarkable what you've done, and it's a very small thing for us to be able to provide you just one of the tools that you desperately need, but you've held that program together in Santa Paula in a remarkable way. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank
Really
you for
great
that,
for you.
sir.
Kay, also I
Supervisor
want to
Long.
say thank you very much. You are so dedicated in our community of Santa Paula, and I just appreciate it very much. I know our community is looking forward to these showers being activated as soon as possible, and also to our staff. Thank you for thinking out of the box and making this happen.
Yeah, indeed.
We do
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Kay. And I think this is an excellent program. It's not just an opportunity for the homeless and others to take a shower, but it's a health and safety issue. And I think it's extremely important.
I'll make that motion.
So we need a motion, okay. Wait a second. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Then that is approved. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our next item is 74, and this is a receive and file report regarding the organic compounds in groundwater as a result of oil production.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Powers. I'm Bill Stratton with the County Environmental Health Division. The item before you is a receive and file, and this is a follow-up to the October 18th board meeting that we had concerning certain items in drinking water. Your board directed us to look at, return to your board with additional information on 4 items. We've got a 6-page board letter in front of you. I'm not going to go over all the details in here. There's a lot of information, so I'm going to hit the high points here. Those 4 items had to do with oil field sumps in Ventura County and what's known about any contamination those might be contributing to groundwater. It had to do with crude oil in surface pits on McGrath Farm. Your board asked us to develop a fact sheet to address benzene and other VOCs in drinking water, and also to look at the feasibility of putting together a database to collect these water samples. During the October 18th board meeting, your board received a number of comments from the public. One had to do with the Regional Water Quality Control Board's investigative reports and that they had asked for oil companies in Ventura to provide. And also there was a comment about elevated levels of inorganic and organic compounds in some of the water wells. The Environmental Health Division, we don't have any statutory regulatory authority over oil production, so we relied on Dogger and Regional Water Quality Control Board staff. We met with them. We posed these questions to them, and their responses are in the board letter. Basically, the takeaway from our discussions with them is that it's not uncommon to find these elevated levels in groundwater, especially in those areas with oil exploration, oil and gas exploration, and oil production. So that was one of the takeaways. Also, just having elevated levels isn't indicative that these activities are contributing to groundwater contamination. They also, part of the report talks about inorganic materials, and on page 2 to page 3 of your board letter, they go into some of those inorganic compounds. If you note, most of those, or all of those, are naturally occurring or can be naturally occurring. And the regional board, the takeaway from that was no conclusion has been made as to whether the water analysis resulted in any or was attributed to any oil or gas exploration or production. So that was the one takeaway. The board letter goes on to state and goes into a little more detail about those investigative orders. Almost 200 of those were sent out by the regional board. And on page 4, we go in, provide a chart of some of the results of that analysis. The second item that your board asked us to look at were those sumps on the McGrath oil lease. Regional board went out and inspected 2 of those sumps. There was some minor corrosion on some of the lids. Again, their takeaway was that no further action would be taken. Although it's going to remain on their inventory list, and if something comes up that causes them concern, they will go out and investigate. Item number 3 has to do with the fact sheet that your board asked us to prepare. Your exhibit number 1 is a copy of that fact sheet. We have this listed on our web page. The back side of this, well, it's the back side, but on the web page, we have just a number of questions. We have some links that people can go to and find out additional information about VOCs in drinking water. We also added a statement to our web page, and it says if you own a water well in an area where there's oil and gas exploration or production, you may want to have your well tested for some of these compounds, for these volatile organic compounds. We have a link to our fact sheet, and also we have a link to Dogger's geothermal resources, a well finder, so you can look on that map and find out if there are any wells located next to you. And finally, with respect to the database, on page 5 of our board letter, there's a number of links that we have. Those are web pages that the State Water Resources Control Board has put together that has both surface water and groundwater information, and we're working with the Watershed Protection District to include water analysis that we receive for individual wells for building permit purposes, and to see if we can put that on their database. So that concludes the.
Thank you. I have 2 speakers on this item. It's Robert Poole and Sean Prosky. Robert Poole. Sean, you're next one.
Good afternoon, board members. Again, my name is Sean Porosky. I'm with Ventura County CoLab. We want to thank staff for their very thorough report on the volatile organic compounds found in groundwater. As the report made clear, there is zero evidence that any of these compounds are a result of oil production activities. Regional Water Quality Control Board staff were correct when they pointed out that all the compounds under investigation could be naturally occurring, even in the absence of oil drilling. Oil naturally accumulates underground because it is less dense than water. than the water trapped in the rock, and its buoyancy relative to water causes it to rise until it meets some kind of geological barrier. Some of those barriers, known as traps, are caused by folding rock layers. Other types of traps are common in this area is faults from geological activity. Still others are caused by how the underlying rock layers were deposited millennia ago. None of these traps perfectly capture oil, however, and some oil seeps through to the overlying layers. Some oil isn't captured by traps at all and seeps directly to the surface in large quantities. We have an example of that here in the county. When you're able to travel to Highway 150 between Thomas Aquinas College and the Summit, as soon as this fire danger is over, if you look to the side of the road, you can see oil flowing naturally down the hillside from seeps from underground reservoirs. Again, this is a natural phenomenon and depends entirely on the geology overlying the oil reservoir. All of this occurs without a single well being drilled or pump being operated. And this science is important when we discuss groundwater quality and what we can do to improve it. Water quality will not be improved at all by going after oil producers if the presence of volatile organic compounds are caused by the underlying geological processes which are beyond our control. We should continue to use the best science when making decisions about water resources and oil production. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. And we need a second. Okay, please vote. Thank you.
All right.
And, yep. And that is approved. Okay, item 73 is report back regarding the acceptance of processing of new Land Use Conservation Act, LCA Contracts 2017.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. My name is Justin Berteline, and I'm the LCA Program Planner for the RMA Planning Division. The item before you consists of the annual report back regarding the LCA program in the county and to review the proposed contracts for 2017. I'll provide some background information on the LCA program in the county and then a brief review of the proposed contracts for this year. The Land Conservation Act, or the Williamson Act, was passed in 1965 and adopted in Ventura County in 1969. The purpose of this act is to protect and preserve the unique open space and agricultural areas that exist in the state of California. In exchange for a reduced property tax assessment, property owners agree to restrict the uses of their land to those uses which are compatible with open space or agriculture. The County of Ventura has 5 types of LCA contracts which have term limits of 10 or 20 years. These contracts are self-renewing, meaning that they're always within the first year of their contract terms. To offset the cost of this program, the state passed the Open Space Subvention Act in 1971, which offered partial reimbursement to participating jurisdictions. These subvention payments were suspended in 2009. If the county were to receive a subvention payment this year, that amount will be approximately $346,000. The county does not anticipate a subvention payment for this fiscal year. Currently, there are 1,074 contracts totaling approximately 127,000 acres in Ventura County. There are 16 contracts that have initiated non-renewal, and over the course of the next 19 years, approximately 120,000 acres will be removed from the LCA program. This year, the county received 9 LCA contract applications, 6 of which were for new LCA contracts, and 3 were for rescission reentries. All of the contracts are for 10-year agricultural contracts. Approval of the proposed contracts would result in an additional 600 acres in the LCA program and would result in approximately $10,000 loss to the county general fund. All of the proposed contracts qualify for a categorical exemption for CEQA. All the proposed contracts comply with the State Land Conservation Act, the LCA guidelines, the county general plan, and the county non-coastal zoning ordinance. 2 of the proposed contracts are subject to approval of a lot line adjustment and parcel map waiver, and 3 of the proposed contracts are subject to approval of a certificate of compliance. Assuming that the lot line adjustment and a certificate of compliance can be approved, all the required findings for the proposed contract have been met. The Planning Division's recommended actions are to approve the proposed contracts and continue administration of the LCA program. If you have specific questions regarding the contracts, I'm happy to go into them now.
This is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't have any cards at this time, or I think one just came in. Lynn? Lynn Jensen? Okay. And this, I'm going to open the public hearing, so let's go ahead.
Thank you, Lynn Jensen with Ventura County CoLab. There was some paperwork that was in this item, and it had to do with the assessor's office and reporting of the contracts. So I wasn't sure if that was going to come up, but I just want to say that we really appreciate the county in supporting the LCA program. It's very important to farmers. And just to let you know that we actually, there was actually an annual reporting issue, and we had a workshop last year with the assessor's office. We had 60 farmers that participated in the workshop, and we had a collaborative effort with the Farm Bureau and the Ventura County Ag Association and California Women for Agriculture, all trying to get the word out about how important it is to renew these annual contracts and fill out the paperwork. We think that's what has happened is that many of the assessor letters are mailed out to out-of-town attorneys and landowners. And again, we would like to help in any way we can to try to decrease the delinquency rates of that paperwork. As we said, the LCA program is an important benefit to farmers and ranchers in the county, and they are already facing unprecedented challenges in terms of ranching and farming. I also wanted to just take a minute to express our thanks today for all the efforts of the local farmers and ranchers in helping to fight fires all over the county. You probably haven't heard their stories yet, but they're going to come out, and it's really amazing. They've been providing equipment and water from their reservoirs, protection of cell towers and other infrastructure, fuel reduction, and the agriculture, of course, provides a very good fire break in many areas to keep the fires from spreading. So I just wanted to say thank you to them and thank you to the county for supporting them through the LCA.
In our next meeting, if you bring us a little report on what the farmers did, that would be
yes.
That would be really great for us.
It's really amazing. Some of the photos that we have, some of our farmers have sent us of the airplanes coming in and the helicopters
Absolutely.
coming in and taking water and just all their efforts. A lot of it's on Facebook right now. But
fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And of course, this is a public hearing. I don't have any additional speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Anything else? We got a motion?
As we're talking about the fires too, I know Senator Stern has gotten involved in trying to help bring not only feed but water trough for the Cattlemen Association, but also for wildlife out there. So we're looking at getting assistance from the OES to assist that effort.
Yes, he's done a great job. We sent him the VCAS updated list as to feed. We had over 200 barrels of hay and alfalfa that was delivered to the Ventura County Fairgrounds, and he's been working with the Department of Ag, especially to get feed to cattlemen and so forth. So we've been very happy working with him, and just the assistance from LA County has been huge. So thank you for the support. I'm glad you made
Excellent.
that comment.
Please vote. Okay. And that is approved. Our next item is item 77. And this is receive and file the annual report from Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act and Youth Offender Block Grant Program and expenditures for fiscal year 2016-17. Mark. And Mark, thank you for waiting all day.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board. I know you've had
He's trying to be nice to you. He's trying to be nice to you.
I know you've
Wait
had
all
a
day.
very, very long day, so I will be brief. For the record, Mark Varela, your Probation Agency Director and Chief Probation Officer. This is a receive and file of our annual program and expenditure report for our Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act and Youthful Offender Block Grant program for last fiscal year. The reporting cycle is the October following the end of the fiscal year, and that's we're a little late in delivering this information. JJCPA and YOBG, just abbreviate it just to go quicker, is two important funding streams for the probation departments throughout the state. The resources are used for program services directly related to working with youth. Since JJCPA became a law back in 2000, the Chief Probation Officer, on behalf of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, comes annually to provide a report for your approval. A process is very similar for the Youthful Offender Block Grant, which we have been reporting out for the past 10 years. There was an Assembly Bill, 1998, that was introduced, sponsored by the Chief Probation Officers of California, and subsequently signed by the governor, which consolidated both JJCPA and YOBG reporting. And so now, this report, which is attached to the board letter, is for your review, and it represents program expenditures and accounting for last fiscal year for both revenue sources. It's a little bit late because of the new the change in the government code and the new reporting requirements from BSCC came down in September, and it took a little bit of time to read through them and get this matter on the board's calendar. So it is attached to the board letter, and I am going to open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Mark, and you continue to do good work, and the whole committee does an excellent job, including the judges and everybody that goes there. So continue doing that good work, Mark.
I have a fantastic team.
Thank you. So do we need a motion? It's a receive and file? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Okay. What about 60?
Okay, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Item 68. Remember 68? That was last year. You got 2 minutes, Matt.
Wow. Great. You question away, and I'll hopefully have some help here. So, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers, Matt Carroll with the County Executive Office. Agenda item 68 today is the several things. We're asking your board approve a wholesale or receive and file an update to and approve specific policies within the county administrative manual. As noted in the board letter, there's two types, those that require your board approval and those that are more administrative in nature and require a CEO approval, and those we're asking you receive and file and approve yours. We're also asking that your board approve creating, and this is an ordinance change to repeal 3 existing older ordinances related to the CEO's office and the powers of the county executive officer, and replace those with a single consolidated ordinance that reflects current organizational structure and consolidates some older policies that are best found in one place, such as when we moved the clerk of the board function to the CEO, that was a separate ordinance. So we want to put it in one function and reflect that within the organization structure of the county. And then we're also requesting your board adopt a resolution as the board of directors for the Ventura County Fire Protection District, delegating specific powers and authority to the county executive office with regard to the fire chief and the fire district, very similar and historically as we've done and currently do with other appointed department heads. And that's been the same and has been in practice, in fact, for the fire chief and the fire protection district as well. Mike's part of the appointing authority. He does the performance reviews. So as we're correcting the organization structures reflected in the admin manual, we want to make sure we're clean and it carried through the entire organization.
So I guess what you're saying is we've already been doing this anyway. We're just trying to reflect it in this manual.
Absolutely.
Just the same practices. Okay.
Absolutely.
Modifications and so forth.
Yeah, I don't see the fire chief here screaming. So.
Yes, we've run it by him, and he's very supportive. So anyway, this is the admin manual. I'll just touch upon that. It has 149 policies in it. We did the last wholesale update in 2009. We've done many policy updates. We've brought many to your board or several to your board. We've done many administratively that were under the CEO to update them since then. There are a number of changes. Most are administrative in nature. There's no additional cost ramifications as far as dollars going out the door. In fact, many of the policies or several of the policies have been updated. For example, the employee expense reimbursement. It was silent on the level of parking reimbursement. Now it says if you're going to get parking reimbursement higher than the least expensive available, it requires the appointing authority approval. So where possible, we've tightened that a bit, and so we believe most of these are administrative in nature and no additional cost outlay on the part of your board or commitment. So with that, Brian was my right hand in putting this together and did most of the legwork along with many agencies and
Good job.
departments, which I'll recognize afterwards. But we try to have them available to answer any specific questions on any policies, and I'll just thumb through the 500 pages or so if you have a specific question.
You're right.
And get an answer for you.
Thank you for a good job. And so this is approval of the admin manual amendments and react and so forth, and also the first reading of the ordinance, right?
So I appreciate you doing this, and we have to do it every few years to keep it pertinent. There was also a separate personnel rules and regulations for employees. Is that something that we revise occasionally also?
Yes, occasionally, because I believe, and Leroy can step in, it requires us to meet and confer with the unions, all of them, on any change to personnel rules and regulations.
So I know
if it's not,
there are, maybe because of the time it takes to do all that, there's probably some stale things in there, one I can think of.
Well, most of the personnel rules and regulations would have to be negotiated with the unions.
Oh.
There are certain clauses that are generic that would not, but that's...
I think that's I think
the
of
main-
one that says that if you're running for office, you have to abandon the office when you're running, so like treasurer, tax collector, or supervisor, or,
Yeah,
you know,
I think
those
we
kind
have
of
that.
things. So that one is, I think, needs to be fixed, because we can't expect to step down if we run for reelection, you know?
There are many that are not subject to that rule, you know,
Yes.
so it's a mix of some rules that can be changed
Okay.
quickly and some that have to be
He doesn't
bargained
have to do
for.
that.
That's right. So then if that one doesn't need to meet and confer, we might want to clean that one up in the future. Thank you. But it is a great job. I did go through the different changes, and I definitely support what you are proposing. So we do have a motion.
just for the record, we do change personnel rules and regulations from time to time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, additional?
No, please go ahead and, this is just while you're voting. I acknowledge Brian Palmer, who I couldn't have done this without, and Mike's leadership, who encouraged us to do this and made the time to have all the agencies work with us. Michael Walker in the County Executive Office read through every policy in detail and was there at our side. Dave Sassacantine in GSA owns many of the policies. Mike Pettit in ITSD. Sean Otten in COHR, along with Chuck Code, and Jeff Berg, our audit controller, did quite a bit of work on all of this. So it was a real tremendous effort to get it done.
And I second the motion. I want to thank Brian and you for doing an excellent job. And I know that Lori did everything, but it's okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Our staff can go and look at it.
Well,
if they have any
that's
questions.
approved. It really was a Herculean task, and Matt and Brian and Joanne from the auditor's office and
Michael
county
Walker.
council, just everybody.
Thank you.
Huge job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne.
That's why it's done about every 7 or 8 years. It's a killer.
That's right. We'll be back for the second reading in January.
Okay, thank you.
So I have to read this into the
Go ahead and
record.
read it. Mhm.
An ordinance repealing ordinance numbers 4224, 4235, and 4265, and reenacting them with modifications, defining the duties, responsibilities, and delegated authority to the county executive officer of Ventura County.
And that's part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, item 78 is recommendation of Supervisor Parks and
Can we
Supervisor...
wait till Supervisor Bennett returns before we do it?
Okay, we'll go to 79. We'll go 79 then. 79 is recommendation of Supervisor Parks to appoint Andy Wallace and...
Yes, I do move approval that we appoint Amy Wallace to the Somas Municipal Advisory Council, as well as reappointing members to the Casa Conejo Municipal Advisory Council.
Okay, I'll second that.
You're back.
I'll second that.
We can go to 78.
Go, please vote. This is item 79. Item 79. Okay, let me see, that's approved.
We go back to 78.
78.
He is
You
back.
want to take? Okay, 78 Supervisor Parks and Bennett. Go ahead and take
take it.
Okay. The proposal that we're asking is that we send a letter to the Department of Toxic Substance Control. The position stated in the letter is very consistent with positions we've taken probably the last few times that we've had this before us regarding cleanup of Santa Susana Field Lab, with just an emphasis to remove the pollutants that were placed there that are basically toxic and lethal and has the potential of going off-site. So the request is that we continue that effort to see that it is cleaned up fully, and I know we have some folks here who want to comment on that letter.
Supervisor Bennett? I'll go ahead and call him.
Okay.
Okay, we have about 5 speakers. First speaker is Robert Guan, followed by Denise DeFell. Oh, Amanda Andre, right.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Robert Kwong. I represent the Boeing Company. I have a few points to make here. One is that you should not be sending this letter to DTSC or give your executive officer direction pursuant to that letter. The reason is the proposed board letter to DTSC is inaccurate because it does not acknowledge the existence or legal effect of conservation easements Boeing recorded earlier this year over its 2,400 acres at the Santa Susana site. Boeing's conservation easements clearly and without exception forever prohibit any residential or agricultural development on Boeing's property. The draft letter's conclusion that a cleanup of Boeing's property must be consistent with all land uses allowed by zoning, including agricultural use, is legally incorrect for the basis of the fact that the conservation easements are there. In support of this position of conservation easements, I hand-delivered a letter from Professor William Hutton of the University of California, Hastings of Law to the clerk of the board on December 4th. Looking at your agenda package, I do not see that that item is attached to this item, which was number 51 back on December 5th. It should be carried over into this item number 78. I also have copies of that letter, which I will hand to the clerk afterwards. Professor Hutton underscores the use and effectiveness of conservation easements like this one, based on California state law, based on practice, based on effectiveness. Also, based on my experience with county land use policies and practices, you are aware that land uses allowed by zoning can be legally and perpetually prohibited by landowners who record property instruments and prohibit certain activities on uses on their land. The county regularly uses conservation easements, restrictive covenants, in connection with development projects to ensure that the important biological, habitat, scenic, and open space values are forever preserved, undeveloped open space. And just recently in October, your board took action to explore our ballot measure to fund the acquisition and protection of open space through the Trust for Public Lands using conservation easements. This is a well-known land use tool. You know it, you use it, it should be acknowledged. Finally, the board should not approve sending the proposed letter to DTSC or any message to legislatures that is inaccurate and misrepresents what is legally permitted as to future land uses on Boeing's land at Santa Susana. The conservation easements ensure that neither residential nor agricultural uses will ever occur, regardless of what uses may be otherwise permitted by zoning, which is OS 160. Any letter from the county to DTSC or others relating to allowed future uses at Santa Susana must acknowledge Boeing's conservation easements.
Thank you, Robert. Leroy, is that, are we okay with that?
Copy of the letter, Mr. Kwong?
The attachment?
Mr. Chair, I have not reviewed this letter. I really can't comment on it.
The Department of Toxic Substance Control looks to the county's zoning and to establish what they would like for cleanup. The county zoning doesn't reference whether there's an easement or not an easement. And if you look at the county zoning, it does allow for agricultural use. And even if the Department of Toxic Substance Control says, let's make it for a suburban cleanup, we have to acknowledge that in the unincorporated county, all development, all zoning allows for agriculture. All zoning, even land that is residential allows for agriculture, and that is backed up by our planning department. So we're not looking at whether you have an easement or not. We're looking at the fact that the thrust is to clean up the property. And what level will it be cleaned up should not be determined on zoning, because in our county, the zoning does allow for agricultural land. So DTSC needs to know that they can't think that suburban zoning is for some reason going to disallow agricultural use. We're not talking about whether there's easements or not easements, just what is the zoning.
Okay, our next speaker is...
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go
for
ahead.
a second. The letter that Mr. Kwong is referring to that should have been included in the packet of December 5th, which was not included in the packet of December 5th and therefore not included in the packet of December 12th, it's just a matter of timing of how we process these two meetings and continued all the items from December 5th to December 12th. It kind of
So this
makes
is the
sense.
letter?
That is the letter. It will be added, it probably now is added to the record of December 5th, and certainly it will be added to the record of December 12th as
For
well.
December 12th?
Yes, sir.
So the letter is now added to, okay. Thank you. So we have Amanda, Andre, followed by Denise.
Amanda left.
Okay, I'm sorry, then Denise, go ahead.
My name is Denise Duffield. I'm the Associate Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility. Physicians for Social Responsibility has been working for the cleanup for the Santa Susana Field Laboratory for over 30 years, and we very strongly support this letter. I'm going to depart from my comments for a minute just to make a statement about Boeing's open space easement. In fact, the easement does not preclude future building on the property. It does not preclude the land being transferred to another entity. It is not enforceable by any entity other than the land trust, which is not certified and is not required to enforce it. So it's entirely possible that there could be building on that property in the future, and that is part of the reason why the cleanup agreements must be upheld. People who live near Santa Susana Field Laboratory do not live in open space. They live in residential areas. The contamination, the nuclear and chemical contamination, migrates off-site. Independent federally funded studies show that the contamination migrates at levels over EPA levels of concern, and there's an over 60% increase of cancer associated with proximity to the site. It is critical that the cleanup agreements be upheld. I want to, I know that you've also received over 50 comments from people, community members, and one of those is a petition by Melissa Bumstead, who is a mother who's been mapping pediatric cancers near the site, has found 49. She would like to be here today, but she is with her daughter in Children's Hospital, who is recovering from a bone marrow transplant, her second time having cancer. Her petition, which was included with their comments, was signed by over 30,000 people at the time it was submitted. It is now over 64,000 comments. So as an advocate who's been working for the cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Laboratory for this long, it is extremely distressing to think that these children's cancers may have been prevented if the cleanup had occurred when it was supposed to have occurred. We strongly support the letter. DTSC needs to merely uphold the agreements it already committed to do, and finally the community can have some peace of mind knowing that every time there's a wind event, a rain event, or fires, they're not going to be exposed to Santa Susana's contamination. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Pinon, followed by Cindy Kortner.
Just so you know, Cindy's not here either. Cindy's not here.
Oh, okay. Okay, Michael, you're...
Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Mr. Powers. Thank you for hearing us out, especially during the time of the fires and all the other stuff kind of going on, so I'll try to make this quick. To start, I'd like to make it clear that we strongly support this resolution. I'm with Community Bridge the Gap, by the way. It's my bad. As you know, the Department of Toxic Substances Control released its draft EIR for the Santa Susana Field Lab cleanup. And we are here because we're genuinely pissed about the EIR. This EIR breaks years of promises that DTSC and the responsible parties have made to the public, ensuring them a full cleanup of radioactive and toxic chemicals. If any contamination is left behind, it has the potential to migrate off-site because contamination does not stay in a certain place and it does not stop at the fence. On the contrary, contamination travels off-site via wind and water, especially wind because the soil is extremely dusty at the site itself. Boeing's own 2015 risk assessments show soil risk levels to be as high as 96 out of 100 people getting a cancer from exposure at the site, and actually provided post-cleanup soil risk levels to be as high as 1 in 5 people getting a cancer from the contamination on site. Another point we want to make is that these risk assessments for Boeing's portion of San Susanna were not included in the EIR, but in fact, no health or ecological risk studies or documents were included at all for that matter. If Boeing calculated risk numbers for their portions, then the other portions of the site must have similar risks. Amazingly, the EIR has thousands of pages of all the supposed negative impacts of doing a cleanup, but nothing on the negative impacts of the contamination and the health and environmental harm that would occur if the site weren't cleaned up. By omitting cancer risk information, hypothetical potential negative impacts of the cleanup, the EIR presents biased and inaccurate assessment of the San Susanna Field Lab cleanup. As I stated before, we are in full support of this resolution, and we believe it is extremely necessary for the county to weigh in on this matter, just as the county did on the Department of Energy's environmental impact statement. GTSC and the responsible parties have tried to cut corners and avoid cleanup obligations that were set by the county's general plan, and we ask that the county move forward with this resolution to ensure that the safety and health of those who live around the area by telling DTSC to ensure a full cleanup with the standards set by the county.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. What's the pleasure of the board?
Yeah, I would move the recommendation. It is shocking that it's taken decades and it still hasn't been cleaned up. And your points are well made, Denise. And when you realize that some of these, like radionuclides, are going to be around for thousands of years, the idea that zoning today would have any impact on, protecting properties, the real way to clean it, the real way to protect those properties and people around it is to get the contaminations out of there. And that really has to remain our position.
Yes, and I understand the issue at this site. I was talking to Dr. Levin last night, and he hadn't seen this letter. And we were talking about the high risk of if there's trucks taking all this out, what the dust, and there's valley fever right now, and the what that causes as well. So there's, I think, a lot more information that needs to be shared here. But the other question was I was asking for planning was just to reiterate what the land use is supposed to be for. But they're not here, and that's okay.
So do we get a motion here? A second. Please vote.
That's okay.
Okay, and that is approved. Our next item is recommendation by Supervisor Foy. Item 80, Shante.
Yeah, Shante has agreed to serve one more term. The new changes by the bylaws will be her third and final term, so.
Okay.
Make a recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. Please vote. And that is approved.
Did you vote no, Supervisor Long?
I apologize, I hit the wrong button. It should be a yes. Thank you for catching that.
Okay. No, I didn't even question it because
I appreciate that.
Shante would have, she's calling you up.
She would have called you and said, what are you doing?
She'd be knocking on your door.
That's right.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone having my back.
Item 81, I'd like to recommend that we appoint Dr. Margaret Cortese to the Behavioral Health Board for 2018 to 2021. I'd like to make a motion to Dr. Cortese, has worked in mental health for many, many years. She worked for the county too for years, so she's going to be a good asset too. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and that's approved. Item 82. CEO's office, and we have adoption of resolution amending the salary ranges for two classifications: assistant public administrator guardian, conservator, and manager veterinarian services.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, supervisors, Mr. Powers. I'm Sean Otten, your Human Resources Director. Today I'm here before you to recommend amendment to the salary ranges of two classifications that the supervisor mentioned. the Assistant Public Administrator, Guardian, Conservator, and the Manager of Veterinary Services. For both, we conducted a market survey with our usual benchmark counties and local jurisdictions. They're both critical positions, and we've had difficulty in the past recruiting and retaining these people. So we recommend the increase in salaries for the Assistant Public Administrator of 15.5%, and for the Manager of Veterinary Services of 12%, which is actually a net to 7% after the difficult-to-recruit designation is eliminated. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for addressing us. I know how hard it is to find people for these positions.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Let me look at my agenda here. Our next item is adoption of resolution authorizing leave with pay for employees absent from work due to the fires occurring December 2017, and approve the revision of the County of Ventura Employee Emergency Assistance Program plan document allowing county employees to contribute to the Ventura County Emergency Assistance Fund.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. These two recommendations before you, the leave with pay and the amendment of the Employee Emergency Assistance Program, are really in recognition of the devastation caused by the recent the fires, I'll just say, that are ongoing and have caused so much damage and devastation in our area. So the specifics of the recommendation, one, for the paid leave, is to allow county employees, after approval from the supervisor, their immediate supervisor, and the department head, to take 24 hours of paid leave if they had to be absent from work directly as a result of the fires. It could be as a result of transportation issues, health problems, or being subject to mandatory evacuations. They may have been worried about their houses. The second part of that is an 80-hour leave with pay recommendation for the limited number of people, but very importantly, these people who have lost or had significant damage to their homes. So on both of those recommendations, it's really a recognition of the natural disaster that has occurred in the county.
And this only applies to this emergency?
Yes.
To this emergency.
And thank you, Supervisor. It's the employees would fill an attestation, and it would be limited. Time limit would be from December 4th to January 4th. And they could take those number of hours within that time period, with the recognition, hopefully, that the effects of the fire will be over by that time. So specifically for the impact of these fires in December.
We'll notify those employees, of course they know who they are then.
Absolutely. The second item is an amendment to the emergency program to allow any member of the public, as well as employees and retirees, to contribute to the emergency fund via check or money order to assist those impacted by the devastation. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
So we need a motion?
I would just make a comment that, particularly on the second one, the donation, we had so many requests from our generous county family wanting to reach out and help because they're feeling helpless. How could they help their county colleagues, members of the county family? So we just appreciate all their good energy and spirit and appreciate your board considering this. And the other, of course, is people who've been impacted by it. They're just, it's just devastation for them. They're traumatized, and so we appreciate just the consideration of what they're going through. So, thank you.
Supervisor Bennett? No, thank you. Okay, let's pick a motion.
Just wish my staff member Damon happy birthday today. He was in the apartment that burned down, or wasn't in it during when it got burned down, but the whole, it is very traumatic to lose everything you have and not have anything and a place to live. It's just, this at least gives us an opportunity to kind of give them a hug and let them know that we're there for them and give them some hope. And I think every bit that we can do is, going to help them on their road to recovering. Thank you for bringing it forward. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you.
But please vote. Okay, and that is approved.
I just want to say thank you to your
Michael.
board. It's a big part of supporting our culture here at the county.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Sean. Item 84 is adoption of resolution authorizing and approving the execution and delivery of one revolving credit agreements with Wells Fargo, Bank National Association, the Ventura County Public Finance Authority, the County of Ventura, and amendments to the site lease and sublease to the VCPFA and approving the form of first supplemental trust agreement with CPVFA and U.S. Bank, National Bank, and relating to the VCPFA commercial paper notes for the substitution of real property encumbrance thereafter.
Mr. Chair, your board is hearing number 84 and 86 together.
84 and 86 together.
And then you'll vote separately. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll vote separately, 84 and 86.
Chair Zaragoza, board members, Mr. Powers, I'm Kay Mand, I'm with the CEO's office, and all that mouthful of recommendations all relates to our renewal of our commercial paper program. We currently have a $51 million letter of credit and with Wells Fargo, and it's up for renewal. It actually expires next month, and we've been given two options for renewal. One is to renew our current facility at 32 basis points, which is 0.32%, or we have the option to go into a revolving credit agreement, and with that, we'd still pay a fee of 32 basis points for the amounts that we draw down, but we'd pay a lower rate of 20 basis points for amounts that remain undrawn. We have consulted with our financial advisor, and the second option would save us some money, about $60,000 annually for a total of $180,000 a year. But but some of those savings are offset by the one-time cost of preparing documents. So it's actually closer to about $100,000 savings over the 3-year term. As part of this renewal, we'd also like to take the opportunity to substitute our Partridge Drive, its property, for our Hall of Justice as one of our pledged assets. When the commercial paper facility was originally established, both the Hall of Justice and Hall of Administration were pledged as assets in order to provide sufficient rental value. Due to increases in property values, we now exceed the amount that we are required to have pledged. And our bond counsel tells us there's absolutely no benefit to over-pledging, so we'd like to place or substitute the Hall of Justice with the Partridge Drive and free up the Hall of Justice. This will allow us flexibility in the future if we need the Hall of Justice, and with the substitution, we're more in line with the required coverage. Both these items were approved by the Financial Planning Committee at its meeting yesterday, and the attached exhibits substantially represent the form of documents to be executed, but non-material adjustments may need to be made. So with
Thank
that,
you. Any questions? We have item 84 that we can vote separately, and then 86. A motion for 84. Got a first and a second. Please vote. Okay. And that's approved. Now we'll need a motion for 86, item 86. Get a first and a second. Please vote. And that is approved. Well, I'm assuming. That's approved. Thank you. Thank you. So, okay, we have, thank you so much. Our next item is item 91. Oh, 90? Okay, where's 90? What, how come I missed 90? Oh, okay, 90 then. Okay, 90 then. 91? We didn't, okay. I'll let you go ahead.
All right, good evening.
We did.
Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers, I'm Barry Zimmerman for the record for the Human Services Agency, and what we have before you today is a proposal to have a specialized HPRP-like program designated specifically for those impacted by the fire. It's a request of $500,000 that would be set aside and framed like our other HPRP programs, which deal with preventing homelessness and rapid rehousing into permanent housing there. The proposal is to change it from our current HUD-based program, which deals on the threshold of 50% AMI, which is the average medium income as the threshold for qualification, and to move that up to 120% AMI in order to reach a broader population that might be more impacted. As an example, to give you on the numbers there, that means a family of three making about 107,000, 108,000 would qualify for the program. Otherwise, they would be around $50,000 to qualify for the program. So that's where the threshold would change. The criteria for eligibility will be on impact related to the fire, and the impact could be a loss of house, just partial, damaged house, those type things where they need bridge housing. Our focus area will be on renters primarily. Those who have homeowners insurance coverage will have an income stream to support housing, and that will not be our priority to deal with the population that has an income stream to sustain housing. This would be those that did not have an income stream to sustain
Barry,
it.
have we thought about it from the standpoint, though, if it takes time to get insurance, I need to rent someplace, I need to get a hotel,
Yeah.
we can even do a loan to that so we get the money back, but we're still helping our citizens?
Well, we haven't considered loans in that situation there. We're kind of waiting also if a major declaration occurs from the federal government, FEMA will provide that bridge loan there. And so in particular for those that have houses. So FEMA in particular, if it's declared, is a gap between what homeowners insurance will pay and the difference. And some of that's speed, they'll pay back for if you took out money to bridge your housing and so forth. So we're kind of waiting on that aspect. So we do know we have a lot that are in the rental market. For example, the Hawaiian Gardens and Island View apartments alone were a lot of individuals there that would probably qualify, as well as many along the avenue that were impacted by it. We also would say the impacts of the fire would include those who lost employment due to it, that would put them in where they lost their income and would be subject to homelessness, would also qualify for those type of benefits that we're
Hawaiian Gardens was 52 residences, right? In the Hawaiian Gardens.
In the one area, that's
just
correct.
one, yeah.
So,
A couple of things. One, I just want to encourage us to make sure we verify people. So there'll be incentive. I remember when we moved people out of the river bottom and people were sending us people claiming, and so just because it'll erode everybody's confidence if the word starts to get out there.
We working with OES and the Red Cross right now, we actually are in possession of the property damage reports, so we verify by location where they say the residence was.
And I mean, and that's going to be the most secure, and so I'm a little, when you talk about people that lost their job, I could see some things being a little bit squirrely that could happen.
Yeah, we also have the firm commercial businesses.
Yeah.
We have the confirmed commercial businesses that have been damaged or lost completely, as well as the warn notices that have already come out for like Vista.
Great.
And so.
And my other question is, so are all the families going to receive the same amount of money? Somebody that makes $105,000, family of three, and somebody that makes $35,000, family of three, they're going to receive the same amount of money?
It is not a per diem per family. It's really based on the circumstances of the family's environment. So it also has to deal with what is the needed effort to put them into permanent or long-term housing. It may be just a little bit to say they need some furniture, right, or a refrigerator or something to do that, and we'll work it on a case-by-case basis.
It also is going to be rental assistance?
It will be rental assistance as well.
And will this be assistance, or will we be paying the full amount for some people?
Well, it depends on the circumstances, and so today's program, some individuals, we work their case plan that will pay 3 months' worth of rent for them until their income will then take them on a sustainable path from there. Now, we don't put people into situations where we're sustaining it where they could not continue sustaining
they can't
based on a plan that they're trying to achieve.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we even?
And my compliments to everybody for pulling this together.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I mean, this has been a few days. We've had a lot of people out of their houses during the thing, but some people were really quick. I talked to one firefighter. We were at a thing and talked to his wife, and he'd lost his house. And I said, well, how you guys doing? And she said, well, the first thing I did is rent a house instantly because I knew there wasn't going to be around. But what are you seeing in regards to, I went online just to look at Ventura. There was like 33 homes. That's all there was for rent. I mean, there was just nothing around. So what are we doing to help out with this, or are they just going to East County or what?
We have right now some community groups that are connected with the rental property that are feeding us information on what's available. So like I got a listing today actually of available rentals through property management. There's only 15 homes in Ventura. So, but we're gathering all home stock in the entire county of Ventura and even in the neighboring Ventura and LA County. So we have options to place. We might have, which would be a little bit unique. We do place on a specialized basis outside the county. Normally we maintain within, but we're looking that wide of scope because the housing stock is not there completely.
Yeah, and I know that Chris Stevens back here, and they've made some adjustments at parks and different places for motorhomes, people to stay long-term. They've made some, because that's going to be probably some, I think even the judge or something is living in a motorhome or something right now, whatever, trying to do this stuff.
Yeah.
There's got to be some flexibility on this.
You point out maybe 33 homes, but go on Airbnb, and I bet you find thousands.
That's right.
You know,
Well,
so
you
I mean,
could,
and those
but-
are you know, again, empty homes. And
Yeah, those may be short-term, but, I mean, my concern is the long-term stuff
Right,
of this.
right.
Big-
And
Yeah,
it's
the-
gonna be months.
these situations aren't going to be like for a month or two. You know,
No,
if
it's
their house
years.
has been destroyed or they were renting a house and they're trying to get in another rental.
It's gonna be months.
It'll be months to 18 months or more, you know. So we're looking at this as really putting them in long-term housing in some fashion there. We are already, our homeless team's already working at the shelters, identifying individuals. We just got a call from Limonera to work with their farm worker housing.
Yes.
So that's really the groups that we're looking at and building a list on to find alternative solutions there. We've had some stories, you know, of individuals evacuating in their car, and that's it. That's all they have, and they're living in their car right now with children and so forth. And so those cases, which we would deem highly critical in there, we would do something in a bridge fashion, which we do, put them in a hotel or someplace in a bridge situation before we get them into longer-term housing. That's really the flexibility of these funds will allow us to do that.
We have Supervisor Long and then Parks.
When I've been talking to supervisors in Sonoma and Napa who have gone through this 8 weeks ago. And one of the suggestions was even with the Airbnbs or the vacational to extend that time that they're able to stay. The other thing is to have the trailers that are able to be on their property. And so I think there are things that we can learn from them as well, that we can pull in and make sure that we cover, because, you know, lessons learned. We're sharing the same
right.
grief as many.
And, you know, I do like to look at the positive, you know, because it is so tragic. But I had heard that one of the major hotels basically stopped taking anyone from out of town because they're just keeping the rooms available for the people in town. You hear good things like that. I know also one of the local stores is giving a discount to victims of fire instead of trying to gouge. It just gets back to that, you know, Ventura County way of doing things. So it's nice to hear.
Yeah, no,
Some
that's good
news.
to hear. But going back to this whole thing with trailers and motorhomes, if your friend says, okay, here, use my motorhome, where do I park it? I mean, we also got to deal with cities maybe because they don't allow you sometimes in neighborhoods to park it on the curb where you can plug it in and have someplace. Maybe we got to relax some of those rules and laws, but I just think we have to be creative because I know you're going to try to help, but it's hard to help when before this even happened, people are going, where do I find a place to live, right? Yeah.
So I do know, just from being in meetings, Chris is working with the city. They are exploring options to, I mean, our ordinances, as Chris Stevens explained, has some flexibility. They're working with the cities to get that similar flexibility. So we're trying to all coordinate, at least communicate with one another what we're trying to achieve, so we do it the right way the first time. So, yeah.
Thank you, Barry. Anything else, Barry? Are you?
Nope, that's a pretty big
Okay.
ask.
So we need a motion. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We appreciate the CEO's office.
Absolutely.
We put this together in a day with
Very, very
his
important.
help, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you,
So
Barry.
thanks.
Good job. Okay, let me see. We voted. That's approved.
To the
Yeah, what-
90s.
Item 90, okay.
Is this the first time we've gone into the 90s?
We got a motion on item
No.
90?
Brian didn't think we could put them all together, two agendas in one, but we did it.
93, get out. What is it? Close. So, it's approved, and we're going to go into closed session, and we're adjourned from closed session. And are we going to have a, yes, are we going to have a
Can we have
announcement?
Brian wait for about an hour?
No announcements?
No, no announcements.
But anyway, this is our last meeting of the year, so Merry Christmas to everybody and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.